Heavy is the head that wears the crown, yeah. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, yeah. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
You ain't been what I've been through. I climbed for years, I deserve this. Got the motivation, got the fire burning. You and knock me off of my purpose. Every scar has a story. Got fire running through my veins. Every single obstacle is a testament to my reign. Can't knock me down, can't knock me out. One-on-one, I'm paving this route. Desire, hustle, pain and grind. I'm a riser above the clouds. I don't fear anything anymore. Pushing forward, I don't show no doubt. I done been through it all before. Heart of a lion, no counting it out. The legacy I leave behind will transcend all the time. I'm a legend in the making. A phoenix soaring through skies. Constantly chasing greatness. Makes me feel much more alive. All I know is I'm a king. Forever a king.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, yeah. I got the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Can't take me down. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, yeah. I got the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
I got the crown, I'm way up. 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 Better get up out my way, way. Get up out my way, get up out my way. You ain't been what I've been through. This is start of my claim. These challenges were temporary and it's all a part of the game. I came up from the bottom. You know I've been locked in. Ain't nobody can stop me. I'm built for this. I'll win. The passion pouring out. You know the time is now. I've been down and out. Now I'm soaring through the clouds. I'm a legend in the making. You cannot hold me down no more. I've been broken out of these chains. Now I'm after that crown to go. The legacy I leave behind will transcend all the time. I'm a legend in the making. A phoenix soaring through skies. Constantly chasing greatness. Makes me feel much more alive. All I know is I'm a king. Forever a king.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, yeah. I got the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Can't take me down. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, yeah. I got the crown. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
I got the crown, I'm way up. 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 Better get up out my way. Get up out my way. Get up out my way.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, yeah. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Heavy is the head.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
안녕 명가.
부통이 어딨어?
안녕 명가. 안녕 명가. 안녕 명가.
오랜만이야 이거 되게?
그래. 오늘 뭐 하는지 알아?
아니 잘 모르겠어.
아마 우리끼리 서로 질문하는 그런 시간이 아닌 시간.
재밌겠네?
그래.
앉으시죠.
아니시죠? 네. 아니시죠? 네. 제가 먼저 질문 드려도 될까요? 살짝 이제 좀 노는 차원에서 나의 첫인상.
사실 나는 뭐 첫인상 이 형 약간 잼민이 같다.
잼민이 같다.
잼민이 같고 약간 키 작고.
저희가 방송 안 해야 되나요? 장난입니다. 나에게 처음으로 부탁했던 게 언제였는지 기억나십니까?
처음으로
부탁을 한 적이 있나요?
부탁했었죠.
처음으로요? 처음으로 한 게 기억나요?
네.
뭐요?
화 좀 그만 내라.
그건 아니었던 것 같은데요. 그거 말고 없어요?
그거 말고 기억이 안 나는데요.
원래 사람들이 가장 나쁜 것만 기억 잘 하거든요. 정확히 말하면 이스탄불.
근데 그때 너무 징징거리셨어요. 인정하시나요 혹시?
기억이 안 나요? 삭제했습니다.
근데 그 전부터 계속 그러셨어요.
어쩌라고요?
네, 제가 했습니다. 이거.
네.
저랑 같이 살 때 어땠어요?
어땠냐고요? 아니 뭐 항상 숙소에 있어서 그냥 별 감은 없었고요. 제일 편했던 건 게임하자면 한 번씩 하고 좀 마이너한 게임 아시죠?
흔치 않은
흔치
게임들
않은
좀
게임들.
같이
네, 그런 거랑 먹는 거에 별로 꺼리낌이 없는.
이제 취향이 좀 잘 맞게.
네, 내가 이제 이거 시키면은 갑자기 사이드를 싹 보는 그런 느낌. 그게 좀 편했죠. 저는 그 비하인드 스토리 하나 얘기해드릴게요.
어떤 거죠?
그 불난 사건. 비가 오면은 발전기가 내려가요. 충전이 안 된단 말이에요. 그래서 이제 그걸 억지로 이제 항상 켰었단 말이죠. 그러면 됐으니까.
두꺼비 집을 열어가지고 올렸고
네.
하필 그 전기가 이제 물이랑 같이 이렇게 돼가지고 불이 났었는데
얘들아 불났어 큰일 났어 이러고 이제 야 그 뭐냐 그 빨래 바구니인가 뭔가 물 잡.
내가 잠결 일어나서 당황해가지고 했는데 이제 재성이가 그거를 듣고 물을 채워서 오는데 하필 그 바구니에 구멍이 이렇게 사방에 다 뚫려 있는
형 이거면 돼.
거기다가 물을 떠가지고 이거면 돼 했는데 물이 없는 거예요.
아무튼 불은 잘 껐습니다 그때. 네.
그게 제일 재밌었다.
제일 재밌게 했어요.
인정할게.
네. 팀메이트로서 내가 가장 좋았던 점 너무 많죠? 입에 담기 힘들죠 지금.
아 뭐 게임적으로나 외적으로나
네.
되게 편했었고
그쵸.
또 이제 친근하게 다가갈 수 있는 형이었는데
대. 예?
이제 나쁘게 말하면은 너무 잼민스럽고
전혀요. 깜 어덜트 프로.
가끔은 진지해져야 되는데 진지한 것 같은데 왜 이렇게 장난인 것 같지? 같은 그런 단점들이 좀 있었다.
제가 이제 화내는 거 같은 거 보여주면은 어차피 안 믿을 걸 알기 때문에 그렇게 했습니다.
본인이 진지하지가 않다고요.
저는 진지한데 진지하게 안 받아들이는 거라니까요. 항상 그런 이미지 때문에.
본인이 화내면은 재밌다니까?
예?
그게 저뿐만 아니라
이게 말이 안 된다고. 저는 화를 내고.
형을 보는 사람들 전부가 그렇게 생각을
근데
해.
그 말 지금 우리 애들도 그래요. 지금
형 화내면 개웃기다고.
좋아해요 애들.
나도 좋아했었어.
그래요.
저한테 제일 짜증났던 순간.
당신은 제일 짜증났던 순간요?
난 착했으니까 뭐 없나?
아,
없겠지.
해외대회 나갔을 때 저희가 항상 플레이오프를 많이 진짜 빨리 했잖아요.
예.
나가자고 해도 안 나가는 거 좀 많아.
근데 요즘 저 많이 나가요.
그러니까 왜 나 없을 때 나가냐고. Why always when I left? Why you do everything?
그럼 너는 왜 나 없을 때 우승했냐고.
아니, 전
형이 나가고 나서 내가 깨달은 게 많았다고 했잖아.
그런 것도 이제 하나하나씩 이제
그런
나의
거,
길을 따라가고 있는
그치.
거예요. 오케이 확인했어.
나랑 같은 팀에서 또다시 뛰고 싶은지 아니면 지금처럼 적으로 만나고 싶은지.
같은 팀으로 뛰어야지 당연히. 별로 상대하고 싶지 않습니다. 게임 외적으로나 게임 내적으로.
게임 외적은 왜 들어가는
게임
거지?
외적으로도 저는 이길 자신이 없기 때문에 no way, there's no way.
나는 근데 한 번쯤은 적으로 만나고 보고 싶다고 생각을 했었어.
만났잖아.
엄청 옛날에.
근데 별로 하고 싶지가 않아요.
나도 별로 하고 싶지 않아. 띠껍더라고.
같이 합시다. 예? 마스터즈 방콕 결승전 때 우리가 우승했을 때 어땠는지.
솔직히 좋았어요. 왜냐면은 이미 젠지가 첫 마스터즈를 들어 올렸었고 그 순간부터 사실 누가 올리든 이제 상관이 없었기 때문에
처음이 아니면 의미가 없다.
그쵸.
그런 느낌. 저도 그뭐 느낌인지 알아요.
사실 젠지가 우승할 때도 한편으로는 응원을 했지만 한편으로는 이제 저 우리 거야 되는데 라는 생각을 했었기 때문에
다 그렇죠. 그 안 그런 발로란트 선수 있으면 걔네들은 발로란트 프로할 자격이 없습니다.
와우 인정할게요.
네 맞죠. 네. Who's the best in Korea now?
Who's the best team in Korea now?
라고 병철이가 외쳤을 때 끝나고 밟았을 거 아니에요. 그때 어떤 기분이었는지.
딱히 아무렇지도 않았어요. 왜냐면은 그냥 퍼포먼스구나. 관중들을 즐겁게 해주기 위한.
저는 바깥 세상의 병철이는 살짝은 가면이 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 동의하시나요? 뭔지 아시죠?
이거 좀 지켜줘야 될 것
아니,
같아.
살짝 그렇게 막 깊게 한 게 아니라 병철이를 잘 알고 있는 사람이라면은 저 정도면은 그냥 유병철이구나.
딱히 뭐 진심인 것 같지도
네.
않고 딱 그냥 재미용 저에 대한 얘기인데요. 과연 사람들이 내가 화내는 거를 봤을 때 깜짝 놀랄까?
화를 안 내던 사람이 화를 내면은 좀 무서워할 것 같긴 해요. 저처럼 이제 계속 화를 이제 꾸준히 노출을 시키면은 쟤또 잡았다 이런 느낌이고.
근데 제가 화를 안 내는 게 아니라
표출을 안 한다.
표출 안 하죠.
근데 제가 이제 한 번씩 왓치 파티 할 때 명관이 자세를 보고 말씀을 드리는데 살짝 고개가 15도 정도 꺾여 있으면 그때 이미 큰일 난 거예요. 진짜 화나는 거예요.
그것까지 이제
네.
근데 혹시 이렇게 돼 있나요?
축 처져 있고 살짝 돌아가 있어요. 이렇게 있는 게 아니라 살짝.
약간 기운이 없는 듯한 그런 느낌.
뭔지 아시죠?
알겠습니다.
네, 그런 느낌. 혹시 뭐 원년 멤버랑 연락 좀 하시나요? 뭐 자스트라든지 아니면 레이키아,
근데 이게
RV?
제가 먼저 연락한 적이 몇 번 있거든요.
네.
받긴 하는데 돌아오지가 않아요.
근데 혹시 그게 제이스트는 진짜 싸가지가 너무 없어요.
진짜 인정할게.
진짜 레전드예요, 진짜.
잘 보여야 될 텐데 우리한테.
Last question. 마지막으로 같이 찍은 사진은 언제냐?
사진?
같이 찍은 사진.
같이 찍은 사진? 저 마지막으로 기억하는 게 아이슬란드 때.
뒤에 말던 소리 하고 있어요.
아, 그러니까 제 기억상으로.
또 뭐 지금 하나 찍어 볼까요? 제가 워샵 처리를 해드리겠습니다. 좀 가까이 오시겠어요?
또 눈 크게 뜬다. 평소에도 그런
당신도
눈을-
눈 좀 크게 떠보실래요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 얼마 만나서 반가웠고
길게 얘기해서 좋았어.
스테이지 2 때 보자.
그래.
네, 마지막으로 한번 오랜만에 한번 들어보자. 자, 간다. 간다.
VCT Pacific has returned. It's stage 1 and we have a lot to talk about. Who is the best region in the world?
Welcome back. Stage 1 ready to begin. Always pleasure back in the arena.
Both of these teams already. This group is stacked. This group is deadly. This group has all of the Pacific champions in it.
Swing on the corner, Alchemy, the last one left standing and not for long. Eliminated Mr. 4K online. John Goosberg with the TP reposition. Calls out the shorty and Manya. And now Izu on his lonesome. One low and AC and Izu gets it done. No mercy shown.
But a bit of a tap is not going to be enough. Shots on over, but look at Killua! Talon make it through the playoffs.
Only bangers on split, baby.
Boom Esports here, and they are the best performing SCA team so far. And I didn't think I'd be saying that at this stage in VCT Pacific, but with their performance.
Not gonna fall for the fake out, but Davis is just and he's gonna get it. Back-to-back aces. Rotation will get a victory over Jet G.
Looking to convert the whole round. Boom has done it. The Indonesian squad are indomitable here in the server today. They're waiting for reinforcements. Good shot from A.
Hunting it to all three players here on this B site. Split because of bounce. Envy still here. Top of the box. Swings out. Does end up falling. But Wild Oreo able to find one. Jets Bash comes up with 3. Gets the 4th.
PRX will finally find a win in the group stage. Come in and relay to receive, but what? My classic kills found.
My DRX will take down Jet G once more. It's that time of year, of stage, of whatever you want to say again. It is the playoffs, baby. Achilles.
Look at that tap! Perfectly set up by the team. Look at the flashes! He's on!
Denied in kickoff achieved here in stage 1. They are going to another grand finals here.
This is the lower final. The winner of this goes on to play Gen G tomorrow to take the whole stage.
The Hunt trying to flush out Forsaken at the same time. Armageddon goes in and Forsaken
Spots him out, and that's gonna be the ace! Jemkin! All the way back then from when he was on. And RRQ will soar them to the grand finals against old rivals Gen G.
It's the moment you've been waiting for, live in Seoul, South Korea. It's the grand finals of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific.
trying to flash his way in, but Cushy now on for an ace. Karan swooping, Cushy collecting. Predator ace. Does manage to go ahead and take him. A 4K Sheriff confirms the thrifty.
Jemkin is just unreal.
There's no, he strikes, Ash taken down, 3 players, 2 now remaining, just the one. It's all on Karan, and he cannot find. Gets RRQ, their first ever trophy in VCT Pacific history. The King of Kings. They are your Stage 1 champions.
Hi, I'm Yuki Chiba. New song, Shinpai Muyo, is on YouTube and Spotify. Shinpai Muyo is just don't worry, and then just do it. Please listen and watch it. Peace. Yuki. 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 全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように別に何が起きても大丈夫どう転んでも起きて喜ぶそりゃ走り回ってりゃたまに転ぶこけるのは怖くない先を急ぐビビって何もしないなんて損だしまずは動くそっちの方が得我慢とか溜め込むのは猛毒この気持ちに素直な俺強欲不可抗力どうにもなんないリスクを取りがち取れない安牌リスクある方がうまくいく案外いつまでも平気一生安泰全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにいつかはなくなるこの世の全部だから今しかできない経験するいい飯食ってEEX 毎回本番してない練習地元で集まるいつものメンツ心配すんなってよく言っているアトランタで友達持つみんなが厳重平和な連中自信がないとなる心配性俺自身のこと疑ったことはない一回も絶対いけるいちいち考えない失敗を全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように
Fights and something is rushing up
PRX, the Pacific Princes without a crown, they finally have their trophy.
Alex said that Pacific is the best league in the world, and I completely agree with him. The region that has won Master 3 times in a row, it's an honor that PRX gets to continue that incredible streak. I'm looking forward to see how T1 matches up against us now. The first match between the two Masters winners is going to be epic.
이번에 PRX가 마스터즈 우승을 하고 되게 기세가 좋을 것 같다고 생각이 드는데 저희도 방콕에서 우승을 하고 전혀 꿀리지 않고 열심히 준비했기 때문에 진짜 긴장하는 게 좋을 겁니다.
ステージ1は結果だけ見たら結構深刻な最悪な結果だったんですけど、なんだろうな、もう自信をなくしてそのままずるずる負けてしまうようなステージ1だったので、ステージ2はもう最初の一戦からもう本当に勝ちに行って自信取り戻して調子を戻していきたいなと思ってます。
そうですね、初戦が DFM なのはちょっと緊張やっぱ他のチームよりしますけど、でも多分全勝するんでどこでもよかったんじゃないかなって思います。じゃあ DFM さん一緒に頑張りましょう。
Pacific is the most competitive region this year, at least. So the high and the middle of Pacific is very not consistent. It can change anyway. It's not easy, but it's doable. I believe our group is much easier than the other one. VCT Pacific is the strongest region around all VCT, but not all teams here are strong enough to be here.
Maybe Boom got luck in stage 1. I'm not sure they will perform like in stage 2. And number one team of the strongest region maybe is Thailand.
ステージ1と比べたゼータは、要所要所でよりパワフルになってる、日本の会場で、皆さんに会えるように頑張ります。
お待たせしてすみません。ステージ2決勝日本で会いましょう。心臓を捧げよう。
The PRX that once ruled Pacific is back. We'll give it our best and are fully expecting everyone to give us their best too. Just like that, yeah, we will make a miracle run to champion.
My response will be in match.
저희가 진심으로 갖고 싶은 건 퍼시픽 트로피거든요. 이번에는 꼭 가져오겠습니다.
스테이지 2가 어떻게 보면 가장 중요한 시즌이잖아요. 챔피언스를 가기 위한 경기이기도 하고 퍼시픽 한 해 최고의 팀은 누구였는가 우승팀을 가리는 순간이기도 하기 때문에 저희를 끝까지 믿어주시면 좋겠고 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
지금 발로란트 시대에서는 팀들이 다 똑같다고 생각해요. 그래서 저는 딱히 경쟁은 안 하고 있고 킥오프보다 더 강력한 멤버가 된 것 같아가지고 잘할 것 같고 챔스 진출할 것 같습니다.
I think for me what changed specifically is the playstyle. We have a lot of playstyle from different teams, so we just mix it up and play it together. Due to some roster changes, some people is underrating us. I think we can surprise them this season.
큰 틀이나 아니면 뭐 조합적인 거나 게임을 어떻게 운영하고 싶은지에 대해서는 기존의 코어 멤버들과 이제 감코진이 가지고 있었던 그런 비전 같은 것들이 있어요. 그 비전을 이제 따라가되 그 안에서 부족한 디테일 같은 것들 아니면은 다른 시각을 제시하는 쪽으로 이제 계속해서 열심히 일하고 있는 것 같습니다.
제가 함께하는 농심은 공격적이면서도 수비적으로 할 수 있는 밸런스 구도를 많이 갖추고 있을 것 같아요. 저희가 이번에 스테이지 2 리그에서 프로뷰 진출을 못하면 강등을 하게 되더라고요. 플레이오프를 진출할 수 있는 건 너무 확신이 들어요. 어느 팀을 만나든 저희가 자신감으로 다 무너뜨릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
We know what we play for. We don't play to prove to anyone. We just want to win many as possible. So now is the time to refocus and put everything we have again to fight for the champion slot in stage 2. If anyone wants to take the spot, we're happy to fight with them.
this upcoming stage 2.
In stage 2,
이번 스테이지 2에서
스테이지 2에서 농심은 생존하겠습니다.
에펠탑을 보러 가도록 하겠습니다.
Eventually win and take the trophy.
we will surprise everyone.
광자를 유지할 수 있도록 우승하겠습니다.
In stage 2, we're gonna be Korean Slayer.
In the story of VCT Pacific 2025, kickoff, that was just the introduction. We got to know all the characters. Stage 1, the opening chapters. The stumbles, your close calls, they don't define you anymore. And if you were on top, you'd better stay sharp. What you did back then won't mean a thing if you blow it now. Because stage 2 is where we find out whose story this is. 12 teams, and everyone thinks that they're the main character. Honing their strategies, their aim, their toughness, and plotting their revenge. Anything they can to gain an edge, but there can only be one. Everything before this, that was just prologue. Now, you're playing for the big trophy. Win here and your name is forever written in the history of VCT Pacific. Everyone else is just along for the ride.
Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. I keep it moving, moving. Zoom in because I can. You cannot stop what you can see. I'm way, way, way up there. I'm okay, right, right. Been doing this for a minute. I'm feeling right, right. I'm about to go and get it. You never ever seen it quite like this. You best believe I'll keep you popping your head. Never ever gonna stop that chase of the bread. I'm turning up. You feel that heat? I'm checking the room up. The 808 thumping the beat. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. I keep the room moving. I keep you shaking, yeah. Pull up another cup. Throw your hands in the air. I'm up, I'm energized. Looking like $1 million bucks. How about we catch a vibe? We cannot give no. Rolling, rolling, knock 'em down. Never slow another round. Pull up, just like that. Got 'em moving round and round. Rolling, rolling, knock 'em down. Never slow another round. Pull up, just like that. Got 'em moving round and round. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown.
Welcome to stage 2 of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm Victoria, Chubby Ninja, joined by Big Time and Alex today here to start our show. We've had some pretty exciting months. I'm glad to be back here in Pacific. And Alex, how are you doing, first of all?
Perfectly fine. I mean, a little bit jet lag, but I'm okay.
Yeah, you look like you just got off an airplane.
Just tired, yeah, tired.
Now, in Pacific, we have something really exciting. We're going to do something a little bit different. The finals is going to be taking place in Tokyo instead of here in Seoul. Are you excited for that?
Yeah, well,
Are you going to be there?
Hopefully. We have to navigate today first, but hopefully.
Well, for those of you who want to go to Tokyo to watch, the tickets are on sale online. Visit all our VCT channels and go get your tickets. I'm pretty sure that's going to sell out, especially for this region. The Tokyo crowd is super hype. You've done Masters Tokyo before, so
Yeah,
you know
amazing.
the crowd is great, right?
It was really good. One of the best crowds I had ever, I think.
Yeah, why?
I mean, we went to we got to play the lower bracket final, and stadium was full, and it was a really big stadium at the time. At the time, I think before that we played in Istanbul, and they didn't manage to put as many people in. They put really a lot of people in for the one, so it was like really loud.
Yeah.
You hear it all the way in the coach booth.
It's the Japanese fans are
So loud.
awesome,
Yeah.
but we want all the fans to fly in and join us there, and it's going to be a ton of fun. I cannot wait. Now, speaking of Masters, we got to talk about Masters Toronto. Finally, PRX won a trophy and matches your jersey. It looks really good. I just want to ask you about the journey to get to Toronto. Everyone knows about the PRX train,
Yep.
but it looked like a really tough, like it was an uphill terrain battle. Like that track was going way uphill. In fact, I want to pull up a picture to show what you looked like when you were holding that trophy, just
I look
to
old,
make
right?
a point there. I mean, tell me about it. Like, how was that process to get there? I know it seems like ages ago at this point, right?
It's been 3 weeks. I've kind of forgotten the journey.
Yeah.
But I think
like
yeah, it's strange because.
Oh no, that's not a good photo. I'm sorry.
I was already mentally drained, man. Like.
Yeah. You look like you aged 20 years.
I think I look better now. Thank
you
goodness.
do. You look more
refreshed.
rejuvenated, for sure.
I was genuinely worried.
Every game was do or die, you know. Like
Yeah.
that's what happens, you know, when you have to go through that thing. It's like running the gauntlet. We really ran the gauntlet after all.
Yeah.
So
It was
That's
a lot,
tired.
right? I thought they used an old man filter on your face. I was
Maybe they did.
genuinely concerned you were going to
Maybe
come
they-
back
maybe they
looking like
did.
that. But yeah, again, congratulations on Toronto. Now, I want to ask about your current team, including Mind Freak as well. And a lot of people are wondering how these players are scouted. And I want you to talk a bit about that because you largely had the main hand in finding all these players, including Pat,
Yeah, I mean-
most recently.
I mean, a lot of times I just ask the players like who they want to play with. You know, is there anyone interesting to play with in rank mostly. And after that, I just do a VOD review from there. A lot of the time I have a long discussion with DSN, our CGO, because he's the one that's gonna have to call the company and it's like, yo, we want to buy a player, you know. So I mean, particularly Pat, you said.
Well, yeah, let's talk about Pat. Were any of them, like Ilya, something as well? When you got him on yet, what do you see in these players? Because you're finding them. I see you. You're watching them. You're watching challengers even just to find good players.
I mean, first of all, I watch everything. So
Yeah.
So I try to make sure that I'm paying attention to all these things. What I'm looking for usually is like, well, in-game mechanics. First of all, I want to make sure that someone that signs to this team is not gonna have trouble like holding their own. And after that, it's more intangibles kind of thing, you know. So I have to interview them. I have to get them to trial the team. I have to see what they're like, and you know, I want to know their goals, their dreams, so that I can make an informed decision of whether it'd be a good fit. For Ilya, I mean, we wanted him early 2023. It's just that we couldn't get him in time, and the players wanted to run it back, you know. So I let him try. But I'm very, very thankful that, you know, when he came in, he was like ready to play already. He had a really good run in Japan. I think the one that maybe PRX didn't want to sign, but I think we insisted after discussion was CGRS, because they were like wondering why I wanted someone that was a lot older, you know. But then I think as you can see, he was excellent. Thai Shroud was absolutely amazing.
But why did you want to sign him? What is it that you are spotting in these players that other people pass on? Like Patman was just hanging in tier 2 for so long, and then you picked him out. He was never, you know, a talking topic.
Particularly for Pat, we use stats. You know, I went to Ominous from Wolves. He's the analyst, and I wanted to know like what he was using to scout people. So I mean, we had a discussion. He gave me some names. I went to look at it. I wanted to find someone that particularly initiator role, support role. Pat, Invi, Kush stood out on the top. You know, Kush already signed, Invi already signed, so I had to look at Pat. And when I spoke to him, I mean, I have a story about this, but like we asked Nails for a trial for 5 days. On the 3rd day, I said, wait, I don't have to see anymore. And Pat was playing really badly in the trials. Like, he was absolutely horrible. And then I think he told me after the trial, he called his parents and said, they kicked me off the 3rd day. I didn't make it. Poor guy, you know. So on day 4, I told Hardy, like, yeah, I want to sign this guy. And Hardy was like, he's not playing very well, you know, in trials. But I was like, no, I insist. Because I think in-game, his communication is very good. He had very good ideas. He was very positive, and he was also very self-sacrificial, which is hard to find, you know, in the kind of player. And he's I've done all the VOD review, you know. I know that guy can shoot. So
talk to me a little bit about Patman, and obviously this crazy journey that you guys had to Masters Toronto. This is his rookie year. He came into one of the biggest teams in the world with so much pressure on his shoulders. How did he handle that, and how did you guys in the rest of the team, a lot older, more experienced perhaps, how did you guide him through such a crazy journey to winning his Masters?
I mean, I think one of the things that's very important is that the player that comes in is open-minded, you know. So one thing that he did very well was he asked for a lot of advice to the players themselves, not just to me, but like he'll go to them, it's like, okay, I've never played any finals before. Do you guys have anything to tell me? You know, and then they gave the advice, and there was an open discussion, you know. And I think that helps his own mental state. The other thing is also sports background. I really wanted someone that came from like a sports background. You know, it's not the same in Europe. You know, where all the kids are actually forced to play sports and stuff. Like in Asia, you know, if the kid gets an iPad at 4 years old, he's gonna become a gamer. You know, it's already trained. You know, so it's I think he came from Varsity University basketball in Philippines. So I know that he can actually play basketball. He plays a lot with his brothers. He also plays the point guard role. So if anyone doesn't know, that's also a supportive role most of the time. Sometimes there are superstars in that role. Yeah, you know, so I think all these things are intangibles, and you have to talk to the person to know. You know, and having a sports background allows you to. I mean, sees competition from young, you know, and I think that's super important to have that kind of mindset going in. And I think in the vlogs you can see in the finals, you know, he was actually one of the people that were holding up the mental state. I think that's yeah, I think I lucked out, man. Honestly.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's huge, actually, having a sports background. Chronicle from Fnatic as well used to be an ex-professional swimmer, and they just have this different sort of mentality.
They have a vibe, right?
Yeah, they have a vibe, and they don't get deterred too often. In fact, I want to talk about the roster swaps on a lot of the Pacific teams. While you're away, busy winning a trophy, a lot of the teams, you know, switched out a player or two. And are they that stand out to you in a remarkable way? Secret, Nongshim, DRX, T1. These are just some of the teams that changed some of the players. Any of them interesting to you?
I haven't been keeping track, but I guess no. But when I saw yesterday, like, I mean, we haven't been able to practice with the Pacific because we've been away.
Yeah.
But I saw RB play yesterday.
Yeah.
And I like RB. You know, I used to play against him. He was very good. I didn't play against him. Sorry, my boys used to play against him. I thought he was like it's good to see him back home. Who else? Do we have anyone else? I think T1 has a roster change as well.
Flashback is back.
That's cool.
Oh yeah. Okay, well then how about today you'll be going against T1.
Yep.
It's very different than than Kickoff. They came back with a trophy as well. How are you feeling against T1 now? Now that you guys have found your groove, but you're also very tired from the travels.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
what's up? Like, how do you think this is gonna be with them today?
I mean, the real problem we have is map pool, right? Like, I think we haven't had enough time to like really solidify it. We lose 2 of our good maps, and there are 2 maps that come in that we haven't been hottest on, and there's 1 brand new one, which we have 0 practice on. So.
Oh well, now.
So we're gonna have to. Yeah, I mean, they will know. But we're gonna have to like do some like last minute work on these maps. I'm hoping that we steal a map of T1.
Okay.
But if not, I think hopefully T1 gives us 2 good maps and we can like go to 1.
Which map would you feel the most confident against T1 again today? If you could just pluck, if it was a best of 1, and there's 1 map that you'll definitely beat them on.
Icebox or Lotus maybe. I think.
Okay. And any initial thoughts on Corrode? I know you're saying that you guys haven't prepped it or whatever, but do you have like just initial thoughts? Do you like the map? I know you guys hate Breeze. That much is clear to me. But how about
the map
Corrode?
is based in France, so I have to.
Do you like it?
I have to like it. But that being said, I don't know. I think I thought it was a really big map, but when I looked at it, it's actually placed quite small. And I think it should be good for PRX, but you never know.
Okay.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know when it comes to PRX. All right, well, that's all we have time for. Thank you so much, Alex. I think it's time to get back down to your boys. Hope you guys aren't too jet-lagged and well-rested for
Should be
your
okay, I
game.
think.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. And we're going to watch a little bit of the highlights again of PRX just looking divine over in Toronto while we let Alex go down to the stage.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, it's Bella. I have a little surprise for the PRX boys while I wait for them to get back from their rehearsal. It's a little late congratulations, so let's see. Don't tell them yet. Hello! Hi guys! Hello, here's a late congratulations for winning Toronto. Come here, Patman. Yes, yes. Come, everyone. A little cozy nation. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Everyone. Yeah. Make a wish.
Together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make a wish. Don't say it though. Okay. Okay. Time to blow it out.
Together.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Hi guys, I'm standing with the winner, the most valuable player of Masters Toronto. I bow down to King Forsaken.
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
All right, well, you are back in Pacific. How are you feeling?
A little tired, energetic, but it's fine.
A little tired but energetic. I love that.
Energetic.
That's good. That's good. All right. Well, you are a legendary flex player, so I was thinking maybe you could teach us how to flex our muscles as well.
Okay, 하나 둘 셋.
하나 둘 셋. 헛.
Nice flex by our greatest flex player in VCT.
Yeah.
It's pretty huge. His guns are huge.
Yeah, I mean, he just kept getting spammed with flex, so I think that's kind of brainwashed him to get into the gym culture a little bit. I mean, it seems to be working out for him. He's performing in the server.
Yeah.
Haven't seen his performance out of the server, so that remains to be seen. Maybe he'll post some vids for us if he's looking real thick.
Alright, calm down, Pilsky. Calm down.
I can get the copy pastas going if we want.
Anyway, this is Pilsky returning back to the desk. Good to be reunited with you guys over here. Okay, I want to talk about the Stage 2 format. We're back into the groups.
Yeah.
Groups got shuffled around a little bit. And yeah, do you think, are you happy with this? Are you happy with how these groups are going in? Are you excited?
Yeah, I think there's some interesting groups for sure. It was interesting. I can't remember what player it was yesterday that said, I feel like we have the much easier group. But me, personally, looking at these groups myself, I don't get a sense that one of them is necessarily stronger than the other. Obviously, Omega has both of the Masters winners, but even Alpha, I mean, RRQ, Gen.G, and DRX, like, there are very strong groups for both, especially with Talon's form right now. Like, Omega's even looking scary.
I mean, that's one of the things that's really hard to judge about Valorant. You know, since the last group stage, there's new maps, there's a whole new patch, so it really does affect the pro meta and what these teams are going to be good at. So it makes our job very difficult to predict exactly who's going to be good.
And very importantly, the thing to keep in mind that's different about the group stage is, particularly for Nongshim and Boom, this group stage is more important than ever. They need to make sure that they can either get themselves a spot at least in Ascension, or be able to potentially get themselves a spot over at Champs, and then they can stay in Pacific.
Yeah, that's a huge point there. And I want to know who is the player who said that they have the easier group. For those of us who didn't catch that, you're not going to out them? You won't out them?
I genuinely don't remember.
Okay. Someone said it.
Tell us. I'm sorry.
Tell us, chat, who said such words? Because I hope it's one of the winning teams from yesterday.
He was in the B-roll yesterday. Somebody needs to scrub through the VOD. Look, I know big time you've never scrubbed through a VOD in your life, so probably not you.
Notoriously.
Notoriously fraudulent coach.
Yep.
Well, we had really interesting results from yesterday's games. Talon just looking super strong, switching up all the roles there, and giving us a pretty banger game.
Yeah, Dai moving across to be that duelist. Primi now changing to be this more second man in. Really liked how they looked there, but on the flip side of that, Boom struggling a little bit there, not really finding themselves in the game, which is not really what we expected after their flawless group stage last time.
Absolutely, they've got to beat both of the Japanese teams to make sure that they don't go back to challenges, because the rest of the teams in their group looking very difficult. Nongshim also had a bit of a scare against Team Secret, but unfortunately for Team Secret, the curse continues. They win map 1, and then they completely capitulate from there.
I apologize on behalf of the two desk hosts here, Mika and myself, for predicting and cursing Boom and Secret. We're completely wrong. And today's match is very exciting. We basically have the best of the best in Pacific playing today. All 4 of them have won the most decorated teams here in Pacific. T1, of course, being to start the year with their Masters Bangkok trophy. There's a little bit of a change in the roster, though, since that trophy win. So I'm very curious to see them perform here once more for Stage 2.
Yeah, they've been shuffling in and out that controller role. Carpe was stepping in for a little bit, then Silver came back into the roster. Now, once again, they are, I forget the order, but they are one of 3 Korean teams that just continues to promote these academy players. Yeah. It's been going reasonably well for Gen.G in particular. Ash has been really fulfilling that role and doing well for himself. You've seen DRX bring up multiple academy players, most recently Flicker. So for T1, I've got my eyes on DH. We'll see how he goes for himself, but he's got very big shoes to fill, not necessarily in that controller role, but just in terms of expectations of T1 being a team that was capable of winning a Masters. To be fair, pretty out of left field though. They were definitely not the favorites for that event. They peaked at the right time, so let's see if T1 can rediscover that, I guess, fireworks-like kind of performance.
I mean, to start of the year, these guys were touted as the super team. They were the ones to to watch. And even if it did look shaky at times, they've always been a little bit hit and miss in Pacific. They did make it work over at Masters Bangkok to get that trophy. So yeah, DH stepping into a star-studded lineup. But as you say, the academy system's so great here that we do have a lot of confidence. But then, of course, it's no easy feat playing against a team like PRX.
That's right. Our most recent trophy-winning team, PRX. And why they're so scary is not just because they won a trophy. I mean, T1 won a trophy too. It's because they were so close to winning this trophy so many times. And they also have a slight roster change, but we've seen enough of it over in Stage 1. And Patman, with that new addition, seemed to be that final missing piece to get them over the edge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, during the Teo breach meta, PRX were struggling in general, but definitely struggling about who to put in that initiator role. I feel like now that they brought in Patman to fill in that gap, as well as leaned more back into a double duelist style that fits them a lot better, they have really rediscovered what makes PRX such a dangerous team. And it's no surprise that, I mean, the run was monumental, but as they continue to just pick up more and more wins, you just got more and more confidence in PRX. I mean, I was notoriously hating on them almost every single time, predicting against them. I was saying, they can't win this time, they can't win this time. Sorry guys, I don't know what I'm talking about. This team is gas.
They did keep winning. That's what makes them so great. I mean, it was such an amazing run. I think all of us here in Pacific are so happy that they finally got that trophy, because it has been a long time.
Did you guys cry when you watched the Toronto finals at all? Did you shed a Pacific tear? Happiness?
You know, I might have had a little weep. I can't say I didn't.
Had a little weep.
I can't say that I wasn't excited for the boys.
I was just smiling in disbelief, and it was definitely tugging at the heartstrings, because you could tell how much it meant to PRX. I mean, what was it? 10th times the charm. Like, they are one of the most represented teams at international events, and they finally win one after being very, very close multiple times. But funnily enough, it's almost in the most unlikely of circumstances that it happened.
Yeah, well, it finally happened. I don't know if it happened again at Champs, but T1 versus PRX. So I was asking Alex earlier, you know, they played against T1 a lot. All this data is only from Pacific now, and I think things are so different, though, since the beginning of the year for both of these teams, even if the majority of the players are all the same.
I mean, there's been so much movement on both sides, and as I said before, the meta shifting massively, really, across the course of the year. So I do think things are quite different, but I think these statistics can give us a good idea of the level, you know, if we average it out across that span of time. And I do have to say, I would probably give the edge to PRX there. I think they've been that little bit more consistent than this T1 team. While they did look great in kickoff and, you know, they did manage to get that title, since then they struggled. They didn't even make it to Masters Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, for T1, like, you can see both of these teams have won a Masters event this year. You do see the previous game that they played against each other in Stage 1, where PRX did come out on top, and you can see, I mean, very one-sided scorelines there. I had T1 to win that one. They did win the head-to-head in kickoff. It was a very tight series back in kickoff, and it was a very different story. T1 was touted as a super team. PRX were kind of looking a little bit shaky and went out in shock fashion to DFM. That feels like eons ago at this point.
It's crazy to think in hindsight that happened, no?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So, look, I think for T1, I mean, they had a bit of a lackluster end to where they went out in terms of Stage 1, and I think they're going to be wanting to make up for that in this game, and they've definitely had all the time in the world to prep. That's the main thing to focus on. T1 can be very ready for this matchup. They can be very ready for the new maps coming into the pool, and PRX, they have the form factor, but they have none of the prep. They're just going to have to try to freestyle at this game a little bit.
Yeah, they hinted at that in the interview just now, and I have to say, with this map data coming in, I don't think this has changed too much exactly for those reasons, Pilsky, but it looks like they have very different strengths on different maps here. And Haven, if he's going to ban Corrode, it's almost guaranteed that Haven's going to be in. And T1 is so good at Haven.
Yeah, I mean, this is the easiest veto of your life. If you're Autumn and the T1 boys, you're smiling as you're walking towards it, because you know if PRX ban Haven like they have been doing, they will of course pick Corrode, because they will have had a lot more time to practice, and vice versa. If PRX do ban Corrode, we would very much expect to see Haven come out from T1. So especially if that is the map one, I'm not sure who is Team A and who is Team B in this veto, but things could start rough for PRX.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Haven is a map that they had either failed to get wins on against some of the Korean teams in Stage 1, or they're just straight up banning it out. So at the end of the day, that is something that T1 will be wanting to go towards, because they define the meta on that map. everyone was copying T1. They went on an insane streak on it. But I think for a lot of the other maps, I mean, Alex touched on one of them being Lotus, but a lot of the other maps at the moment, I mean, PRX with the run that they've had all the way through Masters, the map pool's actually looking pretty good for them. I think they can be confident even if map 1 doesn't go particularly well for them, whether it be Corrode or Haven as we're expecting. I think they can be very confident they can complete a reverse sweep here.
Yeah, also, we saw them do it in kickoff, right? They got dominated on that map 1 of Fracture and then came back and looked incredibly dominant on map 2 and 3. So we know this team is capable to do it, especially against this T1 roster. So yeah, I think even if, you know, map 1 or map 2, whoever's pick that is of T1s, I do think PRX still have a good opportunity to win this. But yeah, I think T1 have caught PRX at the best possible time, basically.
I remember that Fracture. That was, everyone was yelling at them for picking Fracture, yelling for putting, what's his, Ilya.
Something on Brimstone?
Something on Brimstone.
Was that game?
Yeah, that was the game. And everyone was like, this is the worst comp ever. And they end up winning every single map after that. And as the map veto comes in here, Corrode. Okay, so Alex wasn't bluffing. They're really not going to play Corrode.
We should see a Haven here.
This should be a Haven every day of the week. And it is. I mean, that's not surprising for PRX. They're going to pick defense. So we'll see what they're going to roll in with on this particular map. It's been a while since they played it. Lotus going to be the pick for PRX. I don't think that's going to be too surprising. They are on an insane streak. I think they're like 14-3 on this map across international events, playing some of the best teams in the world. They are absolutely destroying on Lotus at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we go back to the Haven as well, super quick, because PRX have been banning it for so long, if you perma-ban a map, you don't scrim it. So they're really going to have to cook up something. But Sunset is the map 3, which I think is the most important map of this series. I think, in my mind, this is going to go the distance, so that Sunset is really what's going to matter.
I mean, up until recently, PRX was, I think, 7-0 on Sunset. They recently just lost a game against Gen G on that map, but they should be very, very confident in Lotus and Sunset. Like, the reverse sweep angle is very real here.
Yeah, I would almost argue, though, that T1 could anti-strat Sunset because they've showed it so many times. But at the same time, their Sunset is so crazy, and they're going to whip out crazy things like that wall on A at the literal last round. So who knows how that's going to go on Sunset. But we got to start with Haven, and I also don't know at all how this is going to go. All I know is that T1 is so good at this map.
I mean, the map data says it all. 7 bans for PRX. The last time they played it was in Breach Teo meta, which was a meta it felt like they were kind of struggling in. For T1, I mean, they defined how you play this map with ISO Yoru. Meteor and Buzz are the original ISO Yoru. They dominate with this comp. This is their most comfortable map, and they should be feeling very, very confident that they can take the dub here. The only question really being is that PRX will have to play something different because Breach Teo is just not the meta anymore, and they really have kind of reinvented their style since then. And for T1, I'm kind of wondering if they are going to keep this comp or whether they're going to try something a little bit different, because this is a very played out style that has been kind of figured out at this point in the meta.
Yeah, very much so. If I'm PRX right now, I'm going to cook up the craziest, most ridiculous comp to try and catch T1 off guard. I don't want to see them play meta. I don't want to see them play Yoru ISO. I want to see something wild, because you know this is coming, but you know T1 have no preparation for you. So show something that they've never seen in scrims. That would be my advice to them.
Well, if there's any team that can pull up a weird off-meta comp, it would be PRX.
Yep.
Now we got our build diff segment here. I'm just going to run through mine really quickly. We don't have a lot of time, but same as Mika, I'm picking Texture. Texture has been looking really good recently. Patman ends up being my sole pick for PRX, but that's because of how everything... It's so hard to pick for this one because all 4 teams are really good. I got Meteor, Mako, my goat, and Foxy9 has also been absolutely phenomenal. So that's why I had to pick Meteor and Foxy9. These two were musts for me, and then I kind of built my team around that there. But Pat, I think he's just going to be my initiator for today, and we have got lots of good initiators.
I mean, my team is very, very similar to yours. The only key difference I have is on that initiator role, I have gone with something over Patman, because we do know that he can play it. He's played the Gecko, he plays the Sova, he plays all that kind of stuff, and even if he's on that duelist, I trust him to frag real hard. So for me, that's my only change from Victoria's team there, is putting something in instead of Patman.
So this is our team.
Yeah.
What? But he's plays duelist so much. You want those negative 5 points?
I'm okay with that because it's something. I think he's going to get enough kills anyway that I don't really mind, to be honest.
Okay.
Talk us through yours, Pilski.
Mine, I mean, I can say that I have Izu on Enit. Texture is my duelist. Instead of Meteor, I've gone with Devi in Senti, I believe, and these two are the exact same. So we've all gone for pretty similar teams here.
Yeah. Now that makes a lot of sense. I
That's,
think they're very good teams.
I think all of this is going to be a very close build diff game today because all four of these teams have, you know, the most decorated teams here. All of these players are all phenomenal. And I think the only way we get screwed over is if like some Foxy9 starts playing a duelist or something.
Yeah.
So for those of you at home don't know what build diff is, this is our fantasy teams where we all are coaches and pick a team that will win us the most highest frags. And that the team with the most frags wins out. And the prize is, of course, you guys talked about this yesterday, the Acer Predator laptop. It is pretty sick. This is even better than the one I won.
Oh, yeah.
Stage
How
one.
is that going, by the way? Have you given it a crack yet?
It's fantastic, but I want this one more, so I'm still going to keep playing this game and upgrade again. This one is AI-powered, and it's an ultra-slim gaming laptop engineered for the relentless, just like me. I am relentlessly going to keep playing this game.
If you win this one again, I'm actually going to cry.
Yeah, no, I will break down on this test.
PRX winning, not weeping. Me not winning a laptop, weeping.
I told you, don't pick something. Why are you throwing like that? Do you want to win, Morgan? Or
You'll see. You'll see at the end of the day when something draws 45 on both maps.
Let's have a look what Seth and Clinton picked, though. Texture, Forsaken, Meteor, Marco, Munchkin. I can see that.
Munchkin's a good pick.
Look, I was picking Munchkin a lot, and I can see why. If he's got some Viper maps on in here, he's going to be swinging some people on the Viper. He loves to play hyper-aggressive. He loves to frag out. He's a pretty underrated pick in a lot of these flex slots or in it, depending on where you want to put him. A lot of people are picking Meteor, though. Are you guys not worried that he's going to be playing Duelist and -5 in you?
Once again, I don't care.
He did both, which is crazy.
He will frag regardless. He's the guy on this team.
But it's less likely he'll play a
the
duelist.
MVP of Masters Bangkok, and you're doubting him to not get like plus 20 kills? Crazy.
Maybe. We'll see how it goes for you.
I think you're crazy. Now, predictions-wise, I think today's predictions, either team, it's a safe bet here. I think PRX, if they're in top form, well-rested, they're guaranteed a win, personally. But T1, if they have a shot, I would say today is a good day.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure the casters will say why they've gone for that. There you go, Seth and Clinton both going for T1. Whoa!
He's wearing a Meteor Strike dinosaur shirt.
That is outrageous. That is outrageous.
Brutal.
I love that graphic so much. I want that t-shirt, Seth. Please get me one right now. Fantastic stuff, I gotta say.
But why did you guys go for PRX today?
I mean, I just am not convinced with T1. I've seen them in some recent qualifiers. I saw them at the end of stage 1. I think even though they've had prep time and they will potentially get a opening map win here, I still think that PRX has just got so much quality, they'll probably just reverse sweep them.
Yeah, for me, it was definitely close. I felt like T1 do have a good shot today. I think the veto falls really, really nicely for them. But the level of experience now across this PRX roster, even Patman now, he's played so many matches going to these international events. I just believe that they're still in good form, they're still in good vibes, good mood after their Master Toronto win. So I think they should be able to close it today.
Yeah, well, I don't know which way it's going to go. I obviously end up going with PRX anyway. I'm agreeing with you guys on this one. What did you say?
It's a safe bet.
It's a safe bet. Yeah. It's a safe bet right now. But T1, I expect them to do something really impressive on Haven. Otherwise, I think I'll be very disappointed. With that, we are going to go see the best of the best here in Pacific. We're going to have T1 facing off against PRX, fresh back in town with the trophy.
T1.
Ask any VCT pro who the best region in the world is right now, and all of them will tell you it's Pacific. And 4 of the most decorated teams in APAC are playing today, and we're starting with our 2025 back-to-back Masters winners, T1 versus PRX. Now T1, same roster except one change DH there instead of Sylvan.
They've been in the lab, they've been prepping for this game, and they want revenge on the other Masters champion from this year that knocked them out of Stage 1 and ended their run in Pacific last time around.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are. I think that's a perfect way to put it, right? They're looking for revenge. They're looking to prove that they are not down and out, and they're not okay with being pushed around today.
Now this is really sick. Again, another trophy winner for Pacific, our latest and greatest. PRX coming back from Toronto with a matching trophy. This roster has proven to be the roster for PRX. They look so comfortable together, and they look like everything is in order.
I mean, the storybook heroes of this region, watching them play on that huge comeback sweep all the way to Toronto, it's like they had plot armor. They just wouldn't go down, but this is a new stage against some of the top teams in the world, and now they have a target on their back that's bigger than ever.
Yeah, we'll see just how resilient that they can be. Everything is going against them coming into this game. They've had limited prep time. T1 has had a good chance to kick their feet up and really prep for this game. So let's see what Autumn has prepped. Oh! I thought it was a gift. I thought it was did he deny the gift?
He liked it. I was like, here, not.
Unfortunate.
We're not going easy on you today, says T1. And Haven is going to be the first map of today. Of course, T1 end up taking advantage of the fact that PRX has not been able to prepare Corrode in time for the beginning of Stage 2. And this has got to be the map they take.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been their bread and butter for such a long time. It's been a map that PRX has been actively trying to avoid, but unfortunately, the map pool change means that that's not something that they can do. So T1, it is a minimum that they need to win Haven here, and then they need to bring a better level than we've seen on Lotus in particular, and maybe even Sunset going later on, that they just haven't had the reps on, because Sunset wasn't even in the pool in Stage 1 Pacific.
Yeah, I gotta say, anything less than a stomp here on map 1 for T1 is troublesome heading into the rest of that series. They need to start strong, they need to get a lot of momentum, and don't let PRX build any confidence. If PRX feel like, hey, we played them close on Haven, map 2 and 3 will be even harder for you. So yeah, this map is all about T1, all about showing dominance from the very start.
Now, big time, you were wishing for an off-meta Haven from PRX. We saw them try out a couple different things. We saw them use the Fnatic comp before. We saw them use the meta comp before, and it never ever worked out. Even when they're up 8-0 against Genji, they just kind of threw it all away. But this was at the start of the year. Things, again, very different now. If there's any team that can kind of vibe their way to victory, it would be PRX.
Yeah, I mean, stylistically, I really want to see double duelist. I think that is where they're at their best. We do have the agent picks coming in now, and that's what they're going for.
You got off meta.
Oh yeah, now we're talking. So this is double duelist of an entirely different style, bringing in that the Waylay, and this is the buffed Waylay. She now plays so fast. So I really like this. This is exactly what they needed to do to try and catch T1 off guard.
Couple of changes for T1 as well. Izu over onto the Duelist will be playing Neon here. Buzz staying on the Yoru, and Meteor is going to be the one on the Lurk on the Cypher. So only a small change and some role changes here for T1. I think the Neon's going to play a little bit better into the Vice here, though. It's going to be a little bit easier to bait out that wall and just be able to maneuver and rotate quite quickly with both the Neon as well as the Yoru TPs.
And there's no Sova on the side of PRX. They've opted for the Fade. What do you guys make of that? Sova's usually the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sova is a natural fit for the map. I think Fade is totally fine, and it is more off meta. It does give you opportunities to do things a little bit differently. Big site execs and retakes with that ult, and more space clear with the 2 dogs instead of the 1 drone. So I think they're going to be playing fast and in the face of T1.
Well, I have a lot of question marks for this, but I'm definitely excited to start off today, and to cast us through this, it's going to be Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. It feels great to be back in the best region in the world. I'm Achilleos, that's Paper Thin, and we're going to be going through all of the action here today, and already some surprises.
To say the least. I mean, you knew that whatever PRX was going to be
bringing to Haven, which has been their permaban for a very long time, that it was going to be unique, it was going to be probably something off meta, and certainly it is. You know, I actually was kind of thinking about this as a possibility for a double duelist comp that they could run would be the Waylay Yoru, because it offers you a whole bunch of weird ideas with the TPs and things like that. Way to fake out your opponents, way to create space that maybe T1 isn't going to be ready for, that they're not going to expect. Now they're starting on the defender side of the map as well, and this was chosen by PRX, which was kind of interesting to me to see what their ideas are going to be. If maybe they just rather save the attacker side for second to try to see what they can get done here. But, you know, the Vice as well coming in as the Sentinel, another kind of off-key piece of the puzzle. We have seen teams like Fnatic run it, not to great success, but maybe, you know, with Devi at the helm, PRX can find a little bit of footing.
We shall see. Feels like this comp is going to be very well suited for potential retakes here. See if PRX is going to be able to just slam the door in T1's face. But as we get ready to have the barriers fall, first time here in the region that we have two Masters winners going up against each other. As T1 has not played versus Gen G since lifting the trophy back in Bangkok. A momentous occasion here for us. And a great way to kick off the second day of Stage 2.
Well, if today was a restaurant for the matchups we have, it'd be Michelin stars for sure. You can see Devi has a couple players underneath him. Buzz being diligent, but with that smoke there, just going to bypass it.
Managing to get their way forward into that C site. Meteor putting some damage down, being pinched though, and Jing will be able to go ahead and find that kill. Buzz, quick peek back out through the garage doors, and a quick peek into the window. Gets himself a second kill as Devi falls to the wayside.
Still have a Paranoia in DH's hands to prevent this retake, but they're so deep, and it's taken out though. Izu gone.
Izu gone. Paranoia, as you said, now flying. That's going to be the slow coming through. Dead to rights. Forsaken able to collect that now. Just Buzz and Stacks. The dynamic duo to try to hold this line. It's all going to come down to Buzz, who would need to pull it off in an ace, and he cannot. Something will strike, and PRX will get themselves the first pistol win.
Yeah, seeing some good patience here from PRX. Really nice use of that Waylay utility by Forsaken there to get the hinder effect and just knock DH out, counter that Paranoia really nicely. So T1 able to get the plant down, able to get into some kind of post plant. You get 3 kills for Buzz in the round. This second one here, whoo, that is quick. But Forsaken, we've seen him pilot the Waylay before, and we get the opportunity to see it again. Something there, gonna be solid for the cleanup, and really nice ideas. I mean, I think the thing for PRX that, you know, you talk about it, you've got a lot of opportunities for retake with this composition. 100%, you just saw it there, right? But also on top of that, you have a lot of ability to take space, and even if you lose it, to safely get out and then re-clear it with the Waylay TPs, with the Yoru TPs, things like that, to give you the ability to keep T1 really off balance.
Quick little peek out. Refract going to expire here from Forsaken. Just holding the line. How do they really try to displace him? Well, Buzz is just going to go bounding forward, hits the relay, but Forsaken hits the headshot as the slide comes in. Everybody else going to be walled back, which will drop the Devi now. Similarly, filling in the space allows for Forsaken to very quickly clean up 4. 4K here to go ahead and try to fast track the ultimate. Just 2 charges off as PRX get a very clean anti-eco.
Yeah, just nice playing around that Vice wall by Forsaken. Knew he had that as a backup, so whichever player crosses first, well, there was no TP to follow it up. Should be able to handle that, get the reinforcements, get the crossfires, and steady as she goes. The Waylay there, coming up big. Forsaken, bringing some energy here today. You know, you got to imagine PRX really trying to get back into the groove. It's been a long time between stages, but they've been playing a lot, so they definitely have a lot to prove behind it, defending their title. T1 wants to show that, you know, kickoff and Masters Bangkok were not flukes, that they're still here to hang. Devi just going to be holding this. No util in front of him this round. Just going to have to rely on dry contact there if he were to maintain control of that window. But looking over towards B, looking for a timing. Instead, T1 is going to use this opportunity, try to wedge their way through. Drone going to clear the way. Not just going to try to fire some shots.
Something at the same time.
Whoa.
Yeah, peeks down over here at C Long, and DH is going to be eliminated. Omen now gone. Buzz going to be on a bit of a late linger. Seems like he's not going to try to push the window, though. Backs away at the same time. Jing holding forward here at A main. And look how many other players have joined in. Patman as well as Something. Both now in position. Just bounding around here is Buzz like a madman. Stack's able to find one. First shot rings out Does get a contact, stacks down to 10 HP. Patman now scaling forward. Look at the try to get the jump. Spike in hand, now on the floor. Stacks dropped. Player advantage to the side of PRX as they look to try to convert this bonus. Buzz just now swinging around the back. Forsaken having the read and gets the readjustment. Not even a shot suffered. As T1 find themselves in a catastrophic position. 14 seconds remaining. Fast lane goes up. Meteor able to find one, but Patman just gets the tap through the wall. Meteor having to do it all, and he cannot. Something will go ahead, swap out the Outlaw for a nice little upgrade as PRX convert the bonus.
This is just incredibly disciplined stuff from PRX. Yes, it helps that you're going to get the opener from something with the Outlaw. A great understanding of the economic situation there. That T1 was in. Some of those players going to be dead to one shot. Makes the most of it onto DH. Patman there. Great re-clear of space. And just reading that push-up from Buzz. The timing just immaculate from Forsaken. Patman as well, understanding the timing of the Neon through their smoke. I mean, just incredible. What else can you say? Now you've got some ults to play with. You've got the convergent paths. You've got the Nightfall. Bye-bye.
Quick little refract back. I think I might have called Izu Buzz in the previous round. Gonna have to get used to seeing Izu on the Neon. At the same time though, Meteor caught out in mid. Quick little elimination. As T1 gonna be scratching their heads trying to figure out how they now try to really push this over the line. DH trying to open up some space towards A, going on the swing, but two players stacked up. Then coming forward, something collecting at third. Patman refilling the space, will be able to go ahead and seal the deal on the rounds. Just one casualty. 4-0 start here for PRX, and for T1, you might have to start considering the timeout call.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you know, there's a lot of ultimates you got to be thinking about here. Maybe some stuff you're not expecting in terms of, you know, the way that PRX is also now starting to use some of their abilities to get information that are catching you off guard. You know, the haunt there, the way that Forsaken used to refract through mid doors to check if there was anybody in the, you know, in the grass in front of B site and things like that. So for now, looks like they're going to trust in Stacks and company. Going to keep trying to figure things out into this bye round, but a very crucial one for T1 to stabilize. Saturate goes out, but going to be dodged there by Buzz.
But this allows for the push up here from something. Himself in a position, Stacks around that left-hand corner. The turn back, though, it's going to be a timing hit as Buzz gets just enough line of sight to find the kill. So player advantage here to the side of T1. Desperately need to find this round win. 4-0 start from the defending side of Haven. Certainly not where they want to be at.
Only saw the Omen. Not that Patman and Devi were also into B, so they're going to leave the A site wide open. Devi is sliding over there, trying to create that extra player on the backside potentially. Let's see if PRX goes for it. This should be a pretty easy site take. Oh, Devi though.
Running on a timing, but double face from the duelists. Buzz able to go ahead and take him down.
I know exactly where.
As the neural theft now going to be invested here from Meteor. Gets the ping, reveals. Forsaken still fiercely scaling forward. Wants to clear out that trip before the second pulse had come through. Haunted the ready now from Patman. They're up and over the top, Jing on the swing. Times it well, finds Meteor, refract out. And that is going to be Forsaken now, in all likelihood, trying to escape, but it's a nice shot from DH on a narrow little window. It comes up with it, and one casualty. T1 now find themselves on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this whole round, PRX is trying to force the issue in front of B, by mid doors, by mid window. And T1 just anticipates it perfectly. I mean, a really nice read from them, catching something out early. You know, the whole time Buzz is just looking for a player to be pushing out. They wanted that from PRX and immediately able to go over towards A. You know, Devi takes a bit of a gamble there, trying to see if he could interrupt the plant or something like that, or catch the duelist out on their own behind the dice, but it doesn't actually happen.
Operator now in hand. The spot out, so it's going to be a quick little jump back. Up and out of the sewer. Full rotate send coming through here from PRX. Completely evacuating this A site for now. A little bit of a late linger from Patman and Jing, but otherwise they're trying to get this operator on position. This is potentially going to be DH in a rough spot. Plenty of noise being made though. Is he going to be ready for this? Swings in, and both of them kind of missing each other. Quick little exit. Refract back at the same time from Forsaken. Able to avoid the op for now.
Interesting setup there. The tripwire. Going to use the ult as well from Buzz. Try to get some info. What's going on in the A site? Leaning heavy into it. Patman and something not having any of it themselves. Just going to evacuate. Here comes the Nightfall.
Spot on the 2, the Nightfall going across. Doesn't get too much of a connection though. And something now dropping down. Trying to escort the forward. Divide playing off the back of that. Able to find Stacks. Takes him down. Spike not yet planted. Izu barely staying alive. Is able to find Jing. Slides back behind the box. But now Forsaken arriving in from behind. Going to be good for one Patman at the same time. Able to find Meteor. But then gets taken down. And it's all on something. He versus Izu. Who's actually going to stick around on this site. Could have pivoted. And then he's on the Neon. But opposite just go ahead and try to get that spike in play. Weapon swap should be available to something. Given the corpses laid out here at long. Now just dialed in on the angle. Swaps to the Vandal. Flash not going deep enough. Gun barrel spotted out. Izu knowing exactly where he's at. And finds the kill to go ahead and get T1 2 rounds in a row.
This is really nicely played by Izu. Understanding the utility that his opponent had left. Playing anti-flash around that corner towards short the whole time. Really, really nicely done. Dealt with quickly there. Is that flank by Forsaken. If he gets one more, certainly this is PRX's round. Something makes the right calls, but Izu just going to be a little bit better. So T1 able to find the right reads. A bunch of ultimates invested by PRX, and they still weren't able to get the round to go. Now you're going to have the Hunter's Fury available for Stacks. See what they want to do off the back of that. Quick, fast play here. TP going out.
Paranoia's got sent as well. Jing able to find one as Forsaken finds Meteor at the same time. Just pushing out of the garage doors, takes him down over towards that attacker spawn. No trips in behind. T1 gonna have to have their heads on swivels. As Patman holding the close angle, the swing in, gets past the crosshair. Mizu fires just a little bit faster. Flash to try to slow up. Something, however, the readjust. Puts Buzz and Stacks down on the floor. Swings out wide, gives his life to the cause as Jing will go ahead and put him down. So no 3 in a row. PRX getting up to 5.
I kind of got to wonder if that kill in towards mid doors from Forsaken is him using this refract a lot early and conditioning T1 that he's just using it to gather info, and instead he's pushed way out further this time and they just weren't ready for it. Nice little play from him and something good with the Guardian. Very well coordinated stuff here from PRX. And they're really being aggressive off the rip, but not like, you know, pushing into their opponent's spawn aggressive, just looking for those early picks, and then they can, you know, take their prize and just peace out. Bit of a flash there, though.
It's so well read. Could have destroyed it. Said, nope, let's just go ahead and have you fall right into the trap. Not sure what that smoke is doing. It's like a quarter into the wall and into the floor. Izu now pinned here. Smoke comes up to try to peel. Forsaken once again going on the peak. At the same time, Patman just spamming across. DH ends up catching a stray. Something's lurked forward. Meteor down. T1 scrambling here as PRX are just winning on all fronts.
They're just in great form, top to bottom. You know, haven't played this map in forever, and they look really solid. Good reads. I mean, Forsaken, yeah, like you said, just let that TP go. Just waited for his moment. Something going to use the clone just to check the corner. No hard angle being held, at least. Cutting through. He checked it again anyway, just in case, but now it's T1. Just trying to play the waiting game here. I mean, you've got some money here for PRX. You don't want to commit too much, I would think. Maybe one player, two, if you want to go for these kills.
Stacks able to hold the weapon for now, but if you see one, you should very much be suspicious of both. Still 12 seconds to try to survive. The haunt going to be cleared out. The push now coming through, slide across the opposite side. Stacks able to dodge that, but cannot dodge the bullets. Jing finds one, Forsaken the other. PRX now 6-2, and they take away every single weapon.
Yeah, that's brutal for T1.
Gotta call timeout now.
Absolutely. I think it maybe should happen sooner, but God, it's just a great read there. Buzz just instantly dead as he's coming out of that TP. Spam from Patman off the tracers is good. Again, that pressure towards window, also good. The Waylay is really making things difficult here for T1 because you don't know where exactly Forsaken's going to be set up. He's been pushing mid doors, he's pushing A long. And the issue with that is the refract is so quick now to get out that it offers Forsaken a lot of opportunities to take some space, and if it doesn't look good, to leave. And otherwise, he's catching his opponents off guard and getting free kills out of it. Those kind of things are really giving T1 some problems. And, you know, he can just wait out some of that early util, like if they're going to send out the Sova Recon Dart, if there's going to be the cam sent out by Meteor. Hasn't really caught him or given him problems. He's been doing just a phenomenal job with his timings and dodging. So far, it's a very tricky composition to go against. Again, as well, there's something TPs, you never know where he's going to be coming out. Everything here, a little bit off balance for T1. This is kind of looking like, hey, why have you guys been banning this map? Like, this looks pretty good.
I mean, it does. And look, we can talk about, I mean, one of the reasons you and I went for, probably maybe the only reason you and I went for T1 in the prediction was because PRX just got off a flight yesterday. We were with them.
Yep.
We're tired, expected them to be pretty damn tired. But right now, they're looking well-rested, energized, and jazzed up.
Share your secrets with me, Coach Alex. I want to know.
I think it's probably, be younger than 40 years old is probably a secret.
Crap.
So
I'm screwed.
You're just kind of SOL on that one. Is it something? Trying to swing out a little bit wider. Some damage going to be dealt as Buzz does fall down to 68.
See, look at that. Oh, so good. Ooh.
Oh, let's take a little lick of damage there in exchange. Drop out from the window here with the saturate as Buzz. I mean, it's basically just shoulder to shoulder. He's rotating around the back, though. Here's the footsteps. Devi right there as well. Buzz somehow slipping this net, but then Devi just turns back into the sight. And what looks like it might just be a massive steal, a weapon recovered. Well, it ends up blowing up in his face.
Something it TP'd away. He was looking for the Yoru, couldn't find it. Knows that Outlaw was around somewhere. There goes the execute.
Overdrive gonna be popped. Mizu going forward, wanting to try to push. There's target-rich environment, still able to collect two. Shorty does cut him down to size. Slow creep up now from Jing. There's the dimensional drift, gonna be able to spot them out. Clear onto one, Jing now striking, stacks, dead. Flash is flying here into Meteor's face, and Jing able to go ahead and just knock them all out. DH, the last one standing. They're both solo, but Devi has the Outlaw on hand, has been so very clean with these snipers. And that is gonna be PRX now, allowing for the timeout call to lead to a round win.
Yeah, I mean, just really good reads from PRX and a few miscues from T1. You know, losing Buzz on that lurk. It looked so good until Devi just kind of was like, I got to go back into C and check my sight. And he has 5 HP, and oop, there's Buzz. Again, looking for something. Yeah. And this is a great play by Izu. This is the right move, but PRX also makes a good call there to evacuate with the overdrive pop, trying to create that extra angle of firepower. It's just a little bit faster than they expect, so they lose 2 to it. Still good enough, and a great job there popping the Yoru ult from something, giving all that information over to Jing so that he can clean up a couple players on a T1. Throwing those flashes out, getting the spots. Everything you could want there from your Yoru. Here he goes again. This time he's got backup.
Oh, sees multiple targets, decides to just back away. Something going to be doing very much the same, but there's the saturate laid back in for second. Reaggresses, and Jing tears them all to pieces. Quick 3K, flawless round. PRX up 8-2. I mean, do we need to say more? Like,
no, this is stellar stuff though. Look at the way they refract, and then they have the Yoru there who can leave. They can bait out a bunch of util. They're right there to re-clear this space off the back of Jing's paranoia. Absolutely brilliant stuff at Garage. This is so genius, and it looks so good. And it's so annoying to play against, because you think you've got the read, you think you've got the catch, and it turns out they've all just left, and you're the ones who are in the trap.
It's just so bizarre. I mean, it's a whimsy-less frying of T1 at the moment. PRX are just playing very well-measured Valorant here at the moment, and T1 just cannot keep up. Quick hit here onto the B site. The force up on the Stingers. Trip cleared around the back. Forsaken, willing to explore, willing to scout here. As Meteor staying tucked into the cubby. Plenty of footsteps going to be heard. Turns from the flash, something able to find one. Stinger gets a good amount of damage across, but eliminations cannot be found. Shock darts at the ready. Izu trying to scale forward, but now the defuse is just being held, and there's really nothing more that can be done. The fuse stuck one casualty. Some armor rebuys, but cash aplenty. PRX looking to deliver a 10-2 half.
It's incredible. I mean, the coordination here, the read, off the back of the clear, the clone gives away Meteor's position. Kind of gambled there. Something just had a smile on his face the whole round. At the end, he was just kind of like, yep. We're just storming through. Steel Garden, not super impactful, but impactful enough. Might as well use it. Now you've got a bunch of ults for T1.
Might have it off on the floor as well to try to utilize. Oh, and spam off the rip. Looking to try to tag up these players here on the approach. Hunter's Fury now going to be called through. Stax trying to line him up. That's going to be Media taking a little bit of damage, but Devi does get caught at the end. Meteor now forward here into window. Tries to swing the corner. And Patman there to boot, but Devi gets it done by himself. Just instantly finding the one tap. Player advantage again here in the hands of PRX. Relay bolt to delay. Forsaken held back. Jing though, they have no audio, and he's just absolutely dumpstering them. Stax to find one more, but Jing cleans up 3. Forsaken has the final, and there you go. 10-2 at the half on T1's map pick. PRX not even breaking a sweat.
I mean, they're so tricky with this composition. We've been talking a lot about the Yoru and the Waylay. Well, right there's another spice to add to this meal, because this is cooked so well. I mean, of course, about the Nightfall, TP combo. See it all the time, but with so many things going on in this comp in terms of who can be where and when, it's so hard to track for T1, and PRX just piloting this brilliantly. I mean, this is really a treat to see. And it's so fun to watch because you have so many different ways to combo these things. I mean, early on, it was a lot of, getting info, using the refract to just kind of take a peek, see what's going on, falling back. You still have the Vice for a little bit of help if things go awry off the contact initially. You have the Yoru who can rotate quickly, who can reinforce sites. Once you deal with Meteor, which happened a lot early on in the rounds, you were able to just break the map open and break T1 apart.
Yeah. Oh, well. I think our expectations for PRX coming into this, very misplaced. Our expectations perhaps with T1 having more time to cook and to try to develop here, likely misplaced.
Yeah.
All of the arguments about, well, the teams that have been playing recently, just now getting back to their regions, they're going to be a disadvantage. That might all just be squashed. Might not matter at all. Brennan shambles, perhaps.
I'd be okay with that.
Well, this needs to be insane. Stax and Buzz, first ones ever pull off a 2-10 recovery. That was versus Billy in 23 when they were still on DRX. Over at Champions. I don't see it happening.
I mean, I think a lot of the issues that you have on the attacker side is T1 now also rear their ugly head here on this defender side. I mean, there's so much ability to get info for free. This pistol must win, of course, but you still have so many issues to face, and you never know who's going to be kind of appearing behind you when, or who's going to be just kind of poking their head out, leaving the site, and then that's actually all just a fake to go a different direction. There's so many options here for PRX to toy with. Let's see what they're going to do. They're going to send out the Yoru TP early.
Saturate into the back of site. Doesn't get the hit, but Forsaken does. Headshot to take him down. Prowler chasing forward here on towards Buzz, who now rotates his way around into heaven. From control of the site, Patman peeking behind, looking for the kill here on Izu. Eats a good amount of damage. Buzz does have the cleanup there. Kill found. Forsaken holding close. And the try to scale forward is Meteor. Just dueling here against Devi. Widely the damage exchange is going in Devi's favor, but now he's going to turn his sights back over here towards the spike. Something. Trying to find one. Meteor eventually swooping around the back, able to find that kill. 2v1, both players tagged low, and Meteor out swinging something. Does manage to go ahead and assist in the defuse. T1 get the pistol that they very much need.
Yeah, this time able to hold the line. I mean, just this round kind of came down to some scrappy shooting, some angles trying to be held. And, you know, Devi and Meteor there just not really able to do much damage to each other initially. That's a great haunt. Catches 2. What a nice setup from Batman. At least get the plant down. It's a nice swing from Izu. Finding a good one. Paranoia connects from DH. Things looking good there. Meteor was a little bit fooled initially off the fake TP, but recovered nicely. Able to clean things up. No real buy up other than Devi's Sheriff. PRX gonna try to keep feeding orbs over. And that's a good kill for DH.
Sheriff on the floor. I mean, it's not only the kill, Forsaken's tag down to 40 as well. Takes even more there on the entry. Barely is able to rack out the safety, but now has 6 health. Jin gonna be good for 1, but the cleanup ultimately coming through. And DH, a very nice round to go ahead and get a very clean anti-eco. 3K here for the rookie player as T1 move up now 4-10, 6 more to go to try to tie it.
Yeah, you gotta imagine that's gotta be a bit of a confidence booster there for DH. Only 2 kills in that first half on his debut here at VCT Pacific. And this is not a team I'd want to go up against on my first time out. You know, no matter what the map is, you know PRX is gonna have something for you. Getting it going. Let's see if they can keep it up. A bonus would be massive here for T1 to get.
Something's gonna buy an outlaw, but it's actually just 1/2 armor here.
Yeah.
Izu, ooh. Did he see the close player? I don't think so. Jing has gone unnoted, but Izu has the faster adjustment. He's able to double up for a second. Divine now gone. Gonna hold the phone. Things might just be getting interesting here. Forsaken trying to scale forward. Jiggle peek out from Izu. Able to backpedal. Patman still going to be scaling up along the wall. Gets the headshot there onto the neon midair. Finds himself a second. Stacks out dead, but Meteor pushing out of the mid, finding an immense amount of damage. Patman and Forsaken just 31 health between the 2 players. Buzz between them does have that outlaw, so could potentially be a vulnerable target. Classic in hand, of course, is the correct play as Forsaken in the meantime trying to get this plant down. DH going to be wrapping around back towards main. Sets up the smoke to try to push through this one perhaps, but is he going to get the read that Forsaken's out here? The answer is absolutely not. Kill now found. Buzz has to turn his sights over in towards B. Finds the first. The strike getting ready to come in from behind. Shots dodged. Buzz down to 42. This plant not here for Patman. Slowly creeping up. The Phantom in hand. The jiggle on the corner. Buzz has the shots, and T1 have the bonus conversion.
Oh man, so close there. It looked like maybe Patman was going to be able to just break this round apart here for PRX. Using that Waylay Refract to keep taking space. Izu has to go for a second check. This early double kill with the Spectre from Izu. Has to recheck long A, and Patman makes him pay. Plays right off the back his own Prowler. Meteor almost finds a second. DH learning the hard way. How Forsaken likes to play on smokes. Ooh, that's fast, Buzz.
Good little Red Bull clutch trying to really build up that momentum. 5 rounds now separating from PRX. Going in with a decent little investment. Still going to be having a good amount of money. So full buy coming into the next round. Buzz not really stopping. Finding one. Something going to be taken down. TP forward now. Izu here at back sight. Trying to dodge. And I don't believe he actually ends up getting caught by that Saturate. This thing's out starting to spiral. 2 quick collections there for DH. Patman with some nice sheriffing. That's down 2. There's just going to be too many targets, too many directions to try to pay attention to. So T1 continue to run this back.
Yeah, don't mind the idea here from PRX. Just turn up the tempo. Go for some kind of set execute. Go for a little run and gun. You know, we've seen this work for them before, where they just create chaos with some stingers and other stuff, and it just kind of works out for them because they're just so fast. But Buzz able to catch something on the entry. And then, you know, Forsaken dashes up on top of the gen. DH there, nice transfer. And then Patman had to reload, and that's when T1 was able to swoop in. Overdrive good, timeout here, gonna come through for, I assume, PRX, indeed, and try to talk about what they can do a little bit differently. I mean, I think you just gotta work the map a little bit more. I mean, I think you just need to kind of do some of what you were doing on the defender side, on the attacker side here, and that's, use that early refract to get a little bit of info, maybe at, long A or sewers or mid doors, and then kind of try to play off the back of that, because I think that's one of the most successful things you've seen on this attacker side is when Patman was able to follow up off of Forsaken's refract, and then they were able to scale a little bit off of that, just play a little bit more disciplined overall. I mean, it is a bit of a tricky comp for sure.
The manga art right there.
That is really impressive.
Zizou saying the DH, like, gonna do well?
My little bro.
Oh, has been slowly getting the gears turning. 7-13 and 6 at the moment, so still good at involvement when it comes down to the kills being found. Obviously, first half setting them up for a pretty significant deficit overall. T1 doing well to try to claw this one back. Forsaken going to be watching close. Well, just around the corner. It looks like ultimately we'll just go ahead and pull away from that angle. This is going to have PRX now leaning more in towards the A side.
They heard that, but you can still make fast rotations with the Neon, so.
Drone checks.
All you think you see is Jing there.
Cover going out.
Have to suspect that there's going to be more, and now you hear it coming. Converging paths going to be sent out, tucked into the corner. Here is Stax and Forsaken able to collect one. DH has managed to fight back for a kill. Trade going to be coming through as Izu able to find enemy Omen at the same time. Push forward something, trying to scale off the back of that one. The flash connecting on the Izu means that he gets taken down, but Meteor's still here. Dancing around the boxes, trying to dissuade, and it looks like ultimately it will be a pull off of the A site here from Patman. Spike in hand, Divine. Gonna try to linger around, but Neural Theft tells all, gets the reveal. As Spike ends up getting shipped all the way across towards the C site.
Yeah, that's really nice there for T1.
30 seconds
They're
left.
going to anticipate where Devi is going to be holding. Plants coming through.
Meteor swinging the corner, eats a good amount of damage. Buzz, however, at the same time, able to find Patman. The spike planted. Devi, he's just got to sprint for it. The cam is there, and I just don't think he's going to be able to get line of sight in time. The hold coming through, continuing to push forward, and there is the defuse. The flash just now ringing out, but the round is already over. T1 continuing to claw this back now. 5 consecutive round wins, all still carried over.
Wow. I mean, they're really not having an easy time. This is a great combo. You use the convergent paths, you follow up with a Nightfall, a good flash from something, but T1 here able to work the site well enough that they don't crumble. The trades were there, but a lot of the other players from PRX were a little bit far behind, or in the case of Devi, trying to do a lurk and just couldn't quite get there in time. It's that TP forward again.
Just stuck between a rock and a hard place, ultimately. Buzz eating a tiny bit of damage from the Thorns. Just gonna have to back away, though. Couldn't really get the operator set up on the angle. So for now, full A lobby control in the hands of PRX.
Yeah, they're just not quite able to find the same level of success, with T1 able to just play so defensively, just fall back so quickly off of whatever PRX is trying to create.
Smoke cycled forward, and this is going to be a big push now going in towards DH. Lone player on this C side of the map. Devi. Able to get through. Did he go underneath of the trip?
I don't know.
I didn't see it, but now Buzz is going to be absolutely destroyed. Striking. Hadn't toggled the cam. Hadn't gotten a spot here on the Vice. DH does manage to go ahead and shut him down. 1 for 1, but still eats a good amount of damage. Something trying to hold close, but Stax able to swing in, playing off the back of the movement from Izu. It's breaking the aim, but once again, the lurk coming through. Forsaken on the approach. The C's to try to grab, and now the strike in from behind. Leaves just Meteor and DH trying to find their way back into this one. Now just the rookie. Finds the first, cognizant of the swing out from backside, but Jing will be able to collect it. PRX break the win streak and get themselves up to 11.
Yeah, this is huge for PRX. Just a great push and pull using that Yoru ult to success. And Devi, I don't know if the trip was too low, too high.
He just had it too low. I'm pretty sure he just crouched underneath of it.
Yeah, very well could be. Still able to get through, and that is what kind of is a difference maker there. A good catch with the fade util again. Patman really, really on point in my opinion. Has done a great job landing good haunts, using his Prowler to set himself and others up in case the C's look good. So he's been really fantastic. Do have a Hunter's Fury here, 4 stacks. Buzz with the Guardian. Gets a little bit. Yeah. Trying to bait a little bit.
Just makes a quick exit. Triple approach now through the sewer. Devi. Big lurk forward onto the C side, and it looks like he's going to start calling for the retreat here. Trying to get this rotate going. DH, however, seeming like maybe he's read this, and he has. Devi struck down. Looks like PRX still wanting to commit here onto this site. Jiggle Peak spotting nothing. Teleports back Platt. Good reposition. Meanwhile, Meteor may be about to try to duke it out. Good clear from Izu. Tries to disguise the positioning here of the Omen, who now goes in for the strike. Quick smoke going to be set up, gets the spot out, the Paranoia going across, and that's going to be Monsters, but Patman still able to find one as Meteor's going to be taken down. Swap the Bucky, now Buzz, scooping up the Vandal, able to find Patman through the box, cleans him up, DH, gets up the top, Platt, Jing going to be dropped. 2 remaining players, so very low, the right-click kill. Ringing out here for Buzz, full flash into the face of Forsaken.
30 seconds left.
Who has made noise. 26 seconds, 36 health, finds one, Buzz down, 18 health remaining. Refract available. Tries to go for the repeak. And it stacks. Will just swing the corner. Not allowing for PRX to get up to map point.
Oh, man. Buzz is playing really well there. Just doing a great job of playing his life. DH as well. Moving. DH as well, moving over behind Platt, even though Izu not able to hold the line there behind the box initially. Buzz phenomenal. Just working these angles, switching over to the classic at the perfect moment. Stacks able to catch Forsaken right as he's trying to leave. Good read there from the IGL. It's going to be a weaker buy. Forsaken with a Bucky. Patman, Sheriff, Devi Sheriff, Jing Sheriff. Something just a classic.
There's a real chance that they're going to be able to do some damage. As how is he alive?
No hard feelings.
I don't know. I don't know. Just unlucky.
It's like Marty McFly. Back to the Future 3.
Maybe they just.
He's got a sheet of metal. Just
maybe it's just got salt in the ammo. Just rock salt.
Unbelievable. Well, Meteor going to be traded back. Jewel the corner, some shots flying through, but DH collecting 3. Another big round here from the Omen as T1 get up to 9.
Well, this is starting to look really doable. I mean, you can see that PRX just doesn't have quite the same level of ideas here on this attacker side with this comp. I thought this comp had some legs on this attacker side, but it's been really difficult for them to find their moments. You know, they're just getting cut down. I just don't know.
It doesn't make sense. Look, I'm a Judge hater, but at the same time, he should have been dead to rights.
Yeah, that looked like it was an easy kill for Izu. No idea.
That is insane.
Well, got some big ults here again. Nightfall, Steel Garden for Devi. This one kind of feels like it's got to go for PRX. It's a buy. They're going to be out of money again.
Standing ahead.
Got some ultimates to use.
Izu trying to take some space. Is Forsaken. Narrowly able to go ahead and jump back, turn to the flash, push forward. And the angle double stacked, but it is going to be stacked as well as Izu eventually taken down. Weapons here in hand as they look to try to push forward now. The site opened up by Jing. All of T1 in position. Dimensional Drift from Buzz can try to lead the way. Steel Garden, however, available from Devi on the opposite side.
I'd like to see PRX just back off now. Once the ult's about to expire.
Was able to find one, turns back over towards Long. Devi going to be struck down. Something now in a 1v2.
Cutting through.
Damage onto the Yoru. Meteor low. Something jumps back across. The smoke now dissipating. It seems like Meteor having the read there for a brief little moment. The turn of the flash. But ultimately they have no real idea. Strikes the tap on the defuse. And the one tap to set Meteor down. Red Bull clutch. Something gets the team to map point.
Match point.
So nicely played there. A lot of times in those post plants, the gate crashes have been faked to try to keep T1 off balance. This time he commits to it. They can't read where the hell he went. I like that PRX is just grouping up here, playing for trades early. Jing just kind of screwed in that corner. That's a great double for Buzz. But again, something is going to out-Yoru him there. And then the one tap on the Meteor. And he stands up and says, we're not done yet.
Who's next?
Got the Waylay ult, yeah.
You've got so many ults.
Yeah, this is scary.
Dimensional drift here. T1 need 3 in a row. Nightfall going across the TP4. DH, if he's able to turn back, he sees it. Meteor gonna be good for 1 before getting taken down. That's gonna be a massive trade up as Forsaken immediately jumps back. Kill onto Izu. Buzz still fighting back, looking for a little bit more, but eventually Forsaken will have him on the floor. Stacks now, last one standing. So Refract is available, but cannot use it. Stacks comes up with a kill. The drone now up and over the top. Something swinging around the back. The TP towards front sight. Stacks, a Red Bull clutch of his own. Gets the 3K to keep T1 afloat.
Yeah, I mean, this round is probably going to infuriate Coach Alex a little bit because there was a lot of over-peaking here by PRX, trying to go for some big moment plays. It's a great util dump. It breaks things open. I mean, DH is just screwed. There's nothing he can do. But you're giving Stacks these 1v1s. You're swinging out on him. You know, Forsaken there, maybe could have tried to play it a little bit safer, waited out for something to get there so they could just try to create the 2v1.
Buzz just not looking to push the angle. Lets him swing down into him. Outlaw delivers. That's the gun that they would love to collect, but Buzz on the repeat, able to find another Forsaken now. Taken down, Bulldog passed over into Patman's heads and immediately does manage to put it to use. The previous clutcher, gotta be cleaned up, but Buzz is looking for an ace potentially now. As he's been the one player that just hasn't really called it quits this entire map, even in that first half. Now he's looking for a little bit more. We'll see if he can find it, and he does. Welcome back to stage 2. It's gonna be Buzz picking up the Predator ace as T1 unthinkably are 1 round away from sending us into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they're just really picking up the pace, and Buzz is leading the charge, like you said. He has always been seemingly reliable for at least 2 kills. And here he gets the ace, clean, very, very clean there.
Timeout.
And we're gonna get another timeout. PRX going to use their final one here in the last round of regulation to try to figure out a way to get this to go.
And it's just been such a bizarre tale, because I mean, you look at that first half, you're like, surely T1's the first team to use both the timeout. No, this run back. Apparently this map is defender-sided now.
Who knew? With double duelist on both sides.
On both sides, yes. Well, that rightmost sign there in support of Buzz has been absolutely delivering here for the team. This is now that do or die moment. The teams have talked about it plenty of times across the board, across all regions. Losing in a close map like this can absolutely crush you compared to being blown out of the water. So for T1, they're not able to get this done. Given the next upcoming map, it could just be GG go next, but they have so many tools to try to make this work.
This is just the most Pacific thing I've ever seen. Just like 10 and 2s maybe, if T1 can get this to go in overtime.
With TP into the corner, it's a full flash, but Izu can't render the weapon in time. Jing does manage to find that one. Forsaken at the same time, going to be taken down, and that's a good amount of the entry power now out of their hands.
Just that same setup there. Jing trying to counter those early pushes with those quick TPs. Able to get it to go. It's going to be checked though. Drone does spot him.
Jiggle peeks out.
Yeah, trying to make the move.
Buzz trying to watch and see if he can spot a reposition, but it will just be the TP out on the exit. Smoke under the garage window. DH quickly repositioning the C site open here for the taking.
Buzz has got his ult, so even though you're likely to get this plant down, DH is sliding away. Oh, they're going to back off of this. They actually have the site open, but something about it made it uncomfortable for them.
Seems like they might think that maybe it's a trap. Speaking of which, double trip set up here on the entryway. Meteor waiting for the gate crash. He's able to find one. Patman quickly, she goes back in. As Buzz, the mask, ends up going on. Turns around the back. Calls out Jing there, forward into the smoke. Just checking these player positions. The paranoia gets sent out. The push for the shorty, not confirming the kill. Trying frantically here with a spray to find Patman, but he's somehow avoiding all of the shots until DH eventually comes up with a headshot. Divine now, last one standing, finds it, but DH holds the line. Another 3K for the rookie. And off the rip, we're going into OT.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Yep. It do be like that. This is the thing I was worried about in this round here for PRX is with that ult available for Buzz, he's been so good. Both Yorus have been really good with their ults, finding tons of valuable info and setting up their teammates. You know, playing off that first trip as Meteor, Patman ready for the follow-up right before the second trip. And that's really good stuff from T1. And DH there, gotta feel good that, you know, you come into this first match, things look like it's just gonna crumble on your map pick against a team that's been banning this map basically permanently for quite some time. And now you're forcing overtime, coming back 10-2.
I must wait a moment.
Got to love it. Now you got the tougher side of the map facing you as T1. This defender side was where things were really problematic. Refract again, and he's got another kill.
Yeah, he does. Meteor just can't get away from it. Given the runbacks that we've seen, the one-sided scored lines, it does feel like whoever's able to get this on the attack should be well set to try to take the map. We'll push in towards backside. Forsaken trying to spam out from behind that box, but it's going a little bit wide. Buzz safe there for the moment. The plant now coming through here from Stacks. A little bit more damage is going to be found, though. Tries to maintain this position. Gate crash. Gets him over towards Cuppy, should he decide to take it. Dash coming through. Izu looking for the flick over to the side, but Divine able to find it. Buzz now going to be taken down as something finds that kill. Flash going to be turned from Stacks, has Divine right there in his sights, but now it is all on DH. The 1v4. They try to close it out, finds the first. Defuse not being held. The steps coming in. Oh, it looks so doable. But Divine, the veteran on the opposite side, is able to shut the young gun down. PRX once again up to map point.
I mean, again, though, it's these early picks that PRX is able to find, in particular Forsaken, that makes this map so much more difficult to attack for T1. Losing that flank control means you have to commit DH to C long, to C lobby, to make sure that somebody isn't coming from that angle. And that's why he's the last one to show up. You don't have that extra player to trade. He does his damnedest, was really close.
I mean, if he gets the buy, he almost certainly
feels like
would have that clutch. Jing was so very low on health. Buzz, though, force here onto the operator. Izu making plenty of noise. As Buzz gets situated on the line. This time, though, Jing cannot get out scot-free, cannot get the kill. And Buzz is that second layer. They keep it disguised. That's both duelists now from T1. Getting out scot-free.
That's just a good read from T1.
Clear the trip, but this time the B site double stack, triple in fact as Izu peeks in from the A connector. Spike is now stranded. And for PRX, there's not much more to be done. T1 having a lock on this one, it would seem, as we get ready to reset.
I mean, you gotta try to go for picks. You gotta try to open up the map a little bit. You have 54 seconds to work with now, but just nothing doing. T1 being disciplined, being patient, playing this exactly as you should. Oh, that's a nice find.
It is.
Last player standing.
But that's an even better one. Something would be an ace clutch to bring the map to its end. DH timing to something, able to find the kill. 25 seconds remaining as the cage gets popped. Gate crash forward. Into the corner. Easy, ready to swing. But reads it as a fake. The time ultimately just not really going to be here for him.
10 seconds left.
Trying to isolate and divide, but Meteor finds the timing. 13-13. We keep on going.
Yep. Just like what we saw in the regulation time. It was just both teams playing defense well. This is just them remembering what Jing likes to do. She's just setting up to clear one angle, open it up so that Izu could safely slide in there and make sure he can deal with Jing.
30 seconds.
Perfectly done. And then starting to win some of those battles. And that's big for T1, but
timeout.
gonna take a timeout here now. to try to figure out a way,
C1.
to get this attacker side to go. This is tricky. I mean, with the ability of PRX to just kind of go for a lot of safety in terms of peaks and info gathering in unconventional ways, makes it really difficult for T1 to get a good read, to get their kind of plans committed without PRX understanding. And that has made things very, very difficult. And more often than not, it's just been an opening kill on the Meteor, which has really just set the map completely off balance for them, because then you're trying to force the issue on one side. You have no coverage of your flanks other than a body.
I'm gonna say, oh, somebody came all the way up from Daegu. This guy came from Texas.
That's a bit further.
A little bit further. KTX line doesn't really connect.
Not yet. Maybe someday. I can only dream as a fellow train enjoyer, along with Mimi.
I mean, at that point, if we have a train like that, I mean, we're just looking at Snowpiercer. It's
That's
just
fine.
going around the world.
I don't care. I could stay on trains the rest of my life.
I'll find you.
See if PRX can try to get this train back onto the tracks.
Look at this.
Again here on the defending side.
Deep smoke, didn't matter.
Finds one, and that's Buzz down. Danger Man dealt with. Izu able to find one. DH trading it up, as well as Stacks getting involved. A site now open for the taking. So far, it seems like this timeout might have worked a treat for T1. Just a Divine Forsaken left to try to pick up this defending side. Round win, and Forsaken does manage to outduel the rookie. Not much damage going to be suffered either. Slowly pushing forward, up out of sewer. The double face in, and Defy gets it done. Cleans it both up. The defuse to come through. PRX in the end able to shrug off the timeout call.
This is a good round, a good idea from T1 in terms of their macro play. I like the early deep smoke from the Cypher, kind of allow them the extra space to kind of create a push over towards sewers and over towards A long. And Izu able to win a big battle. You're able to win these trades, get the man advantage, but then you can't win the 1v1 in sewers and the 1v2 over towards Link. And that's just devastating. Let's see what they've got dialed up here for their attacker side to try to close the map out. No op going to be purchased for PRX. Still going to be Buzz with the glass cannon. This time Buzz tucked in over at C. Long being checked. There was no contact off of that. It's PRX looking for if there's going to be any aggression. You know, double duelist knows double duelist game. Looking to see if maybe Izu is going to try to accelerate. Actually, it's Buzz pushing space.
Looking for maybe a collab there, but we'll be happy just to find the one. Some taps coming through, and Izu mows them down. Something can only find the one. The overdrive now popped. Device position previously noted. Izu does get clipped there in the head, does get taken down, but Buzz plays it nice and slow, gets him slotted in his sights, and continues to keep this neck and neck as we reset once again.
Yeah, just nobody can really figure out how to play attack against each other. And again, it's, you know, PRX is aware that there's going to be some kind of aggressive maneuver, but it's not the one that they anticipate. They had checked a lot of the other boxes, but they hadn't checked long C. That was the one that ends up getting them. That's the first time we've really seen Buzz get that deep on that side of the map. It works a treat. What else can either of these teams do? T1 again, going to try to show some presence at least on A. Are they going to fully commit to it? This time, stacking a little bit more towards the long A side, but you know, PRX here is also really committing to this sewers defense. Patman here to back up Jing.
Fine timing. DH dead. The Cypher's going to be there in play as well as flash forward, and Izu fully catches that one. Buzz trying to push up. He's going to be taken down, and suddenly it's all on Izu. Fun of the first, slides across the way. Does have the spike in hand. Prowler confirms the presence as Forsaken swinging around the back, the double face here onto the side. Izu trying to go for the sprint. The haunt reveal coming through, and Patman will be able to swing in from behind. PRX once again getting themselves up to map point.
Switching sides. Match point.
Well, This could go on for quite a while. Not gonna lie. If the 10-2s, you know, on both sides are the indicators of how likely it is that someone gets an attacker side win, 1 out of 5. So I think we got like 2 more overtimes to go if the math holds.
Sure.
The averages hold.
Why not?
Now we wait.
Okay, this time there is going to be an operator. I was wondering about this for PRX. I could see them thinking about it in their buys. In the previous one, it's actually going to be Devi. Oh, they've got the spot on the Buzz too. They know. They know that he's got that op.
Devi's not peeking into the angle, but he's over there trying to clear that Prowler, but my God, what a readjustment from Buzz. Hits the flick to take down something and get up to 30 frags. Unbelievable. From the T1 Yoru was the refract, scouting Meteor's position. He's gonna look to try to push forward. Sees, dodge, the spray down from Stacks, able to find 2. Meteor gets rid of Jing. They know that the op is gonna be in play. Meteor just here around the corner. The pinch comes in. And that's T1 continuing to just go back and forth as the pendulum swings.
Overtime.
Well, I mean, kind of what you would expect in a matchup between 2 Masters champions, right?
That's a sliggy nice shot from me. Excellently done there from Buzz.
Let's go. Yep, just still good energy. Still good energy.
Back to the attacker side.
Whee!
Oh,
I mean,
if we had $1 for every attacker side win, we'd have
many dollars. You could get a lot of good ramen for that, man. Hey.
True.
All right, well, surely this time, right? Let's try B. We haven't tried that in a while. Maybe that'll work. Sometimes it's that simple.
Well, it's going to be a big paranoia going across. Izu left out to dry, mowed down. Patman able to find DH at the same time. Now Buzz comes up with 1 there on the Divide. The Nightfall holds them all back. Tucked widely into window. It's Forsaken. Oh, nearly finds the timing there. Saturate going to be swung out. And now the spike down on the floor. Forsaken still on the approach. And they just have him completely pinned in. Meteor needing to win this fight. Finds the first. Jing going to be down to 23. Forsaken diving forward. Looking for a little bit more, but now it's all in the hands of Buzz. Being low on health. 1 kill to Dimensional Drift as well as that plant. Spike now getting scooped up. Forsaken. Rather something. I don't know what my brain's doing right there. Jet lag.
30 seconds left.
Something slid forward here at Sewer. Buzz slowly creeping his way in towards this A site. 20 seconds remaining though. If he tries to go for the safe plant, something should just be able to clean this one up.
Here's the footsteps.
Checks back. The swing out. He does so much damage. He's trying to stick for this one. That's going to be the clone coming through. Then the reface. Just couldn't get it down in time. Something managing to continue with the wins here on the defending side. 16 rounds for PRX.
Good side, idiot.
Well, you know, you tried to go B, just get caught in the util in the crossfire.
Switching sides.
Then you get hit with a Nightfall, and you've got a bit of a fight back, but you're just at such an awful position at this point in the round. I mean, Forsaken gets in your back lines, able to dodge the Cypher utility, even though Meteor doesn't die early in this one.
Timeout.
He's still able to find value. Now it's going to be PRX taking their timeout, trying to see if they could end our Groundhog's Day scenario here, as it has been nobody but defender side taking rounds. And it's a tough call to make because honestly, you saw a lot of different ideas from both teams, you know, and how they're approaching these rounds, how they're trying to throw different ideas at you. Maybe this is a good round for some kind of big old fake. Try to use some of that insane amount of teleportability that you have to really throw a T1 off balance. You know, or maybe you just have some kind of crazy TP scaling execute that you could just think up on the fly, and if anybody can do it, it's PRX. A lot of options, but you know, again, PRX, not much time to prepare for this. So a lot of probably what they're digging into here is just, hey, this might work. let's give it a go.
What does the call end up looking like? Seems like, for now, decent little stacks outside of A, as well as mid-window.
Buzz gonna try that long C approach. The op again. Something here. Spraying DH's angle. I don't know. Thought maybe he'd be able to catch a glimpse.
Spotted there. Buzz once again far forward, finds himself in cubby here for now. Gate crash set up to go over towards the back of C site.
Vice wall is set up behind their back today, so this is likely going to be an attempt to try to make some space at B or C. Look at this crossfire.
Gate crash set up. DH on that swing, but then ends up right out into the open here in front of everybody. Meteor on the check, knows that it's going to be a fake, but Jing just tries to teleport forward. Cage going to be popped. Meteor quickly trying to reposition the drop down. However, Forsaken is right there in front of him. Brings it down to the 2v2. Izo around the back, cannot win out the fight. It's all on Buzz. Spike still on the floor. Crash across, Buzz finding the shot. Something going to be taken down.
I have the spike.
He backpedals. Steel Garden available here to Divide. Does he send it off the rip? The answer no. Holds it here for the time being.
This is so tricky to play for both players.
33 health. Divide holding the angle here. Flash confirming nothing. Buzz swinging forward, checking out everything that he can! And Defy will strike the 3K to bring this map to its conclusion. PRX get it done, 17-15.
I mean, you knew it was going to be a little wild with the composition that PRX was bringing into Haven, but I didn't expect this. I didn't expect a multiple overtime with both teams just having solid locks on the defenders' ends. I thought this might be the opposite in terms of just both teams could play attack really well, nobody could defend. Just absolute madness, but what a cool idea PRX brought in here. I mean, a lot of good ideas, a lot of legs with this Waylay Yoru. I think maybe you could look at changing up what's behind it a little bit, but the Waylay Yoru I think has some potential.
That certainly has some legs to stand on. That was shown. Very solid though from T1 to try to rally back, and I think that overall a decent outing here from DH. Everybody having a bit of a rough go of it, aside from maybe Buzz in that first half. You can tell that they were finding their footing, finding their comfort when it came down to that defending side. It seems like maybe T1 not quite as down and out in this series as we might have previously expected, but this was their map pick, and that's something that we do have to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's really painful. Going into Lotus, which is one of the best maps that PRX has available to them, I'd say other than Sunset. And that's also the decider if it goes to map 3, so things not looking easy for T1 the rest of the way through. You would think this would have been a must win, but I don't know, with how wild this first map was, it's Pacific, all bets are off.
Yeah, I'm curious with, Lotus, do you go back to the older compositions? Does that ISO come out here once again from Meteor? Do you change it up? I don't really know, but all I do know is that we're going to send it back over to the analyst desk, who've been waiting with bated breath for quite some time to chat about Haven.
With glory. Yes, we were. This was a really exciting Haven. We expected nothing less than excitement from the two Masters winning teams here. And PRX pulling out that crazy comp. We wanted something off meta, especially big time. We got it, and we got quite a performance.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. It was chaotic. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it. That was going crazy, man. I felt like on the defense they had some great ideas, which we will touch on and expand more. But then, yeah, moving on to the attack side of it, T1 suddenly get into the game, and then we get this crazy back and forth in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, PRX, at the end of the day, they just haven't had enough time to really drill this map. They had some interesting ideas on it, some of which worked, but I think it really made it look like, especially on attack, some of their fundamentals were kind of going by the wayside. And you see the other side of that being that Buzz was having a fantastic game because people were just dry walking into him with the op. He was having an easier time getting a lot of these opening kills and things like that. You can see he's got 6 first kills there on the Yoru. I mean, great Yoru performance from both sides, but that's what we're expecting for something. And I mean, even Buzz, back when they were playing the ISO Yoru, he's been phenomenal on this map. It was great to see him back in some better form after some uncharacteristic kind of worse games in stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell PRX don't have experience on this map, especially on that attacker side.
Yeah.
They didn't really understand the defaults. They didn't understand what they're doing around A main. You can tell it's just a complete lack of reps, but the individuals on PRX, once again, again managing to make this work. If there's one team that is able to play the map that they never play, pick something crazy and make it work, it is PaperX, because they're so used to playing on the fly. They didn't have an IGL for like 3 years. I think if you take some other teams that rely a lot more on structure, they can't make this work. But PaperX do get it across the line because that's just who they are. They love chaos more than anyone, right?
I think maybe chaos that wasn't even planned. We could hear, I could literally hear Alex screaming from the coaching booth down there. They were not broadcast friendly words, so I'm not going to repeat it here. But even moments that happened during this chaos where even you, big time, were screaming too. Like, what are you doing? Walking out of that smoke. What are you doing? Dry peeking and off. But it worked to pull them through in the end. In fact, let's look at some of those highlights of what did work for PaperX.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this first half, I feel like they had some really, really nice ideas. The first one is, of course, playing Fade over the Sova. They're managing to get so many recons. People are getting tagged in a way you never see on Haven anymore because everyone knows where to shoot the darts.
I feel like T1 just didn't even, like, they're pretending the Fade Eye didn't exist half the time. They were getting scanned so bloody often. The other thing that was great about PaperX's defense was just how aggressive they were together. You saw both the combo with the Fade and the Euro being able to play forward and then either refract or TP out, but you always saw another player committed to the fight with them. You know, in this case, you see them TPing back in garage window and then re-engaging, but you even saw Gene with some great follow-ups as well.
I mean, this is a classic. You pair the Fade ult with the Omen ult so they can't hear the TP behind. We saw this on Lotus and maps like that, but you never see a Fade on Haven, so they managed to catch them off guard. But on the flip side of that, we have to highlight this man. Buzz was going crazy. In my mind, he made this close for T1 on that Yoru.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for T1, they've got a star-studded roster. They've got some names that can put up some serious numbers. Buzz has been Mr. Consistent both domestically and internationally for such a long time. So with T1 kind of dropping off the radar in stage 1, I think he's kind of maybe, you know, it's crazy to say Buzz has flown under the radar, but he really just put up a great performance, and he was very difficult for PaperX to deal with. You can see on the defense here how many off angles he's playing, how many free kills he's getting on PaperX, just dry walking into him. It was an easy game for him, but unfortunately, something going to get the MVP, as he was the Yoru that was on the winning team here. But very, very comparable performance, I would say, for both Buzz and Something. They were both very, very troublesome for the other team to deal with on the Yorus.
Oh, absolutely. Both of them are fantastic. And Forsaken, definitely got to give a shout out to him too on that waylay. He started this whole Haven with a bang.
I got to give Something an extra shout out as well, putting up these numbers as well as throwing like 5 suicide TPs in there as well. He was, he was very charitable this game, and he still put up 32. That could have been 40, you know?
Very much so. But I think we have to say, I'm worried now for T1. This is not the map PaperX play, and then, you know, you're gonna move across into Lotus where PaperX are so good. This shouldn't happen for T1.
Before that, do you think PaperX is gonna use this comp again on Haven? Would you keep this, or do you think it was a one-off for this situation?
If I was them, I would want to be putting time into Corrode and see if you can figure out Corrode, because I also think Double Duelist is nice on new maps in general, because you can just be a bit faster before the kind of macro is entirely ironed out. So if I was them, I would put time into Corrode, and then you can just sack off Haven again. This kind of feels one and done, but, you know, as Paper Thin was saying on the cast, I do think that this comp has legs if they want to make it work. I think they just need to rep that attacker side a little bit more.
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, I can see it work. I think the big thing is it kind of fits their style, where they do like to be a little bit more naturally aggressive. You could tell that there was layers to their gameplay. It gives them the ability to be able to dive. I mean, I said it before, where you had multiple people aggressing in garage, and then you had a TP off. You had Jing playing forward with it. I think any kind of comp like that, you'll even see it here on Lotus. They have very similar ideas where they're able to flood and fight together.
Absolutely. And you were talking about being a bit worried for T1 now that we move into Lotus, and Alex said it here. If there was one map he is pretty confident against T1, it would be the Lotus. And as you were saying, Pilsky, the comp is the style, the thought process behind it, very similar.
Yeah, I mean, PaperX, since they swapped over to this double duelist, the Yoru Raze comp, they've been on a run. I think they're, you see some of the data here, but there's also data from off-season tournaments. I think they're 14-3 on Lotus, and some of that is against, I mean, a lot of that is against world-class teams, not just domestically in Pacific, whereas T1, I mean, this is a map that they've since they used to play that Sova as well as the double duelist with the ISO, I feel like they've kind of been in a bit of a crisis trying to figure out what works on it. They did try to swap across from the Cypher over to the Viper, still playing the double duelist. It still didn't work particularly well for them. I think they might have even dropped a game to Secret maybe at the end of the group stage, or maybe it was RRQ that really kind of demolished them on Lotus at the end of the group stage, stage 1. And then they tried to swap Meteor onto Teo, which wasn't a good look either, to be honest. So I want to see what T1's cooked up here on Lotus, because I feel like they have been in a bit of a role crisis on this map for a little while now.
It's not been good for them. You know, we said in the pre-match here that we very much felt like map 1 should be going T1's way and map 2 should be going Paper Rex's way. But, you know, we just saw how the script was inversed there in map 1, but T1 have to pull off a similar level of upset to even take it to map 3, which, as our caster said, is Sunset, which is not exactly a bad map for Paper X. I have to say, if I was a T1 fan here, I would be getting a little bit concerned and a little bit worried.
Well, there is one thing that T1 does have in their advantage, it's time. They had a lot of time to work it out. They had a lot of time to watch Paper Rex on both Lotus and Sunset and figure something out to work against it. So the question is, of course, what are they going to do on Lotus? Have they figured things out, especially with all the role swaps?
Yeah, I mean, Paper X looking pretty similar. We'll talk about that in a minute. T1, though, we do have DH on the Omen. I mean, he actually had a pretty good game on Haven previously on that role. Meteor's back onto the Sentinel. It's good to see him playing the Vice, and they're going to back themselves again with the double duelist. This looks very similar to the comp they just played on Haven. They're going to back themselves with a very similar style, and we'll see how it works for them. Izu, once again, going to be playing the Neon.
Yeah, personally, I'm curious to see how much stuff T1 will have copied from Paper X. I mean, these comps are very, very similar with just swapping a Neon and a Raze, so a lot of the same ideas can be reused, but if you're trying to steal Paper X's stuff, I mean, they're going to have some answers.
Well, Lotus is the second destination, possibly the last one for this very first matchup of today, so we're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Lotus to see if Paper Rex are going to be able to get themselves a 2-0 victory to kick off stage 2 here in the Super Week, fresh off the plane. The work is going to be cut out for them here on the side of T1, but as we were talking about, as Vic just mentioned, they have had time. But have they made the most of it? That's the question.
Definitely something to look for here as we do continue with the same double duelist setup for T1. The Neon and the Oru. Curious to see what Izu's got in store for us with that. Had some good moments with it for sure. I mean, everybody kind of had their moments in that previous. It just went so long. You almost were given a ton of opportunities to do so. But I think, you know, trying to do your best Donby impersonation here as Izu just absolutely destroyed yesterday on the Neon on this very map. So looking to try to recreate that success. But, you know, a team that has thrived on this map, has been able to shut down so many different variations of compositions that they go up against as Paper Rex. So, you know, haunt out the rip, cleared there by Buzz. Just gonna use the smoke to scale forward a bit. TP is set up here for something.
It's completely alone. Let's see what exactly he wants to do. It's gonna be the swing here. Back rubble, and Buzz wins at the fight. Not even gonna be a shot taken. And everybody else here from Paper Rex situated on that B site, so tap at the door, A primed for the taking. T1 still just playing this out cautiously, not wanting to get caught off guard.
Yeah, I think this is a good read here from T1, knowing that something likes to play on the A side by himself typically. So you can just go ahead, get in there, get the plant set up, rethinking where they want this plant to be exactly. Seems like a little bit of extra space created at backside. They want to move that spike into a better position.
Just full face out in towards the vendor spawn. Izu leading the way, trying to break the crosshair, and Buzz able to profit from that. Divine now going to be taken down. 2 charges over towards that dimensional drift. 3 players still to deal with. Meteor catching a glimpse onto 1. Repositions out from stairs. Izu dancing around the bullets. Patman going to be struck down. Meteor looking for a little bit of impact here as Jing finds 2 quick kills with a frenzy. Izu still standing. Jing at 15 HP. Trying to find a timing. Playing a ring around the rosy, but so too is Izu. He's able to outpace him. The time is just not going to be there. Best that Jing can hope for is going to be another little ult charge, which he will be able to scoop up, but in the end, DH will put him down. T1 get themselves a second pistol win.
Yeah, gotta like the selfless play here from Izu on the Neon, setting up Buzz behind him. He's done this a couple times. Just a nice 2-tap here for Buzz. Hits the shoulder, hits the chest through the wall, and then follows up really nicely off of the Neon. movement. Wow, that's a crazy good transfer for Jing. He's so good with those frenzies. But the pistol rounds continue to plague PRX. I mean, something that we saw, you know, especially at Masters Toronto, where they just couldn't seem to win pistol rounds, but they're still able to win maps. And then I saw at the graphic at the beginning of the show that PRX was like #1 in pistols in Pacific. I was like, what in the world?
Certainly weren't at Toronto.
No. They might have been the worst in Toronto. I think they were.
It certainly would be a close call. I mean, given the number of games that they played, then yeah, no likelihood would be. Great shot from Divide, looking for a follow-up, but Stacks will be able to sit him down. We're going to be taking something, maybe able to recover the Sheriff as Door is going to get tapped. A little bit of an attempt at a crunch play. Jing striking, able to find one. Meteor back in from B main. Finds one more. DH now looking to try to just flush Jing out. Flashback to try to buy a little bit of space, but eventually DH will find the second kill, and T1 get the anti-eco win.
Yeah, not bad at all for T1. PRX loves that little trap play outside of Mound, trying to bait you in and then open up that door and swing out. 2-2 from each side. That's a belter of a shot from Divide. Woo!
That's why he buys the Sheriff.
Yeah, he's really quite good with it, and then, you know, you want to pick it up, but T1 aware of that as well. So it's kind of a game of chicken there, trying to take that space, and you know, T1 tries to use that against their opponents, but not really able to do so. A couple half armors here against this Outlaw, though, to be kind of thoughtful of. Forsaken play off the back of this Haunt, and Rebel Control will fall towards PRX. That means Showstopper grab for Jing. Buzz looking for one of those targets. It's actually Forsaken and Divide who have the half armors.
Yeah, and DH does get taken down. Good forward push. We'll just find him actually inside of a lobby.
They're kind of, both teams kind of misreading that situation, actually. PRX under the assumption that was a solo player.
Showstopper, and that's just going to be Meteor dead to rights. No real way to try to clean that one up or get away from it. Izu trading one back, but going to be held off as the slow creep up here on the angle comes in from Buzz. Gate crash sent forward. Will have been spotted, is being watched. Divide immediately able to find one. Corner angle now confirmed, and something cleans up the remainders. There's the one casualty. PRX nicely able to go ahead and stop a bonus conversion.
Yeah, that's really nice for them. Good play, finding that info before Jing commits the Showstopper. Oh, nasty shot there from Forsaken. You know, trying to slow him down with the relay bolt. They are going to be able to get the kill off the back of that at the very least. It's not bad, not a bad play at all from Izu, but the rest of it so difficult.
I go under.
Go under where?
Got the comms.
Please come back.
No revealing stress.
Darn. Oh, saw the head.
Izu trying to push up and catches the timing. Forsaken cannot escape fast enough. Good shot right as he was about to escape, and now Buzz pushing forward, able to find Jing as well. Player advantage, the Prowler. Pogs here on the door. Patman, however, scouted out by the opposition. Looks here at backside, but she's getting chipped away at, and eventually Izu's able to collect it. Divine still fighting back for a little bit more, finds a kill on the DH. Stacks. It's the plant here on the corner. Swing out off the back of the flash. Divine able to find one, finds himself a third now in the round as Buzz and Stacks both get knocked out. It's Izu and Meteor. It's a swing around the back. Something watching for it. Might not have audio, but he's got game sense still. Meteor now having to do it all. No thorns set up here on the spike. Holding it to half, spots him, knows that he's gonna be off of it here for now, but he's running out of time, and Divide continues to try to scale! And Meteor shuts him down, gets the Red Bull clutch, and T1 stretch the lead.
Stellar play there from Meteor, understanding that angle. But this looks real bad. This is a 2v5 for T1, and they almost throw it. Forsaken there, I guess just not anticipating. I mean, they saw the head bouncing of the Neon. The Haunt came just as Izu was getting through the door. Have the Nightfall, doesn't matter. A great flash from Divide, or from something to set up Divide there as well. Saw it bounce right in front to allow him to push out a drop. That's what you need out of Meteor. That's what you need out of your Masters Bangkok MVP.
Oh, DH kind of get lost in the sauce, and the paint shells flush him out into the open, so something quickly able to go ahead and scoop up that kill. Sherwalt is set up. Meteor trying to lurk forward, gets a smattering of damage across, putting Jing down to 53. Can't confirm the kill. At the same time, Izu sprinting forward. Shrug off the steel guard as relay bolt goes flying, desperately trying to find a buy, and eventually he's able to do so. The overdrive collecting the kill. It's a scout here onto a couple other players. Swing out, has to pull back away from the angle. Spike now planted, a 4v4. PRX trying to go on the retake, and that's a great first kill as Izu does get taken down. Buzz now going to be traded out, and immediately the remainders are found. Diffuse to come in, and PRX are going to keep this tight.
Just a little moment of hesitation here for PRX during that overdrive. Not much you can do to bail out Devi, and they kind of recognize it, and they wait out that ultimate, wait for their moment to strike. And that little extra pause gives them the ability to go for this flood retake, hit some nice shots, good opener for something. Yeah, you're screwed there, Devi. Buzz trying to cut off this approaching PRX force, but he gets shut right down. Great awareness there.
I'm crazy.
On the backside, and just handling that very nicely, quite frankly. Our PRX, in terms of the timing, the coordination, that's what you want to see. Clear the door here for Jing immediately. Give himself a little bit of extra option to pivot. Vicewall is going to be at the front of B again.
Look at where he's pivoting too. You've got the double stack there. Patman in position, sees nade combo is available.
Oh yeah.
So they're going to be considering it now, sending it the slide forward. Izu going to be struck down. There's the nade. Buzz gone. PRX play it beautifully. Midierfeld back over outside of C main. And that now leaves just TH and Stacks, a Stinger and a Classic in a 2v5 position.
Not going to be easy. Get the ghost. A little bit of extra firepower there. Have to clear some corners because you have zero info. What's going on over here? Just a little bit of an extra prize there for Stacks.
Door tap, Divide plays off of that. TP up in towards the site. DH not going to be able to find anything else there. Flawless coming through as PRX tied at 3-3.
Yeah, that's just kind of classic PRX there. Getting that combo so well timed, so well coordinated with Patman and Jing. And you see it all the time. Even though teams know it's coming, sometimes you just can't stop it, especially against Ecos. Really safe way that once a team commits to something, you're able to just shut it right down. And let's see what they want to do. Look at this stack. This is everybody from PRX over on A. Even Devi's coming.
That's only Buzz from T1.
It's a quick TP over.
Here's the util dump. Sheer wall reposition, goes over to the C site this time. As that's just going to be the gate crash forward, in with the dimensional drift. Two players going to be spotted out. Nightfall in response, but fully dodged. It's going to be a B site take attempt here from T1. Paranoia flying through, couple pot shots of the Outlaw, nothing going to be found. This Buzz now finds himself forward here at upper, the swing coming in, Patman. Caught up in the mix. Something starting the rotation, does have a dimensional drift of his own. He's immediately going to invest this one.
Vicewall just slowed up Jing on the backside.
Calling the spot outs, but running out of time here on the ultimate. Meteor going to be struck down. Forsaken. Playing forward in from main. DH here in the smoke. Swings out, finds the headshot. Devi going to be taken down. A huge kill to be found as the defuse started, but not quite held to half. Stacks there at upper, able to find both. As T1 narrowly finds some stability, two players surviving, they get themselves back into the lead.
Yeah, that was messy, and the comms must have been really good, really clean there for T1. There's a lot of good trading, a lot of good understanding of the space that they're giving up. Great clone there from Buzz to set himself up. TP over, catches a timing on the Meteor there. DH, so snappy. That's a huge win. And Stacks from top gets the job done. PRX, no miracles on B site this time. Gonna have the Odin though. Outlaw for Devi. A couple players gonna die instantly to that. Oh, something.
Speaking of dying instantly.
Oh,
speaking of dying instantly. Speaking of dying instantly.
I was hoping for your sake.
As Devi takes two shots this time. But It's just a great call. Everybody just dead off the rip. PRX just challenging forward, taking duels, and they get themselves another flawless round to tie it up 4-4.
Yeah, it helps when you're winning early contact. I mean, that's, if you play into that against PRX, you're usually going to have a bad time. I'm just going to be honest with you. You've got some of the best in the business. I mean, even though Meteor gets the spot, just a little bit of an extra movement there from something allows him to readjust and get the headshot. Devi still looking good with the snipers. Been seeing him picking those up lately, and he's still really efficient with it. It's going to be a T1 timeout. Love to get some more rounds on this attacker's side. But the thing is, against PRX on this map, they're really good on both sides of the coin. Like, they're really good on the defender side on this map, and you can see why. Like, they can win on contact. They're really good at taking rebel control. They've got these trap plays all over the place, and you never know when they're going to be sprung on you. You know, whether it be setting up for a mound crunch, you know, the C's nade. They're constantly taking space on the map. It is a really, really tough opponent to go against. T1 has done well so far. They found some good rounds, but certainly going to be tricky as Autumn brings a mascot with him. You know, saw the Sentinels bringing in
Hubert.
Hubert, that's the name of it. I almost called it QB, and I'm like, no, that's not right. I'm like, that's that cat thing in Madoka Magica.
The hell is that?
Yeah, you haven't seen it. It's a great anime.
Okay.
You gotta trust me on that one.
I thought it was a gotcha game.
No.
You. Well, fast lane set up. Push coming through. Meteor going to be smoked off the angle there with that Marshall. As push forward, and Devi is snappy as all hell. Finds Izu. DH now dead. Jing able to just get the peek through that narrow little gap, and Stacks now whittled away at down to 30 HP. I mean, yeah, just play off the guidance there, the Prowler up the boom bot. It's going to be back-to-back flawless rounds. PRX now gaining the lead. Timeout. Not going to be working here for the thrifty attempt. We'll see what happens now for T1 as they go back into the buy. Plenty of ultimates to try to utilize.
Yeah, maybe. Looks like Izu. Yeah, just walking right into Devi's crosshairs there. Devi, another 3K on the round for him. Just really well read there by PRX. What else is there to say? Because that was shut down from the get-go. Once Izu's down and out, you might as well forget about it. Odin in hand. Let's see what Forsaken could do with it.
Pretty sure everybody was pretty much unscathed as well in that previous round.
Yeah.
The lick of damage was taken.
Oh, they're sitting pretty with the money for sure, PRX. I love these Odins because it gives you extra space control here, even if you fall back.
Don't even try.
What?
Don't even try to say that you love these Odins. Thank you, Buzz.
I love it in this situation. I don't think it's a... Oh, okay, well, hold the phone.
It's a nice shot. Buzz tag down to 34 there. Sending forward the clone. Patman trying to hold the door, but DH able to very quickly cancel the movement. Finds the headshot. T1 looking to pull off a flawless of their own.
I mean, you might as well go for it. Here, see if you can grab a few extra guns away from T1. Yeah. Every gun you get here, very impactful. Economy for T1, not stellar. So might as well just keep pressing forward. Got a little bit of extra util for the Yoru still.
You're holding back. You're suspicious about it being a clone, and now we'll basically have that confirmed as the flash gets cleared. Something able to go ahead, slink away quickly. Devi in with a chance to try to get the jump, cannot do so. Something makes it a little bit more costly as he tries to escape. 10 HP here. DH getting close, but not quite going to be given the opportunity. So 5-5, we remain tied up. This time a bit cleaner here from the side of T1.
Okay, so hear me out. I'm not saying I love the Odin. I'm saying I like it in this situation because it gives you the ability to get some rubble control potentially. Not so sure how I feel about Forsaken pushing out from the doors.
Out of the door.
Yeah, that I don't like. I liked the initial idea, but it's PRX and
trying to play like Brock. Trying to play like Art.
Yeah.
Just use it as a rifle.
Yeah. I mean, very few players can mimic what those two can do at the Odin. Well, we've seen Arch struggle with it in stage 1. Maybe we'll see a little bit more Odin magic from him. Or maybe he's just, you know, practice rifling. You have your doubts?
No, I'm sure he's been practicing it.
All right.
Had plenty of time.
I do too. I'm sure he has.
Hoping that's the case. Slow re-clear back over towards A. Jing and Forsaken, however. Just here around the corner. Smoke across onto B main. Paranoia at the ready here from DH sends it. Jing sending out the rocket here immediately. Forsaken swinging up and back. Rubble finding himself a second kill. Stacks can take it down. Jing still hovering around, trying to flush a Buzz out into the open instead of the spray, but Buzz is able to win that one out in the end. Steel Garden going to be sent. Bit of a shallow one there. This Buzz immediately going on the pivot here, trying to get a spot out onto anybody around this B site. Exits it. As now their own dimensional drift going to be coming through. Prowler try to tech. Sees connecting. Patman swinging out of the smoke there at upper, able to find one. And Divide gets away scot-free. Meteor cannot collect that kill, but eventually is able to find as he re-swings back into the angle. Patman now shut down. The clone gone. Something needing to do it all, but Meteor already has it done. 3K here from the Vice. T1 regaining the lead, looking for 7-5 at the half. PRX, though, an opportunity to keep us neck and neck.
I mean, this opener here for Forsaken and Jing just overstaying their welcome. Trying to challenge Buzz, and Jing's going to pay the price. A good Steel Garden, a good follow-up off that to make sure that you're going to get that kill onto the Spike Planter. But then you try to challenge Meteor 1v1. You don't want to let him get heated up.
3 times in a row, mind you. 1v1.
Yep.
Certainly ill-advised. No real ults to speak of going into the last round of the half. Both Omens do have the From the Shadows available, but without the Nightfalls to back them.
Something could get his ult. Izu could get his. It's about the only thing to really consider, you would think. Just looking for some of that aggression there. Kind of making some noise at the front of C. They had Buzz tucked in over at the inside of C door.
You're begging for a jump peek there, but it'll just be the smoke cycled forward instead.
Oh yeah, Meteor probably starting like he might be feeling it after that last round.
Flash gonna be dodged. Prowler confirms it. Buzz, however, loses his life. It's a swing coming in, and Jing, there's the second layer out from Baby Door. He's able to find Izu. Stage now set. PRX.
It's TP.
Looking to try to tie it up. The push on the door. And Forsaken outdoes Meteor. Don't think he's going to be ready for this angle. No. Stacks does manage to go ahead and get the kill. Does get locked out. Has to retap this. As DH tries to take some forward space, but has since been scouted by the Prowler, by the Haunt. Tucks in the drop. Refaces out. Stacks now trying to fight it out. Trying to win it. And can't quite get there. Something managing to put him down. 6-6, we are tied.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I really love the way that Forsaken and Jing played this round compared to the last. It's a quick kill and a retreat immediately. A quick TP with Jing backing him up from the breakable door. And then immediately Forsaken uses his ult to go into tree. You know, they're kind of anticipating that maybe somebody in there, but he's still able to outduel them from that spot. It's kind of an unexpected TP angle.
Well, we couldn't really tell what was going to happen going into the second half of that first map. Certainly shocked at seeing it go to overtime and having that many resets. And I am just as befuddled going into the second half of this one. 6-6, perfectly balanced between the squads. Let's see how T1 ends up looking here from the defense.
Yeah, it's really tough for T1 now. You know, on this map, who knows though? I mean, Haven was so defender-sided, anything's possible here. Could just be very even again. A big pistol round, that could be the decider in some ways. How close things get. You know, but PRX winning just a bit more, you know, outside of the pistol and the eco. So for them, certainly you think, you know, you've got a real good shot here, especially if you win this pistol round. Curious to see what it's going to look like. And, you know, you think about it, this attacker side for PRX, it's a lot of, you know, taking a little bit of early rubble control, using something Yoru to maintain that space, and then kind of working the rest of the map off the back of that. You know, they love to pivot back to A if the option's given to them. They hold that very, very nicely. This is a very quick B hit. There is that Vice wall there, though, unless they're just going to bypass it. Could just use a little bit of util.
1, 2, 3. Everybody storming forward. Just Devi. The Sheriff in hand, lingering outside of C, trying to see if anyone goes for that main push. As Stacks trying to send out the Haunt, immediately going to be scouted out. He is just going to be dead to rights. Jing able to find one there with the Frenzy. Buzz peeking in towards upper. Finds a headshot. Looks for the second. Gets it. Something gets annihilated. Forsaken trying to drive him out of the corner, but Buzz still holds his own. Divine out. Last one standing. Finds DH. Retap of the spike. The smoke now gone. Buzz collects himself a fourth. Massive rally back. A third of his kills all collected here in this pistol round. 3-1 in pistols here. RT1 now 1 up on Lotus.
Yeah, it's a good idea from PRX. Getting past that Vice wall quickly, getting the plant down early, pressuring Stacks. You get the man advantage, but what do you do against this?
You die.
Yep. I mean, Buzz just so good in this moment. Was one shot there to Devi's Sheriff as well. Able to find the head instantly and prevent any further damage being done, securing the round. Now he's going to grab that Vandal for himself. Well earned, I'd say. That extra cash he's going to be able to bring. This is the initial shot.
That it does, and has to make a swift exit, so damage not going to be found. Orb going to be taken there by Jing in the meantime. DH really wanting control over Rubble and A main. He's actually going to push the smoke. I was going to say it's versus Devi on the opposite side with that Sheriff in hand, but doesn't manage to get the shot out. It's a very nice little bit of aggression here from the rookie. And there's Izu jiggling, looking for a little bit more as the spam has something down so very low. Up and over the top he goes. Shots eventually connecting. Jing going to be taken down as DH finds himself a second.
Spike down A.
Stacks refilling the space, catching Forsaken unawares. Izu has the cleanup. Damn near flawless. It's going to be T1 closing out the anti-eco.
You know, kind of interesting to see T1 leaning into these Spectres in these anti-bonus rounds, or in these anti-eco rounds. Not many teams are doing that anymore. A lot of teams have kind of decided, you know, especially at Toronto, talking to a lot of coaches, that the Spectre isn't worth the investment cost when you could just grab a Stinger. But they put it to good use. I mean, we saw it on Haven, where Izu was able to do a ton of damage with it at Abe Lobby. So, I mean, if you're comfortable with the gun, I feel, you know, it seems like they still feel like it has a place. So just something I want to bring up, just kind of an interesting meta discussion that's going on behind the scenes with Stinger versus Spectre. And frankly, it's worked out so far. Got 2 of them coming into this round again. See if they can find some more value.
No spy checking here on this trade position, so Meteor just able to go ahead and massacre them. Finds 2 quick kills. Pevin and Forsaken both take it down. Both critical parts of trying to get a push going. And something now noted cutting across towards the connector door.
Portal closed.
He swings back over towards the orb. Izu bounding forward, now spotting him out, but eventually the headshot does come in, but something on the TP is right back into the open. But Spectre still able to find more value. Good shots from Devi, puts Buzz down onto the floor. Jing taking some forward space here. Towards backside, tries to go for the readjustment. Prowler getting the chomp, fully blinded up. Stacks able to strike him down, the flash in. Devi trying to play himself forward onto the site, but Media collects himself a third, and T1. It's another bonus conversion in the second half, now lead 9-6.
Yeah, nice plays from Meteor. In tree, that double, absolutely nasty. A nice little wide swing there on Devi at the end to take him down. It's a great paranoia from DH. Forsaken just had no idea. I'm not sure if the comms weren't there or just couldn't really react in time. Meteor clean there. Very nicely done. That bonus, massive, especially on this defender's side. Now as PRX, you're going to be leaning into the Stingers. Devi with the hero rifle, Sheriff for Patman. You try to turn this map around with some magic. Big push out here, though. Devi would be in a lot of trouble but they're trying to crunch.
They bolt there into the corner, the slide forward, Izu able to find one. Jing's Bucky does manage to find value, and Patman absolutely lets that Sheriff sing. 2 massive kills, weapons now able to be scooped up. Meteor arriving in from the back, however. Make sure that they leave one on the floor as he runs out of bullets. And Shorty at that range is not going to do a damn thing for you. Sax, however, not able to find a spray. Jing with 15 HP versus Meteor with 5. Still has a pain shell, a plasmec, and a boom bot.
And a showstopper.
This is very much anybody's round, but yeah, if he can get confirmation, it could just be the showstopper sent in his direction. Instead, just going to look to try to hold this angle. Flash is available. Swings, and Jing finds it. Red Bull clutch to claw back the deficit here. The PRX somehow scraping by with a round win.
I mean, they're just so fast there to take that B main space. And Izu trying to do something about it, but the Bucky is there. And even better, the Sheriff from Patman. Yeah, Meteor just a little late to the party, and Jing has the holder's advantage, takes it down, and that's the 10th clutch for Jing in his VCT career. He's also one away from his 10th ace. Point of fact.
Okay, showstopper now out, but it's a very target-rich environment, and the rocket is not going to be allowed to fly. Grounded there by Izu. Find the kill. Getting the ult out like that, it's going to be a very good feeling here as Meteor trying to play a timing. Actually does get forced away. Stacks, however, just scaling forward out of the smoke alongside 2 other players. And they're just completely counteracting this one. It ends up being a monstrous response here from T1. They maintain a 3-round lead.
No fly zone set up by T1 there outside of A Rubble. That's painful for PRX. Have the showstopper, you were just able to get an eco to go, and this is done. And then they just, mirror the movements here. I mean, I think as PRX, also the macro game calling, I think you're better off with seeing that many players at Rubble. C might be a slightly better option. B's gonna be tough to hold. The defenders can rotate so fast there. They just try to force the issue. PRX now gonna be calling a timeout. This is not going the way they expected on their map pick.
Certainly not. Seems like defender side's just flavor of the day.
Apparently. You wouldn't think that with these 2 teams.
No, absolutely not. There's Meteor starting to run it back a bit. Saul finding his form once again, alongside the rest of the team, frankly, on that second half of Haven. A couple of these rounds have been on his shoulders.
It just feels a little bit forced from PRX. I'm not really seeing them work the map like we saw in Toronto. I'm not really seeing kind of slow, steady Rubble space being taken, kind of working the mound angles a little bit, maybe looking for picks at B pillar. They're really trying to force the issue, trying to make some quick moves to catch T1 off guard, and T1's just reacting really, really well for the most part.
Trying to use this one way. Buzz just slotting forward on the opposite side of that one as Meteor trying to hold the door, but again, it's just so many targets, but eventually he's able to find one. Jing at the same time, able to take down Buzz. Flash going to be sent. Meteor at 50 HP as Paint Shell goes bounding forward here towards him, has to challenge him for the fight, but it's just going to be met with death. TP now across, out over towards Mount Quick, a little cancel there from DH, but Stacks pushing forward, able to find one. Jing gets taken down moments before his weapon gets stolen away. Nightfall's now going to be exchanged across the C site. He's spotted, dead, Divide. Quick to find the kill. So he's not getting a grab, but Stacks. Already decayed, he's a little bit more damage. Falls down so very low. Narrowly is able to stay alive. The swing out, the lineup, DH. Collecting a collat. Now all here on something whose position has been read, with just a classic in hand, he cannot make it happen. Timeout not going to lead to the round victory. T1 now just 2 rounds away from taking us to that 3rd and final map of Sunset.
Yeah, this is a bit of a head scratcher for me from PRX. That Steel Garden invested, and instead of waiting out the timer for it to snatch the guns away, Jing swings the corner, and Stack still has the Phantom in hand. That's, in my opinion, a pretty big misstep. Might have been the one that cost the round. That doesn't help. The heads right next to each other, like conjoined twins there. Makes it easy for DH. Collects. Op now for Buzz.
Doesn't really, haven't seen this at all from the defense thus far, so brings it now out. Does have the dimensional drift as a backup.
Now, this is more what I'm talking about here from PRX. Let something do his thing over at A. See what kind of info, space he can gather. The rest of you just kind of figure out what's going on, get some reads. This is maybe not the right one.
Jiggle peek there. There's a relay bolt, shoving it back. Around the corner, the blind is there on a Forsaken, but it's a wise decision to back away, not look to overstep here. Izu does take an immense amount of damage, and they don't trade hardly any back. So positive sign there for PRX as Forsaken from the shadows at the ready. Arriving here onto the A site, going to be cleared out as the Steel Garden immediately going to be tossed in here by Meteor. Pushing forward though, Forsaken. Not ready yet. Scales up, finds the headshot. Stacks now arriving at stairs. The smoke's gone. Finding a timing onto one. Patman going to be taken down. DH flushed out, but Izu still, despite the health deficit, able to find the kill. Forsaken now on the floor. Brings it into a 3v3. The swing forward, something favored, finds the headshot.
Spike planted.
And it's now all on Buzz and Izu. Devi watching around the back. Buzz, the last one standing. It seems like the call to save the operator is going to be made. We'll just slowly work his way back towards that weapon.
Thorns are alive.
This round, again, I like the early stuff from PRX. You see that overcommitment of utility from B, and it's a quick pivot over towards A where something is taking space. The macro game this time, much more in line with what we've seen from them in recent history on this map. Should just be a save the rest of the way. Kind of some weird moments for T1 this time. You know, Meteor, the Steel Garden actually doesn't hit anybody. PRX right on the outer edge of the circle. They're able to clean him up pretty quickly, and Stacks there trying to make a big play off the spike drop. Almost gets there, but kind of oversteps just a bit. Forsaken, yeah, quick with that first kill. There's Stacks, get the spike down. Izu as well, doing a great job kind of trying to cut apart PRX push, but able to break through anyway. Our PRX, Devi on the backside, easy peasy lemon squeezy, and still have that op, have a couple ults for your duelists. Something as his ult as well for PRX, and see if they can find some success. Pretty quick B hit here. I assume that's something who pulled it, yep.
Dimensional drift, checking forward. Buzz just waiting on the angle. Jing going to be struck down. Something does exit. Goes for the shorty kill as the Alpha does. But Izu is there to go ahead and cover. So in the end, it's going to be a trade up. T1 maintaining a numbers advantage. His Meteor slowly drifting forward here into the smoke. He's going to swing out of this one. Devi waiting, finds the timing, finds the kill, brings it now back into a 3v3. Attention going to be paid here onto the B site. It's Devi looking to try to find the kill, and the fadeaway shot does manage to connect there onto Izu. Looks for a little bit more. Stacks able to stave him off for now.
Last player standing.
Unavailable, but Buzz dead inside of the smoke. Stacks able to collect one. A shot to the back of the skull. Patman dead. Forsaken scooping up the weapon, the C's connecting, landing there right at his feet. The decay in play, but now recovered. Forsaken looking to try to do something that Stacks might not anticipate, which is scale forward. Stacks is watching the angle, but Forsaken is faster on the shot. Scoops up the operator, passing that over here on the attacker side. PRX continue to whittle away at this gap.
This looked like it had T1 written all over it. Good reads. Izu so quick to get over and help out his teammates after something's ultimate. But it's Forsaken, catches Buzz swinging out of the smoke and then wins the 1v1 against Stacks. Stacks there was seized when he went and pushed onto Patman. Patman thought, oh, if this lands, I should be fine to get out. Didn't matter, Stacks didn't care. Now you're onto an eco here for T1, a Guardian for Meteor. Biggest piece of firepower you're gonna be bringing. Meanwhile, Devi is gonna be trusted with the operator once again. You want something to be one of those entry players. Door going to be broken, but this is a full-on C swing here off some contact, knowing it's an eco, knowing that this is probably going to be the open side of the map. PRX are going to make this their destination, seemingly. No contact. Sometimes teams kind of outguess themselves. Meteor is trying to get over here, trying to put this Guardian to good use.
And that doesn't have any kind of setup util. Tagged into the back there for a brief moment, but no Thorns to try to slow this up. Jake now going to be boosted up on top of the box, and well, it's just going to be a double spam into the smoke. Meteor loses his life. DH taken down Divide, holding the mound angle there with the operator in hand. T1 widely would just be happy to try to find any kind of damage they could possibly get, but right now looking very unlikely. Divide striking again, finding one. Buzz going to be struck down. As there you go, flawless PRX. 1 round away from tying this up.
Well, it's getting a little scary. You're going to invest in that op again for Buzz. One with the half armor. Forsaken there. They caught Meteor slipping a bit with that haunt. Had to try to get out of there. Just anticipating that he tried to get in there with that angle.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, nicely done. The flawless comes through.
Timeout.
PRX, momentum gained. T1 there for will take the timeout. See if they can now regain their footing here. They've done such a good job throughout this half. You thought this might just be on its way to sunset. All of a sudden, you know, PRX kind of gets back into their groove. Need to figure out ways to stop that. I think just being a little bit more aggressive at A rubble potentially. That's been one of the things that's causing them problems, is when either, you know, something or Forsaken is able to scale forward there. That's opened up a lot of space. Kind of made things a little bit trickier for T1. They've handled it okay sometimes, but I'd like to just plant your feet here, take some map control, shut this out.
Potential for some off the op. Device still having that one in hand. Buzz be trying his luck once again. 3 half armors here. So looks like he's going to go for the peek here. Now in towards B main. Prowler cleared out. Trying to keep this position and this weapon disguised for now. Device starting to peek a little bit further forward. Their own Prowler about to come through once again. Cleared up by Stacks, but they see where the Prowler was going. They know that there's going to be a player here in this position. The haunt reveal, attempt at a little bit of a wallbang shot there, but connection not found. Buzz able to escape. Rotates now over to the C site, trying to reinforce Meteor's position. As we can see, PRX starting to drift away from there and get clustered up outside of A.
Love the idea, though.
And coming down, double face. DH immediately having to reposition. Gets himself out to safety. Smoke going to be layered down once again. PRX moving.
Yeah, you felt like that there was backup after that TP from DH. That was all that PRX saw.
Well, from Stacks, not seeing anything. Double Thorn set up here, the sheer wall as well. The slow swing coming through. There's the peek, there's the shot. Buzz able to find one. Damage suffered is Forsaken. Blinded up, strafing forward. Dimensional drift going to be coming through. Ping's coming down. Shots found. Forsaken able to find one. Easy going to be struck down as Patman dead. Forsaken finding one, running out of bullets. Buzz able to find the short. He draws it down. Has to reload the mag. The spike gets collected. The push out of the smoke. And DH does manage to find something before disaster strikes. T1, the timeout call. It gets them up to map point.
They're just so ready for this C hit. And they've got all the tools necessary to really just shut this PRX push down. The Nightfall there, perfectly timed. Buzz has his ult. You know, Forsaken does well to find 1, 2 actually. But runs out of bullets, and the shorty will collect. So that's a really good ult combo there that catches PRX completely flat-footed.
DH was just gonna somehow get undone there by something. If that happens, who knows what the hell else happens in the round. Showstopper though, out here from Jing. Thorns popped, and Meteor playing well back away. To be spotted, but he's able to avoid the lion's share of the damage. The site, however, is going to be given up, so Spike starting to be planted. Something able to avoid the C's. Makes a quick exit back over in towards main. Gate crash from Buzz would almost certainly be putting him to his own demise. Just gonna be the fake out. Thorns, pain shells, all look to try to hold them back. Waiting up the decay. This is a big connection, but Buzz peeking the corner, able to find one. Izu gonna be traded out if something finds that. Jing gets 2 more kills. The stacks does fall. Buzz gonna be struck down, and we might just be in for another overtime. PRX, one more round to send us into it. And the economy right now from T1 is all over the damn place.
Yeah, love these plays from Something, where he's able to create so much space off the back of Jing's showstopper, has the TP available, baits out a ton of util that's so valuable for T1 on the retake, and it all has to be used to make sure that corner in C Hall is cleared. Now you got a Judge for Jing, Outlaw for Devi. There's gonna be one full armor on Buzz. Meteor as well with the Phantom, Guardian for Izu.
Quick hit, getting ready to come through. Meteor is there, Judge shots, finding some damage, finding the kill. Izu dead, and Jing completely untouched. DH with a nice little linger here. Back Rubble able to find a kill, and that's going to give a weapon over here to the Omen of T1. As Jing looks to try to hold the door, but DH has other ideas. Swings back around over in towards main. Something right there alongside him. Wins out the fight. Shot from Divine, connecting, stacks, dead. The repeat Buzz on the floor. Whoa! Meteor able to find 2, immediately gonna be sending out the ultimate, but he's swinging ahead before the seal guard and robs the Judge. 12-12, here we go again.
Sure, why not? Just crazy stuff there, and you know, PRX digging into their bag of tricks. Seems like they have a bag of holding with how many tricks they have up their sleeve. Something, that win on the backside really opens this round up for them, gives them that extra layer, and they actually kind of needed it in the long run. Love that aggression from Jing there, knowing he has an opportunity to send this to OT, and it was 6-6 for both teams. So who the hell knows what this overtime has in store for us?
I mean, it might just be win on the attack again. Who the hell really knows?
I have no idea.
First on it though is T1. No real contest coming through here for Rubble. So PRX quickly able to grab that and now look to try to pivot. Clone forward, trying to see if there's going to be that shear wall set up here on B, but is placed on C site there by Devi.
A lot of the shear walls get placed on A or T1. I think they feel like that's the more likely spot that you're going to get lurks from PRX and able to keep their backside covered if they push A.
Flash sent out. Izu not going to be caught by that paranoia. Gets out wide enough for Forsaken watching the angle. Couple warning shots as Gate Crash goes forward onto the A site. Speaking of which, Something takes his. Now arrives nearby enough. Pivot call would be monstrous here from T1. They just don't have the information. Forsaken, however, able to find one. DH back the enemy Omen, but the trade up is there. Something clicks a kill onto Izu. Drop that coming through, not the fake out, but DH, quick little peek, finds the shot, but Jing continues to maintain the advantage. Stacks now, last one alive, and Devi swings around from behind. PRX now up to match point, 13-12.
Team A.
This is just a beautiful defender side fake out from PRX. They make it look like A is wide open, but they're so quick to rotate. Forsaken just lingering long enough to get the confirm. And then they re-clear this space so quickly because they have the gate crash from Something to get over there. Jing and Forsaken are instantly back towards A side as well, cutting off these rotations. And it lulled T1 into a false sense of security that they thought they could get this plant down easily, that PRX was going to have to play for retake. But that was never the plan.
Off the op. Double glass cannon coming through. Devi gonna look to try to catch him off guard, and it looks like he may just end up clashing here. Won't get smoked off, so goes to the reposition. It seems like it might just be a very quick push now in towards C. Never mind. As soon as I say it, they get the orb, and they're like, nope, back over to A. Smoke about to expire. Buzz trying to peek in. He swings right in to death. Devi finding the kill. Steal the orb, stacks. stop them from being able to get any of these ults online. They continue to scale, but T1 quickly now rotating around towards this A side. Pivot option is available for PRX. Depending on what they try to go for. Zach's trying to hold the door. Jing, a poke and prod, a peek, a spot on the Izu. Ultimately, nothing else found. Spike now being brought in, and Meteor cannot hold his own. DH needing to do it all. Finds the first, finds the second, something dead, but Jing and Abai bring now the rookie to be the last player standing for T1. 2 health, 3 players, and no real hope. A 3K from Devi, double OT maps, but PRX, fresh off the back of the Masters Toronto victory, return to the Pacific Stage, and they take down T1 in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, what a great start here for both of these teams in terms of just showing us that they mean business. And for T1, a disappointing loss, yes. You know, you had some time to work with, but this PRX team is still looking like they've got form, like they've got function, and they've definitely got themselves in a position to be making it to champions over in Paris. A good start. Need to see some more, but T1 there, multiple overtimes. You felt like they had so many opportunities, and it was so close. But just a few stumbles here and there, and it cost them the match.
Well, this feels like a little bit of a deja vu. I'd have to look back at the stats, but memory serves. I feel like T1 going into stage 1 after lifting the trophy at Bangkok had several series that were like this, playing on maps like Fracture where they'd play it close versus DRX, get it into an OT, but ultimately suffer 0-2 losses. It's always felt like T1 was on the cusp of being able to return to form, but weren't really able to find the real value. This time, obviously looking to implement a new player. And I think overall DH looked quite good, but for PRX, they find themselves with the win off the rim. And we'll send it down to the stage note where we're gonna have Bella standing by for our winner's interview.
Hello, hello, congratulations guys. GG, hello, 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 Forsaken, the king. I crown you once again here. PRX의 포세이큰 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. Congratulations. 와, 국제대회에서 적수를 찾기 어려웠지만 퍼시픽에 오자마자 2맵 다 연장을 가면서 오늘 아주 명경기를 보여줬습니다. 역시 최고의 VCT 리그답게 퍼시픽은 좀 남다른 것 같은데 돌아온 걸 환영하는 의미에서 오늘 승리 소감부터 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Wow, there was no other team to compete with you in Toronto, but Pacific is definitely the best region, right? 2 overtimes, first day in. How was today?
I mean, our first match always gonna be exciting, you know. So I hope you guys enjoy watching our match.
뭐 PRX의 경기 뭐 첫 번째인 만큼 정말 재밌을 거라고 생각을 했고요. 오늘 즐겁게 경기 보셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 그토록 원했던 마스터즈 우승도 했고 이제는 다음 단계인 챔피언스 포인트를 위해서 스테이지 2에서도 정말 열심히 활약을 해야 되는데 뭔가 그 승리를 위한 뭐 간절함과 기세를 몰아가기 위해서는 팀원들끼리 좀 어떤 이야기를 나누고 있는지 한번 물어보도록 할게요. You know, you've got your Masters trophy finally, but the next step is to get those championship points, right? So, what's the team been talking about to get that hunger and the momentum going for you guys?
I mean, I think we just do our usual routine as in Toronto. We try to improvise in Pacific, and I would say we just try to be like confidence, like how we play in Toronto, you know, play like practice, and we don't think too much, we don't expect anything, we just try our best and believe with each other, you know, so yeah.
That is very, very sweet. That's the winning recipe, I'm guessing.
Maybe.
뭐 토론토에서 했던 거 같이 항상 이렇게 긍정적으로 생각하고 너무 생각을 많이 하기보다는 좀 재밌게 즐겁게 해서 뭔가 그게 성공을 위한 승리를 위한 레시피 같다고도 이야기를 했습니다. PRX의 엄청난 스케줄에 또 새로운 맵풀 변화까지 정말 바쁜 나날이 또 눈앞에 있는데 또 궁금한 게 PRX의 코로드는 좀 언제쯤 볼 수 있을까 한번 물어보고 싶은데 스포를 해줄지 모르겠지만 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You've had a hectic schedule with the map pool changes as well. You're going to be even more busier. But can we get a little spoiler on when we can see Paper X's corrode? New map, yeah.
Maybe next match.
Oh, next match?
Yeah.
Oh, alright.
Our corode is good. Don't worry.
코로드에 자신 있고 아마 다음 경기 DFM과의 경기에서 할 수도 있다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. 페이퍼렉스의 포세이큰 선수와의 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Forsaken. Great
감사합니다.
game.
Thank you very much.
Alright, we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Masters Toronto winner defeating the Masters Bangkok winner today. And the way Jason or Forsaken was just like, you know, we're just relaxing. We didn't really plan anything. You know, just play like normal. That's how they defeated T1.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, PaperX, although maybe not so chill in the coaching booth there, pretty chill in the server, just feeling things out. T1 did give them a lot of problems today and definitely exposed the fact that they maybe weren't as well drilled as they needed to be in this matchup, but at the end of the day, this is PaperX's form. There's a reason why they're the current world champion. Even not in their best form, even not in their best conditions, they're still a very, very good team, and they can just work their way through the match and find the answers that they need.
Yeah, they really did a great job, you have to say. You know, they openly say they're coming into today with little prep. This was T1's best chance to be able to take that win, and they were very close. You know, a one-round different in each map, and this is a 2-0 in the opposite direction, but, you know, close doesn't really mean a lot here. Ultimately, it's PaperX walking away with that win.
Yeah, and this was arguably one of the biggest challenge for each other within these groups here. So PaperX is on a really good start for their groups. And this did go into overtime. Both maps did get pushed into overtime. It was a lot of back and forth on this particular map of Lotus. And PaperX somehow found something at the end to push themselves into the OT.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very comfortable map for them at the end of the day. They are on a great streak on it. I think it was like 14-3 if you count Pacific and some of the other tournaments as well. Going into this matchup, make that 15-3. But to be fair, a lot of these games have been quite close. And actually, they usually do play all 24 rounds. They do go to OTs quite regularly, PaperX. So the fact that this was quite a close game is not particularly surprising to me. I think for T1, they're going to keep kicking themselves that they haven't been able to take advantage here, because they did go back to some of the success factor that we've seen on Lotus. They went back into the double duelist and it seemed okay for them. Good to see DH had a pretty decent day at the office here as well. I think as far as a rookie debut goes in Pacific, he did well for himself. Again, it's another one of these Korean academy players coming up into the main squad and showing that they can hang at this level. He had very good mechanics today. I was actually quite impressed by a lot of his movement and his aim, the way that he was taking duels.
Yeah, he's a shooter for sure. I think he's a very, very good pickup for this T1 team. And if these are the kind of numbers he's able to put up against PaperX, I mean, I think that bodes well for the rest of Pacific. Sure. I don't think you could ask for a worse debut game in Pacific. Like, you figure out that, oh, we're going to have to play PaperX match 1, where they're coming in so hot and they play so different stylistically. I think DH will have a very, very good career here in Pacific, so it does bode well, but unfortunately, just not enough for today.
Yeah, and on the side of PaperX, this is a really good sign. Divide, they're completely stepping up on Lotus. But like you said, Pilsky, this is PaperX's map, and this is definitely Divide's map, especially on the Vice.
I feel like it's uncharacteristic for Divide not to drop 30 on Lotus. Like, this guy is so consistent on the map. It's just the way that he plays the angles. He knows, like, his decision-making is very good on the map. Like, macro-wise, he recognizes what the other team is doing, and he will often take space elsewhere, whether he's going for those front B lurks or whether he's taking space over on C Mound on defense when there's an A take or something like that. Divide is just positionally reading the game very, very well and very comfortable on this map.
So with that said, who is your match MVP for this match?
I mean, we both went for something, but I'm not sure who we've actually... Okay, we'll take something. I mean, he's just getting his numbers on the Euro. I can see why you put him in the build different. He was a great initiator today on the Euro, right?
He really initiated today, did a fantastic job. But hey, he's getting those kills. He's really getting PaperX across the line. On Yoru on both maps today, looking incredibly sharp, leading from the front, doing his job perfectly in this double duelist setup. I mean, I felt like he was very, very good today. Very, very solid. Doesn't seem to be tired at all, which is exactly what we want out of him. So, my match MVP for sure.
I'm really impressed with something in general over the last couple of weeks, last 2 months since Toronto. He's just been performing really consistently and really well. I know by the end of stage 2, we were a little bit concerned for something, even though they did end up in 3rd place in Pacific and against all odds. But now something is kind of returning to the form that we expect from him. So really glad to see it. And it's incredible how much they've been playing and that they're still winning. So who knows what's going to happen next with PRX. They hinted at a corrode. But with that said, we do have another banger matchup, another well-decorated set of teams playing Gen G versus DRX. So we're going to go on a very quick break, and when we get back, we're going to go straight into it. So don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Got the whole world.
Confused, I know
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 2, and we just saw a banger matchup just earlier, but now we're going to go in second series with two more Korean powerhouses here. Starting off first with DRX. DRX has been doing a lot of roster shuffles throughout this year, but now it seems like they've changed it one more time. Flashback is back.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, like, I feel like since the start of the year, this is a team that has struggled to find stability. They're a team that have been constantly making these changes, trying to find the perfect solution. You know, I think Termi's really cooking, but this is the roster that they're coming in with today. So no flicker, no new academy player like we were almost expecting.
I think this is the best roster that DRX can put forward. No disrespect to Bane. Bane is a perfectly serviceable player, but I feel like all of these players have an individual identity that they can bring into this team and something that they can bring value forward with. I mean, Australia can bring the IGLing, you know, can play that flash in it a little bit. You got freeing on the info in it, can flex into the Senti. Marco can be beast mode Marco, not shackled by the IGL duties. Flashback, a very impactful player. And obviously Hyunmin, one of the best duelists that we have inside of Pacific. I mean, he has had a phenomenal year thus far. He already won back in kickoff, as did many of these players on DRX. So I'm eager to see them return to that form.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're looking for. You know, it's will it work today? Will it be consistent finally?
And on the other side, we have Gen G, another team that's been shuffling a little bit since the beginning of this year, but looks like they've settled in to this 5, suggests now as their 6th player. But I like what Solo has done with this team this year.
Oh, of course. I mean, they've just continued to go strength to strength. They're a team that has benefited from bringing up an academy player. Ash has continued to improve, continued to kind of turn heads with how strong his mechanics are. And I think, honestly, to echo what we said in the first series of one team performing better at the start of the year, one team performing better in the middle of the year, Gen G is the informed team here. They have really shown that they are one of the very best teams in the world as of late in some of these international events. They went out of the lower bracket in Toronto, played against some very good teams, but early on in Toronto, Gen G looked like one of the best teams in there, if not maybe a favorite to win the whole event.
Yeah, and even if we look back towards Stage 1, they finished 2nd in Stage 1, of course, falling to RRQ in that grand final. But this is a team that is well known here in Pacific. They have such that clear, defined style. You know, we're going to see Munchkin on that Viper on a lot of maps. Foxy9 has now kind of emerged as almost the star of this team. In my mind, he's sort of overtaken Texture for that kind of role. But I mean, everybody can shoot. Everybody's looking good on this Gen G roster.
Yeah, I really like the point about Foxy9, and it's so funny because even when you chat with him, he still says Texture is the carry of the team, respect to his elders, his seniors on the team. Now, we compare the two teams here. It's really interesting. While Gen G has been performing overall better in more recent times, both of these teams overall still are extremely strong.
Yeah, I mean, you can see down the bottom of the most interesting stats to me. First kill percent goes to DRX. They are very good at creating those openers, but Gen G is the best at closing them. I mean, 80%. If they get the first kill, they are very, very good at converting those 5-on-4s, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be Texture to find them. In fact, a lot of the time, you will have Texture going negative in opening duels, and some of the other players on Gen G are quite happy to be able to go and take some of those opening duels themselves.
Yeah, it's how they like to work. A lot of people on this roster have freedom. Like, we often see Foxy9 walk forward ahead of his setups to take those duels. We see Munchkin walk down random places on this Viper. So it's not just Texture finding these kills, but yeah, once they do get that kill, they are the best in the league at closing out advantages.
Absolutely. Now, both of these teams, since 2023, have the tables keep turning. 2023, of course, was the year for DRX. But last year, Gen G, that's when they really rose into power, getting that Masters trophy and just looking so good here in Pacific. But then to start the year here in Pacific in 2025, DRX started off on a really good foot. And it was with this roster that they've returned back to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a very key point to keep in mind. Is that Gen G is the informed team. Have no doubt about it. I think a lot of people will see them as the favorites, especially with DRX doing all of this roster shuffling. You know, Coach Termi, some might say, is cooking the risotto. He's overcooking a little bit, maybe burning it on the bottom. But I think you can see it speaks for itself here in kickoff as well as Stage 1. DRX does actually have the head-to-head over Gen G here, even in the cases where they're not outplacing them.
Yeah, I mean, DRX always managed to look good. In my mind, it doesn't really matter who plays for them. I feel like their systems are strong and this coaching staff really do know what they're doing in terms of developing talent. So I think roster changes I don't always love. A 7-man roster I don't always love, but I do feel like DRX might be one of the few teams in the league with the skill to pull it off.
Now, map data-wise, these two teams, like, this is what we saw in Pacific. Icebox and Lotus being stronger for Gen G, but we've seen a lot of things over on the international stage, so I'm really curious now what's going to be happening coming to Stage 2, especially with the new map and the map pool completely changing.
I think the main thing to keep in mind is that just Gen G have, as a lot of teams who have gotten more international experience, although we have seen DRX abroad internationally with various different rosters lately, Gen G have gotten more reps on something like Sunset. It was not played in Stage 1 Pacific, and that is a big narrative going into this particular map pool. Bind and Corrode coming back in. In fact, these two teams played each other on Bind in that kickoff series that they played against each other, so that will be a very familiar map for both of them, and we'll see how that does impact the map pool.
Yeah, I will say this map pool is nice for Gen G because they didn't touch Icebox, Haven, or Lotus, where, you know, they're running that Viper paired up with the Foxy 9 on the Sentinel. That is their bread and butter. That's where they try and take almost every veto because they're just so good there. It doesn't matter that, you know, you've seen what they're doing before because they just don't care.
Yeah, looking at texture here in Toronto, I mean, Gen G may have gone out in the lower bracket, but he was a bona fide star. Topped the ACS, KD, and KPR. His first kill percent conversion was very, very good, and he also had one of the highest clutch statistics in the league. I think he, I can't remember off the top of my head.
It was the highest in Toronto at 37%.
Yeah, it was phenomenal, especially on a duelist, being able to clutch out that many rounds. You can see he's opening up the rounds, he's closing them out for Gen G. There's really not much this man can't do.
Now, Gen G has been on a very similar schedule to PRX, and they must be just as tired. I'm curious as well if they prepare Corrode for today or not, but as we can see, if we're going to follow the first series at all, it doesn't matter if you're constantly on the go. You can still possibly win against your opponents. And what do you guys think as far as Gen G goes?
I mean, I do think that they have the potential to do it, but it's going to be a little bit harder for them than PRX. They are a more structure-driven team. They do like to kind of have firm ideas that they like to reuse. So I do feel like they could struggle a little bit in the veto, but I do think in a way they're bailed out by having so many very, very strong maps that, you know, DRX are still going to have to try and take wins away from them on maps that this team do love.
Now, Flashback is back in, going back to the side of DRX, and I think DRX did perform fantastic with Flashback in the roster. So I think you can see right here, 7 wins with Flashback in. I think this is a good move.
I mean, they won kickoff with Flashback in the roster. They went overseas to Masters Bangkok. So I think now that Flashback's gone out of the roster, you can see the results started to be a little bit more middling, a little bit more mediocre. They were kept trying to replace him, and obviously DRX overall were put in a little bit of a rough position with his departure. They were constantly trying to fill it roles-wise and trying to find a style that was as good as when they were playing earlier with the double E-Nit, spamming the Teo on freeing, and then moving into the double duelist, and they could never really kind of make that work. So this is time for DRX to finally have a stable roster where they can find, again, a clearly defined style that works for them and hit that same level that they did at the start of the year when Flashback was with them.
Well, the Teo meta is now gone, so I don't know if DRX is still going to lean into that or not. We've seen teams internationally do it still, and I don't know if that's going to be the key to success here. But Corrode is in. We are getting our first Corrode in Pacific, and DRX going for it. I'm not surprised in the sense that DRX does like picking the new map.
Oh, of course not, especially because we're talking about Gen G here. Gen G will just pick Haven, Gen G will just pick Lotus. They're just going to keep playing the same maps to death till the end of time and make very minimal changes. So DRX will be the team to throw down the gauntlet, to say to Gen G, hey, Gen G, you've been overseas, we've also been overseas, but we're going to try and throw something a little bit different in the veto here, and we'll see how it works out for them.
Yeah, I'm very interested to look towards the compositions of Corrode to see how the different teams are reading it. I do think there are a fair amount of options from what I've looked at. I mean, I think I like Yoru on the map. I really like Fade on the map. But, you know, Gen G, well known for this. Viper, will they lean in towards that? I think both these teams have so many options for the new map, and I'm very excited for it.
I am so excited. I'm so glad we're going to Corrode. They were great on Abyss, so I do have faith in DRX to kick us off on the second series of today. We're going to have DRX versus Gen G in this banger second series of today. 2 of our top teams in Korea.
fly.
DRX. Once again, let me remind you who the best region in the world and Pacific is it. And two more of our teams are showing up today. DRX, the former undefeated team in Korea, and our kickoff winner continues to shuffle the roster. Mako, a mainstay, and Flashback is back.
Yeah, 4th in stage 1, but if you can cast your mind back to January, this roster was unstoppable with Flashback, you know, that we saw them win kickoff. We saw how they excelled in this Teo meta, but times are different now. They have to adapt, they have to modernize, and it has to start here against Gen G.
Now, Gen G has also won here in Pacific and has also brought home a Masters trophy, and they're back into Pacific. They've also shuffled their roster earlier this year, but they seem like they settled on this final 5, and they've been looking fantastic on it.
Yeah, they may have conceded the trophy to RRQ in stage 1. Maybe a little bit of a disappointment, but going international, Gen G has looked like a real contender. So we'll see if they can continue to ride that momentum here in Pacific Stage 2 and get themselves another opportunity in Champs after the disappointment last year.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to make that comeback, but both of these teams are, and that's why we're going to start with that banger of Corrode. I'm very curious what Coach Termi has cooked up. Like you said, something about risotto, but he cooks and sometimes he burns it, and sometimes it's delicious.
Also Gen G, right? When we look at Gen G, they chose not to ban Corrode. That's a deliberate choice, right? We saw them take Bind out of the pool instead of this Corrode, so they must have had some time on it. They must have something prepared for this, and they felt like it was stronger than their Bind. So they're not coming in entirely unprepared, but DRX deliberately targeting them in this veto.
We've seen some team play veto chicken with it to leave it down to the last 2 and have one team say, okay, we'll leave this as a 3rd decider, or we'll ban it out and play the normal map. Well, DRX immediately calls that bluff, so we want to see what kind of prep they're going to be bringing in with their 14-man coaching staff and 3 extra players. I'm sure they've got a couple of ideas.
They're having to travel in a minibus to get everywhere.
I mean, maybe it's been working. We've seen other teams have giant staff and team members as well. Zeta Division definitely comes to mind, but I think these guys have it locked in. They figured out a process, whatever it is. But like you said, big time, surely Gen G, they've let it through for a reason.
Yeah.
I hope it wasn't a game of chicken, because DRX like playing new maps.
Yeah, I mean, I think personally this map could suit both of these teams in how the map looks and its style. We do have the agent select coming in now. Starting off with Gen G, I gotta look at Foxy9 on this stage. I think this is nice on a new map to help simplify it, help strengthen your post plants, and help stop these hard execs. Munchkin running that Viper that he's so famed for, and Texture going with the Neon, where we've seen him look good in the past.
First time we've seen a Sage or a Sova on this map. Freeing will be playing the Info Enid. The rest of the DRX roles looking pretty solid. Flashback not on the secondary duelist though. He's going to be going back onto the Senti and leave Hyunmin to be doing the fragging on the Jet, which is what he does best.
Oh, Hyunmin is a fantastic Jet. I'm expecting fireworks to be happening on this very first map. And Texture, woo, he did a little shoulder shrug. He's ready for this matchup of today. I mean, how are you feeling? Is this a 2-1 or is this going to be a 2-0 kind of day? All of us have predicted Gen G, including the Korean
Which
casters.
is crazy, because DRX has got the head-to-head here. They've won every time they've played them this year.
And DRX also have like a... I don't know, honestly, you've stumped me. I think this could be 2-1. I'm a little bit more worried for Gen G. Now Corrode has come through, but they do look good in map 2 and 3.
Well, to take us through the very first showing of Corrode in Pacific is our lovely, lovely casters. We have Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much for the compliments. We'll always take those. But yeah, here we go. Gen.G versus DRX. We get Corrode for the first time in Pacific. And with some compositions that, frankly, I didn't really expect. It feels like both teams playing this one a little bit safe. Gen.G especially, as Big Time was just highlighting with that Sage coming up for Foxy9.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some interesting decisions in what they think is going to be more impactful on the map with Gen.G, right, the Sage, and the Neon. So the Neon gives you the ability to rotate quickly because this is a map that has really long rotation times. That's something you have to be very cognizant of, especially on the defender side, that it takes forever and a year to get from one side to the other. The Sage also gives you that nice post-plant stuff, so similar to Icebox kind of in that thinking. On the other side, Cypher is an agent that everybody's been looking at, that I've been talking to behind the scenes as an agent that can have a ton of impact here, that can really open things up for you on both sides of the map. So really some cool stylistic choices that we're seeing.
I was expecting maybe some more double Sentinel coming through, you know, a Vice having a decent amount of control potentially on this map, but yes, I'm sure we're going to see plenty of evolution, plenty of different takes, not just from all the other teams here in the Pacific region, but the teams around the world. As for now, Munchkin just going to be held back over towards Elbow. The creep up here from Foxy9 has the wall, could lock this off in case they start hearing any kind of contact, but as we can see, it's going to be a little bit of a linger here from Estrella. We'll find a very nice headshot to go ahead and take down Munchkin. Does he expect the double face coming through, though? Is he starting to call the re-rotate out? Big wide swing coming through, Haunts up over the top. It's a little bit more information, but for now, the wall to be situated here to go ahead and lock off this side of the map. No mid attention being paid here by DRX for the moment, so might just have to try to break this one down as flashback going to be noted here on the Jiggle Peak.
That should give enough information for the rotates to come through for Gen.G once the break starts coming through, because with the time ticking the way it is, they're not really going to have many other options if they do start clearing it. But they still have time to make one more rotate here.
Heal has been saved. Foxy not sending that over to Ash quite just yet, so still does hover around 70 HP and does not have a slow orb. Try to slow things up here. Seems like it's just going to be a wait out on the wall. This flashback. Welcome back to the stage. Finds a critical shot. Tailwind forward. Out into the open goes Hyunmin, and it is just into the meat grinder. Ash finding 3. Time is not going to be there. Flashback would have to just kill them all here in the blink of an eye. And that is not going to happen. Swing out here from Ash, wanting to try to poke and prod, wanting to get this charge, as he will be able to do so. A 4K from Ash, a pistol for Gen.G.
Yeah, really like the way Gen.G has things thought out. Pretty simple, but pretty effective on this B site. Get the space, use the haunt to get the information. That allows you to feel the safety to put up that wall, buy some time. DRX tries to wait it out as long as physically possible. Don't check a corner. One of the things that is a hallmark of this map is going to be those tight angles, those 90 degrees that are going to be really annoying to deal with for both teams, on both sides of the coin. Something to be aware of.
Texture. They're going to push forward the drone right there. Relay bolt's going to be sent out. Not really able to scale off of that one, but still good damage suffered as Estrella. And will just get torn apart. Munchkin with that Spectre in hand. Able to find quite a bit of damage as there's Karan here on to Mako. Him down to 56. Flashback just around the corner. Trying to wide swing out, spamming the right clicks, but in the end, it's going to be a flawless here. As Gen.G having some very firm control to start with the anti-eco.
Yeah, I like the aggression at the orb taps as well. Putting some pressure on the DRX, getting in their heads a bit about how and when they're going to be able to take those orbs. So maybe you're going to see them tap it, kind of pull back, kind of give yourself some time and info. Oh, that's nasty. Just found the angle, but I like this follow-up play off of Texture's contact. Use the snake bite into a push out.
Clearly, the team's just immune to jet lag. Everybody's just very energetic.
Must be nice. Look at how aggressive they are here at these mains. Now they've got the wall on the other side. You know, no contact, so deep. The immediate response. It's kind of forced the hand of DRX here. So Gen.G really playing into the information game early. And I really love the ideas that we're seeing. You know, like the desk was talking about, kind of a game of cat and mouse if teams are going to pick this map or not.
Triple push.
Yeah.
Working their way down mid, nothing going to be spotted. Mako potentially about to be at risk. He's going to take the long way around. Texture out in front as the swing comes through. A little bit off kilter, and they will just multi-man face in towards the enemy Neon. So ends up getting taken down. Footsteps made here. Mako drifting away. Tripwire is going to be set up behind. Early alert system, but it's not going to tell them how many players are going on this push. Granted, the Guardian on the floor. It's just the 3 Spectres to speak of, and Estrella here's plenty of them ring out. Swing coming through, Khan able to find one. Ash with the Bulldog. Trades it back. Already a decent amount of damage dealt. Any more weapons lost, and DRX still going to be feeling the pain even with a round win.
Catch them.
No grab here on the flashback.
Where are you?
It's playing a little bit further off the push forward. It goes on red. Swing in though. Foxy9 able to find a timing. Swaps the weapon over. Looks for the headshot, but Hyunmin will be able to put him down. 3 casualties, but DRX get themselves on the board, denying the bonus conversion.
Yeah, not bad for DRX, but it cost them quite a bit. And again, Gen.G so aggressive on the map early. Sort of starting to remind me a little bit of like old school Split when people used to run Sage on that. Kind of throw a wall at one of the mains or the other, put some pressure on the other side of the map, and just make your opponents make a play. Texture there, couldn't connect. I think he threw his aim off a little bit with his first shot of the Guardian. Might have made a slight movement. And now, you are going to be able to still get the rifles for DRX. Important round here. Spot on to Foxy9, but still looks like he's going to hang on to that wall for now. As you got a big push towards mid. This is going to be a common wall you're going to, or a smoke you're going to see. Both teams are going to want to try to take some mid control from the center part near those stairs. So for DRX, they're going to be the ones to throw it out there. Jiggle Peak almost gets punished.
And somehow able to strafe away without any damage taken. This wall, Munchkin makes trying to scale forward into mid so damn painful. At the same time, DRX continuing to not even really play around Estrellas.
Yeah, this is a nice Viper wall. Makes it really annoying for DRX to try to get info. Try to get some clean hits to go.
Munchkin waiting at the ready here with the bite in hand. Poison Orb gets bloomed, sends it. Hyunmin trying to straight forward, but Ash just massacring them, finds 2 quick kills. Munchkin now scaling forward, Spike down on the floor, just here around the corner. And Cease does find the grab there onto Estrella, but they cannot flush him out. So he's alive here for the moment. 15 seconds. Ultimately, this is going to be a save here for the side of DRX. Nothing realistically more to be done. Flashback dialed in. Should be able to find a kill here on the Texture, but no. Swings out a little bit wider. Offsets that crosshair. And Texture, snappy as ever, comes away with the elimination. They're going to look for a little bit more. Karan trying to find Estrella. Can't quite get the gun out of hand, but still going to be very solid damage dealt. Gen.G now up 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to see that both teams are feeling the map out a little bit. This combo, using the snake bite into the poison cloud, just makes it so difficult to identify this crossfire that Gen.G has set up, and Ash is going to collect. And that basically ends the round. Just not much more that DRX felt like they could do there. So far, so good. Toxic screen again, going to cut through mid and B. A deeper toxic screen, though, for DRX here. Try to take a little bit of map control themselves. Gen.G wants to contest.
Paranoia out. Karan swinging it and getting the transfer.
Spike down mid.
Just when you thought he should have absolutely been dead. He outdoes him, and Mako cannot escape. Just a counter spam forward into the smoke, and this play, this crunch here from Gen.G is looking damn near immaculate. Estrella able to find one, but still in such a rough spot. Forced back away yet again. Spike narrowly scooped up here by Flashback. But where are you meant to go? What are you meant to do?
Shadows traveling.
Don't know. You got to catch Gen.G making a mistake. Still a ton of time on the clock, but I was going to say so dangerous crossing mid.
4K? Nope, not quite. Decent shot back from Estrella. One charge away will get his hit no matter what. whether it's kill, plant, or death.
See how slow it is. You have to take so long to check these corners. Yeah, at some point you realize.
Back away.
Yep, it's time to hide.
Well, 4-1. Curious to see if DRX
10 seconds
will look to
left.
be a little bit more proactive with the timeout calls here. Given how fresh this map is, or if they're going to wait, sit back, see if the players are going to be able to course correct a little bit. Worth mentioning that we can confirm it is Estrella who's going to be IGLing here for the DRX squad.
These rounds have been just painstaking. That's just outrageous, Karan. 2 players shooting at him, just a little side
Not
step.
even the one, you know, no paranoia hit.
Yeah, no. Didn't need it to. Just a little shimmy. And a crouch, and he finds 2 quick headshots. So buy is weak for DRX. The rifle passed over to Hyunmin. See if they want to try to go for some kind of quick execute, but you know that wall has often been over on A, and there it is. Trying to use an off angle here.
Clear the segment, but Foxy9 playing on top of that one, able to find the kill. Is now out into the open goes Mako, still able to go ahead and take down the enemy Sage. Flashback desperately trying to get that shot across, eventually does so, but Texture continuing to scale forward, goes on the push, and he's already seen Fring, knows that he's there within the smoke, and he's trying to find the kill, but Mr. 4K won't come online quite just yet. Fring finds his first. Struggles to find the Phantom, but eventually picks this one up. Tucked into Cubby for now. So the players, Munchkin, Ash, can just try to wait for the sound of the spike going down before they start scaling out of yard.
Yeah, so tough. I mean, so much for Freeing to think about. So many angles, so much time has passed. Zero idea where Gen G is going to be. Is he just going to play around the world here?
Seems like he is.
Has the
30
time.
seconds
Footsteps
left.
should just be a hair out of range there. Ping coming down into mid. It seems like Gen G starting to suss out that this rotation has come through. Looking to be thorough. Will still have a good amount of time to make this wrap coming through. As the spike just now gets ready to go down.
10 seconds
You
left.
get the Hunter's Fury here, but are you really going to get the opportunity to use it?
I mean, maybe you played all the way back out, but given that there's 2 players in there completely untouched,
Exactly.
ultimately the answer is going to be no. See how they decide to divvy up the forces. It looks like Munchkin cutting his way up in towards tower. Freeing. Tuck that connector, the Prowler, checking around the site. Nothing spotted quite just yet. On, however, it gives up the game. Up and over the top. Munchkin is there, waiting, strikes. And that's going to be now 5-1, as Munchkin will be 1 charge away from having the ult online.
Yeah, I mean, so now you start to kind of question how defender-sided will this be really?
The other maps today have been defender-sided, so why not Corrode as well?
Yeah, might as well, I guess. I love this little wall there from Foxy9. Good for that kill. Texture aggressive with the Neon. That he's got flashback in a bad spot. Wanted that 4K so bad. And it's good to go, though.
Timeout.
Able to hold on, hold steady. Now there's that timeout you were looking for, DRX. Time to rethink their strategy here. I mean, this is a toughie for me. It seems like Gen G's just got really good plans on how to take map control at literally every possible choke point that you're offered at the beginning. Mains of both A and B and mid. And they haven't really given up much.
No, not at all. Just feels like widely and in the history, DRX sometimes when it comes down to these map debuts, it's very rough around the edges. I think Abyss may be the one exception to that. But you think about when they first brought out the Fracture, all the way back those many years ago, over at Champs, I do believe. And then the Lotus.
Yep.
Our first season of Pacific.
Oh boy.
In the grand final. That was quite something.
That was a long time ago.
Well, obviously, the improvements have been there, and they've become, you know, they've become a force to be reckoned with on pretty much every single map, but the debuts have often been rocky. Foxy, though, alone here at A main. Start over the top, trying to get a spot on. He's actually walled himself in.
This has to be intentional.
Oh, for sure. Does he have enough cover to try to tuck back is the question without the gun barrel being spotted. Otherwise, they're going to have to just continue cycling these smokes in the poison orb. They really want to try to get DRX to step forward into this trap. Oh, never mind. He's got just enough of a gap to get out.
It's a cute wall, though. Now you got this op to contend with. It's over at B main. He actually tagged Freeing there.
Yeah, he did. Freeing gets hit to 76.
He shot at where the drone was being deployed from.
Well, Estrella just swings in, continuing to try to contest. Well, if it were me, and I knew that Texture had an operator on the opposite side, I would be running as quickly into the opposite direction as I could. Karan, little jiggle peek over the top. Paranoia towards Yard. Hyunmin trying to dash in, trying to find something, and does instantaneously take down Foxy 9. Munchkin at the same time, though, trying to hold it down the line. Karan gone. Hyunmin flashed out, flashback. Desperately trying to get some of these wallbang shots. And we'll be able to find the kill onto Karan. Sends out the neural theft, picks up the spike. Tag into the rear. Spike can come through, but force away the relay bolt. Denying the haunt, revealing. And he just doesn't have the time. Texture has the headshot, timeout call. Not working a treat, 6-1, Gen G. Running away with this defender side.
Yeah, it looked like maybe this was gonna be DRX's chance. You're able to get Gunman through. A little bit of a reveal there from Freeing's util. But Texture just so fearsome with that operator. There's that crossfire again, set up by Gen G. I mean, they understand this map. They understand how to choke out their opponents. They're doing a great job of it. I'd say a little bit of a misstep from Karan. He didn't need to challenge flashback as quick as he did, but time was ticking anyway.
It's a bigger misstep from Estrella.
Yep, I agree. Trying to challenge that op. Not going to go well for you. Foxy has a res available. A lot of ults, though, for DRX. It just feels like you got to get in a spot to use them. I mean, you're going to have to use the Hunter's Fury if you get a spot just to open the map up for yourself a little bit. Doesn't feel like it's something that you could even save for the post plan at this point for DRX because of how poorly things have started here on this attacker's side. And there's just so much util that Gen G brings to bear.
Flashback, another good kill. 8-7-0. Really trying to get DRX back into these rounds. Big push up. Over here on the angle. Once again, Estrella dead. Double swing out into mid. Flashback going to be flushed out as Ash is able to collect the kill. Texture on the reposition.
30 seconds left.
Caught by the Paranoia. Re-wraps, re-peaks. And continues to find value as the quick scope delivers the 4K. He's back online. He's back on home soil. And he's back to the top of the leaderboard.
He's just so good. Flashback finds a nice opener, but you're gonna have to think of some way to deal with that operator. I mean, you're running a flashless comp here other than the Paranoia for the side of DRX. So maybe the Sova util, maybe a cam, I don't know.
Get out of my way.
Something's gonna have to be saved. Blades are gonna be activated.
Texture on the peak. Just around the corner. Freeing dead. Relay 2 delay. Hyunmin cannot peek off the back of that now. And Texture, he's rescaling. Sees that the spike is on the floor. Finds Hyunmin. Cannot get the shot on the Mako, but it seemed like for a second he was going to be able to make it happen. Mako will have the operator here in hand. Whether or not he can find value from it is a completely different question.
This is still tricky, even though you get the op.
The double face in. Foxy 9 just dodging around the shot. Takes down his former teammate in Mako. Just the Sheriffs now. His flashback has gotten it deep, but you can see Gen G are so well aware of the negative space, what they've given up. Sights trained into the back. Would need to be a clean shot, but that's going to be a dink right through the wall. The paranoia pushing him into the corner. Karn reading it well as Foxy9 now. Eyes on Estrella. The bite not deep enough. And Karan there to go ahead and clean him up. 8-1. Second timeout call. Looking likelier and likelier. As we see the timer stop, it seems like it's already been sent.
Yeah. I mean, you got to figure something out. It doesn't matter how defender side of the map is. You got to get a couple. You know, your opponents could take a pistol and the anti-eco, and then things are just out of control, out of your hands almost. And I mean, I don't know what the answers can be here because Gen G is so efficient at playing off of contact. You know, they have the operator, that's annoying as hell. Foxy's done a great job of using his wall to great effect to either get info or play off of info. Karan's just hit a couple banger shots in mid to kind of make that part of the map feel a little bit more difficult. They set up these great crossfires outside of both B main and A main. So you're looking at really difficult propositions to clear all this. So you either got to come up with one of the best util dumps you can think of, which it's DRX. They're well known for this kind of thing. Definitely possible. But again, you don't have a ton of kind of ability to do that without Gen G being pretty darn aware of it with the way they're playing. You're good because you're setting up for these executes either like in B lobby or A lobby, but at that point you're trying to figure out where the op is and you might have already lost a player. It's been very challenging. And credit to Gen G. Oh God, they're bringing 2 ops here.
Foxy, one in hand. And given the money that they have, there's
why not?
Likely, yeah, another weapon behind this anyway. Just been holding on to the res. Haven't had too many casualties thus far. As Honk gets cleared out, Texture pivoting across, gets himself deep into mid. It's going to be a very far back play here from Munchkin. Does get spotted over here in tower. Smoke now cycling over the top as Hunter's Fury looking for the kill, able to find it, freeing. Taking him down, fishing for a little bit more. Tag not found, flashback. Playing the same position, Texture very wary of this. Looking to try to get rid of this Cypher. Shots now being set. They're both gonna be thrown in, and Texture just trying to barrel stuff him with that off. Ash does manage to go ahead, scale forward, trades that one back. Ultimately though, DRX. Player advantage is theirs. Pit in play here on the site, looking for that second round win. Rez, however, brings Munchkin straight back into the action. Now the 4v4. Footsteps heard. Munchkin pushing forward, able to find one. The Pit now going to be dropping, freeing himself a 3K. Looking to try to set the aim there. It's Hyunmin, but Ash finding packets now all on Mako. Smoke dissipating. And he's just right there in the open. Foxy9 instantly takes his head off. Ops can be carried over, but they can also just buy so many more. Close but no cigar, 9-1. Gen G continuing to dominate.
And this is a heartbreaking round for DRX. Kind of what I was talking about earlier with the Hunter's Fury. You feel like you're gonna have to use it just to get a pick to open the map up. And then you're even able to shut down Texture here in mid. Quick trade of it by Ash, but then you get that res to come through. You get Munchkin to just sacrifice himself with that shorty. Get a little bit info, get a little bit of a kill. And then the rest just come flooding through. A beautiful flood.
Double outlaw now.
Yeah.
So continue to find these punishes with the snipers.
Gunman can absorb 1 body shot. That's the only one.
Quick clear of that. Foxy9 bounding back behind the wall. Flashback saying, okay, there's a gap here. He's gonna try to find a timing, and certainly has. Texture, quick on the peak though. Checks in from Yard, is able to go ahead and immediately trade it out. Mako at the same time taking some space, goes forward here, top mid. Gunman dashing up into the corner. Seized for the moment, Paranoia out, not going to be connecting on to anybody here from Gen G. Munchkin still up at tower, finding the kill. Gunman going to be struck down. TP around, over towards elbow for a quick check. Karan cancels it.
Mako though.
Mako is in around the back, and Munchkin does not read that. Getaway shot to be found, but Ash cleaning up one. Now into a 2v2. Another overdrive available here from Texture. Might just pop that for the retake. Karan swooping around. Back up through B main.
I think absolutely it's worth popping Texture's ult.
Spot out. Won't be given the opportunity. Karan now has to do it all. Otherwise, DRX looking to go ahead and finally secure the second round win. Freeing, tucking into the corner. Karan not spotting him.
Cover going out.
Smoke set up. Turn back in. Recon quickly cleared. Doesn't get pinged by that. Swings out and just doesn't know which way to look. Mako from above. Gets himself a 3K and gets DRX another round win.
Yeah, it's all about Mako in this round. Able to finally slip past the net and not have Gen G be aware. We saw Flashback do it earlier where he was able to get by, but that was seemingly all according to plan for Gen G because they were pretty much looking for it the whole time. This round, seemingly don't understand the mid-maneuver that Mako makes. And he definitely makes the most of it there. Getting the 3K, getting the round. You feel like maybe 9-3 is potentially doable with how defender side of this map has been looking. I don't know if that's just because of Gen G's comp or not. We'll have to see when we get there, but one away from Ash's ult. He would love to find that Nightfall. Really just make this so much more difficult. Ultimate being thought about here. In towards spawn.
Mako, yep, does get in behind. Estrella, however, once again, falling victim to that operator, but Mako now strikes. Paranoia sent. Ash held back for the moment. Karan, however, spotting at the gun barrel, sends out his own Paranoia, saves them off for the time being. Looks to go ahead, scale forward once again, finds the one, but cannot get anything more. Ash dead off screen. Foxy puts the spike now down to the floor. Gets a spot out on the Fring. Slow up going to be set up. Has a heal, doesn't pop it. Here's the fake TP there from Mako. Texture at the same time, however, he's just outflanking the flanker. Mako dead, flashback felled. It's gonna be 10-2, DRX. Needing to run this back. Do what T1 did just earlier today. Otherwise, Gen G might just be sending us into map 2 very quickly.
Absolutely, I mean, so when I look over to what DRX is gonna wanna do on this defender side, I mean, my big question is can the Cypher provide similar value to what the Sage does here with Foxy 9? That's one of the bigger pieces of the puzzle. Otherwise, you have a lot of the same kind of answers in terms of creating smokes, you know, covering mid, things like that. But it's locking off one of the mains or the other with the Sage, and it was mostly A that we saw Foxy doing it post-pistol round. Are you going to be able to accomplish those same goals? But for Gen G, I think that's something you're going to be very aware of. Looking for ways to clear that util early, bait things out. Now, you don't have a Sova on the side of Gen G, so a little bit tougher kind of get that job done, but certainly doable. It's the same kind of things that DRX is going to look to do that Gen G just did. Set up those crossfires, don't allow for those lurks, contain mid. Those are basically the only round that DRX was really able to get something going is when they lost mid-contain and Mako able to just sneak on by.
Texture, please, Ace. Actually, never mind. Don't do that. No, don't you dare.
You know what? Actually, no. The 4K is great. He's already got one.
Yeah.
You're safe.
As expected, I mean, the operator has just been so much of a thorn in the side here of DRX.
Yep.
16-7-3 is Texture.
It's just, he is the best op in the world right now. I don't think there's many who disagree with that. And that was a showcase.
I must wait a moment.
Camera getting a good amount of information. Just be a removal of the dart. A little bit of a scale forward into mid here from DRX.
But that's great. This is kind of what I want to see out of Gen G. It's early identification of that Cypher util. Dealing with it. Here's one of these crossfires, though. So annoying.
Interesting wall set up here from Munchkin as well, but great opening shot from Fring. Just get traded back. Hyunmin, the tailwind vested, wants to try to go on a peek. Wall now falling. Shot just whizzes right over the top of Ash's head.
They're Gonna double down on this.
Okay, well, on the repeat, Hyunmin is able to find that. Gets himself another kill, just the third one on board. Meanwhile, Estrella holding here, Jiggle peeking out from elbow. Sure, going to be set up quite deep.
Here. 30 seconds left.
Estrella now going to look to push forward, gets himself flush against the wall. Bit of a crossfire set up, his flashback over towards connector, but Kara just bounds forward into the site, and suddenly, flashback Estrella, both going to be taken down. Wall cuts off that tower access. Kara now pushing forward over towards elbow, wrapping around, waiting to try to get the jump here. On to Mako. Suspicious about it and wins the fight. A 2v2 now. Ooh, a 1v2. Hyunmin clean on the shot. Ash needing to reposition, but he's completely surrounded. Fights the first, turns back, but Mako gets it done in the end. Would have been one hell of a clutch there from Ash, but DRX win the ever important pistol. They take the first step towards trying to get a run back started.
Just close there. Gen G, I mean, on this execute, have got a lot of these angles read, have got a lot of the problems dealt with. I mean, Hyunmin, though, just so ferocious with this Sheriff. Hitting so many nice shots. This should have been that right there. Just a bit of a whiff. And Ash is in a lot of trouble, so I think the only thing I'd reconsider there for Gen G is that post-plant setup. Kind of just looking to take those individual fights, and DRX wins them. They're going to come through some pretty potent firepower. It is only going to be Munchkin, actually, this time. Sometimes you'll see...
Where's that damn camera?
Where is it? It's somewhere in the corner. It's hidden. We know it's there. Whatever. But usually it's actually Texture who's grabbing these Sheriffs in the eco rounds for Gen G. So kind of curious to see Munchkin with it. He's already gotten pretty far tucked up. Has his toxic screen to kind of see if he can create a little bit more space. So I think Hyunmin ahead of it, maybe?
Oh, if he just pre-fired it. Drone coming up over the top, and there is no rescue available. So there you go. Sheriff left on the floor. Orb's going to be taken here. A little bit of spam out into main. Mako able to scare them off.
You're just looking to try to brute force your way somewhere.
Pring rewrapping.
Nice maneuvering in that smoke.
30 seconds
Waiting for the
left.
timing. Smoke now recycled. Keeps it quiet. When does he decide to go? The answer is now, but Karan still watching behind, is able to find that kill. Spot out, and Karan puts the Spectre to good use, and suddenly start scratching your head. Time is not really there. Estrella needing to try to hold the line, but Karan is just full sprinting and running them down. Spike now planted. Mako down to 75. Wall cuts off elbow this time around. So the wheels have come off. Ultimately, I think you might just have to save.
Yep.
Where are you?
I'm working against them.
We'll catch them.
And as the haunt goes through, Hyunmin will just tuck back. Joining in alongside Mako, but Karan still on the hunt. Looking for a little bit more. Got himself 3, and that's where he's gonna rest for now. Mako will stop him from taking these weapons out of their hands, but that is a thrifty here from Gen G. On the back of one recovered Spectre.
You just can't give them any opportunities. They're just too good. And this is all Karan. Just winning this round, running and gunning. Yeah, frustration there for DRX's coaching staff. Felt like, you know, maybe they were going to be able to get off to a good start. Maybe make this look like Haven. But Gen G had other ideas. Continued re-aggression in towards mid paid off. Now you got Munchkin holding a tight angle, but quick little peek there from Hyunmin. He gets out, only taking a bit of damage. And Munchkin just gonna try a different angle there. Still a couple rifles you gotta be considerate of. As Gen G, look at this, they are stacked here. Looking for some kind of push out off the back of this toxic screen. This gives you some level of control. This gives you control over that A-link angle. They're gonna start scaling forward.
Taking even more space, now arriving at top mid.
Darts on the other side of the toxic screen.
Estrella clearly realizing this, now has it confirmed by the Prowler. Mako taken down, Munchkin able to find that kill, now the push getting ready to come through. Jump onto the corner, Kelvin able to find one, looking for a little bit more, but eventually gets flushed out as Ash claims the kill, freeing similarly dead as Texture finds him. Now you've got Kara on a late linger. Potentially ready to intercept both of these players here in mid. Just watching for the cross at stairs, in towards the link. Spots out one, takes the shot, flashback. Does manage to sit him down, but it's tagged at 20. The only recourse is to scoop up this Vandal and run for the hills.
Yeah, just really love the way that Gen G thinks about playing mid, the way that they're waiting for that toxic screen to make their moves. Some of that util, even if it comes through, can be a little bit too late for DRX. And then by that point, you're already past mid-stairs, you're almost to mid-top before you really know that Gen G's made it that far, and then you're scrambling to react. It's Gen G there also using the Neon really well. I'm starting to really like the Neon here as the choice of duelist on this map. Quick rotations, you're able to kind of break those angles a little bit better.
You have relay bolts to try to go ahead and clear corners.
Yes.
And that's why I'm a little bit puzzled to see the Jet in play here. Because this is one of the last duels I kind of anticipated to see on this map.
Agreed.
Felt like it was going to be Neon, Yoru, maybe if you're going for a bit of a double duelist setup, but Raze because you have Boombot as well as Paint Shell to clear out some of these hard angles.
Yep.
Opting to go for the Jet, and unfortunately for Hyunmin, it's a very rough game.
Yeah, I feel like Jet kind of Waylay probably going to be the hardest to make go on this map. As far as the duelists go, I think you're seeing why Gen G.
Well, it's been a rough go of it, and it continues to get rougher. Texture just able to find the shot through the wall. Smoke going to be cycled in. Still taking some pot shots here. Gen G look to bring this to a very quick finish. Oh, well, Mako, just as snappy.
Yo. That was pretty nasty. That's a bulldog too.
Can't PM the Mako. Hell of a shot to give Texture another death. Ping reveal on the Foxy 9. Mako more than happy to just stay tucked and try to maintain this passive control. Munchkin at the same time dead. Mako now swinging out, striking. Foxy gonna be good for the kill. Karan ends up getting taken out. It's now all down to Foxy 9. 4 bullets remaining here in the mag. 2 players with barely any health to speak of. Sends the heal here on himself. Does have the spike under his control.
30 seconds
Reading
left.
this late push here, but pulls off the angle. Not sure if Astray actually
I think
caught
he
a
saw
glimpse, though. It seems like no.
He pinged the other link.
Looks like they're going to try to split things up a little bit, though. He walls off backside. Going to be in with a real chance, so there you go. Locks himself in towards yard. Spike now planted. Flashback would have to break this down. Might just play it quietly. Might just try to go for a cam setup, get some information to feed over to Estrella. But Foxy in with an opportunity to try to bring this map to its conclusion right here, right now. Slow orb's going to be sent. They have to double face into him. They split them apart. No. Snappy shot, Estrella. Doesn't give him the chance to try to bring this one to an end. And DRX hold on by a thread.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where you're seeing better fundamentals here from DRX in terms of holding the crossfires, you know, being disciplined with those angles. This is just a little bit of a sucks to be you for Hyunmin. God, that is disgusting for Mako. But yeah, working their angles really nicely, setting up the crossfires in mid. Kind of more of what Gen G was doing to them on the other side of the coin. Like that, playing right off that camera, just in case Foxy had tried to clear it. They were going to be quick to try to get that last player dealt with. Haunt up and over in towards mid.
Scanning ahead.
It's going to open up a little bit of the map for them, freeing in response. Sends out the recon dart.
Deploying drone.
Don't know where that went. Drone not going to see. Oh, it is going to see a lot. That's a lot of info.
Yeah, spot out on the 2. It's going deep enough. No one ready and willing to clear that. So decent amount of info going to be gained here for DRX. Granted, the Gen G has just continuously played around this mid. Doesn't really tell them where this is going to end up.
Could use a Nightfall either to clear A site or just clear top mid.
Smoke off on the window.
They're making noise.
A little bit being made as there's the Nightfall, there's the Paranoia. Texture sliding forward, looking for the punish, has the relay bolt connected, but freeing, able to just hold down M1. Stays alive, and you can see how much of that was just decay. Estrella now getting involved as freeing finds a second kill. Ash on the floor. Foxy and Munchkin to try to clutch this one out. The res is available. Now, maybe a little bit more likely to try to come through, but Tailwind forward gets ahead of the potential wall setup. Foxy 9 now dead. Spike here on the ground. Munchkin would have to kill 3. And he's just walking in the open. Trying to blend in, pretend like he's on the team. And he sussed it out. DRX now up to 5.
It's again, not a bad idea. Oh, the stun was not actually bloomed yet. So freeing, he peaked just a little bit too early. Freeing wasn't quite in the stun state yet.
Timeout.
It's a little bit of a misplay with the util there. Still off the back of the Nightfall, you're thinking you're going to be relatively A-okay, but yeah. Gen G, though, gonna be thinking about this. You know, one thing I wouldn't mind seeing is a change up in the way you're using the smokes. So what you could see is instead using the Omen smokes at mid and changing where the toxic screen is gonna go. Trying to toy with your opponent's mind. Kind of played a bit more like Split, where you're gonna maybe cut off, you know, A or B, try something a little bit different. I mean, I get why they're doing the early toxic screen. Both teams have done it, right? Because you want to take that mid control. It's so important on this map, as we're seeing for the attacker side. It's really crucial towards breaking open that map and getting some rounds. Gen G's been a little bit better at it for sure, but DRX is now starting to kind of stabilize, kind of figure it out. So it might be time to just show a little bit of a change-up eventually. It doesn't have to be this round. But I wouldn't mind seeing something just a little bit, you know, to get it in your opponent's heads, to get it in their minds. Maybe you're trying something a little bit different. But this is an eco, so, or sort of an eco, half eco.
Let us hunt.
Operator for Hunmin, though.
Gen G started off the second half here by basically closing out a Thrifty. Hunmin, however, with the op, able to go ahead and find some value.
Take flight.
Little bit of deja vu of duelists with op kills. Viper outside B.
I'm out of here.
This time to the benefit of DRX rather than the disadvantage.
You just, now you got to use a bunch of util to clear this space. I mean,
considering it, but
yeah, I don't know.
Seems like the call is to leave him dead. Just grab the Vandal, leave the corpse behind. Texture gonna be sliding forward and freeing. Not able to find the second kill. Estrella similarly gonna be flushed out. Wheels starting to come off now here in the round for DRX. Knives popped. Player advantage is theirs. And gets spotted. Still can't be collected. Tap of the plant. Paranoia sent. Bouncing around the back here. Hyunmin able to find the headshot. Mako cleans up Texture. 12-6. DRX halfway there to try to deliver an overtime.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to worry about in these post plants, especially without the Sage for Gen G. Or, you know, any of your smokes either. Makes it very annoying. That's a tight angle. Hyunmin puts to good use. It looked like maybe might be a moment here. Like the instant pop of the blades there for Hyunmin. Still feeling like they've got a chance. For sure. This map looks extremely defender-sided today.
Gen G considering a very fast hit. It's just going to be counter spam up from Foxy 9, able to find Estrella. Karan now TPing forward, gets himself up into tower. Mako's position going to be noted here by the Prowler. Finds one through the box, but then Karan peeks out, finds the elimination there. And freeing similarly dropped. Hyunmin flashback. now needing to do everything in a 2v4. Push from tower, the orb blooming once again, cutting off that vision. Flashback sticking around. It's a smoke forward. Karin holds it well. 10 minutes gone, Flashback picks a lot of place, is able to find Karin, but still needs so much more. What a return to the stage it would be if he was able to find this clutch right here, right now, to try to keep things going. Get some wind back into the sails of DRX, but at the moment, Gen G, they're just playing with him.
Whoa!
But he hits an ungodly transfer with the ping reveal. He scales forward before the neural depth can come in. My goodness. Flashback. Not missing much of a beat, it would seem, in his absence. Nearly makes a go of that. Nearly leaves our jaws down on the floor. But in the end, Gen G, they do close out the map.
Yeah, our first look at Corrode here at Pacific, and, you know, feels very defender-sided, man. But I think, again, some of the agent choices here for Gen G, a little bit better read on their attacker side in terms of how to approach the map overall is what gave them the edge versus DRX. So some things to consider. Like you mentioned, I'm not so sure about the Jet. I really like Neon on this map. I think that's a really solid overall choice for Duelist, and I expect to see a lot more of that from other teams going forward. A double Duelist, I think, could work pretty well on this map, potentially, too. But Viper seems pretty key for that mid control. Those are the bigger takeaways that I'm seeing here so far. Double controller, very, very important on this map. There's just so much space to cover.
For sure. Well, a little bit of a rally back. Maybe the gears starting to turn here for TRX, but they elected to go and take us here to Corrode. Now they're going to have to contend with Gen G on their map of Haven, which has been pretty rock steady for the Tiger Nation. All things considered, though, Gen G, they end up playing it safe a bit here on Corrode. It works a treat. We'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst desk, though, to get their thoughts.
Well, I think Gen G was really good on Corrode. You were definitely onto something big time also, saying that Gen G allowed Corrode through for a reason. But Pilsky, what do you make of this?
I mean, oh man, DRX, that attacking side was super rough. Like, I think it's almost a bit egregious to pick Corrode into this series and then play an attack side like that. Like, they were just dry contacting into everything, getting picked apart. The op was absolutely destroying them, and it just really didn't look like, outside of DRX finding some success on the dry contacts and actually being able to turn it into somewhat of an exec, that they had really that many ideas on their attacking side. I think this needs a rework.
Yeah, I felt like they were trying to get cheesy with this pick, you know. That's the best way I can describe it, is they felt like, well, Gen G won't have had any time, so we'll go ahead and pick this, and we'll just beat them because they don't know, they haven't played as much of the map as we have. But I think Gen G found a great answer for the first time you're able to play this map in unofficial, and yeah, DRX, just the ideas did not come to fruition.
Yeah, I do also like the return of Flashback. I think Flashback was pretty critical to any of the round successes that DRX was finding.
I agree. I think Flashback did not look like he'd really missed much of a beat back on the Sentinel role again, so I think that's promising for DRX. I'm hoping that he can slot back into the roster on some more comfortable maps and continue to find impact for them. I mean, I was a little bit worried because it's been a while between drinks for Flashback playing here in VCT Pacific since earlier in the year, but he didn't look out of place at all.
You know, it fit back in very, very naturally. Almost won that clutch in the last round there. Thought he might have had it, but
looking sharp.
It wasn't meant to be ultimately, but I felt like it was a strong welcome back for Flashback, but just not enough against this Gen G roster. I mean, Gen G is so stacked. Everybody really able to shoot hard on that Gen G roster, so DRX just not finding the opportunities that they need.
Now, we were looking at the agent comps briefly before we went into the first map of Corrode, and it looks like, you know, the Korean teams are just sticking to the foundations of Valorant. But I think what we really liked was the Sage use on Foxy 9.
I mean, first time we've seen a Sage and a Sova on Corrode. I don't think the Sova really was great. I mean, they were darting to take A or B main in various forms on attack for DRX, but I don't think that the drone was enough to push the Neon off some of those info lines. They had to dry contact a lot. I think the Fade was a better fit in terms of that Enit slot, and Ash was playing a phenomenal game. So I think there was a bit of an Enit diff, both in terms of choice and in terms of player performance. But I agree, the Sage from Foxy9, I don't know if it's necessarily because the Sage is really good, because it's very choke pointy on this map, and we have some replays to look at as well, you know, to kind of illustrate both of those points. First of all, I mean, we've got to look at texture on these info lines. There's a drone that doesn't really do a good enough job of clearing him, and he's able to pick a player for free. He's just posting on these lines. Look how many players he's killing for free before DRX is able to get anything done, and that's just not good enough. When you get to pick this on attack and you just drive walking into an op getting picked apart, then that's just not acceptable.
It's a really nice way to approach a new map as well, because people don't really know quite yet what the strongest op lines are. They're not really sure where to invest that utility, how deep you're really able to get on that defender side. But I mean, I think it's clear why Gen G left this open, because they knew that they could pick that defender side first if DRX did pick it. And now when we look across to this Sage from Foxy9, I think this is where they really, you know, understood that they were going to start on that defense. But we just look and they dominate the chokes. This map, as Alex was saying in his interview at the start of today, it's a big map, but it plays small because these chokes are so tight. So picking the Sage simplifies that map and just forces DRX to stop at these choke points.
And DRX just didn't work map control well enough to be able to destroy these Sage walls. You know, on maps where you're more familiar with the Sage being on the map, you know, you're going to take your time, you're going to default out, you're going to break the wall, like on Split, for example, where we always saw the Sage wall in middle. You're going to break the wall, you're going to spend some time, but unfortunately, DRX, they really didn't get enough map control to be able to deal with the Sage wall well, and unfortunately a lot of the time they ended up just getting absolutely crushed in the choke points by either a Sage wall or they were trying to execute into a slow orb here, and they just get completely cancelled by one piece of utility.
And you can tell DRX don't have the reps on this attacker side yet. They don't know how to work the map, bait out all of this utility. But yeah, but then Foxy9 starts like doing these fake walls and kind of walking in front of it. I feel like Sage is a great pick almost always when the map is new, because you can simplify it to your needs and slow down these hard bursts that people tend to be reliant on until the map is a little bit more figured out. So I really do like this approach from Gen G.
Yeah, I'm curious on your opinions now that we've seen this early take on Corrode. You're saying this is a good agent to start with here, but as we mature more into Corrode, would you say we should be keeping the Sage?
I think we need to see how teams deal with it, but I think it could be a decent pick. Like, you even saw it on attacker's side there, the wall in towards Heaven. You saw some progression orbs into Heaven from the Viper as well. I thought that was very strong. That makes the retake a little bit harder for the defenders. MVP going over here to Texture. This dude was just absolutely doming with the op. He was having an easy time on defense, just posting up. It was great to see, but look, yeah, we'll see if we get some more Sage, because that was the first Sage in an official we've seen on Corrode, and it absolutely destroyed DRX. They did not know what to do against that.
They were at the point where they were double opping on both sides of the map.
Why would you not? Yeah.
And he was slide opping. I mean, they didn't win that round, but it was still kind of insane way to bounce back.
DRX just had nothing to deal with it. They were like, there was a drone, there was a dart in A main, and that was it. And then they were like, I guess we got to try to shoulder the op, and they were getting picked.
Now we are going to be going into map 2. So DRX picked Corrode. That did not go in their favor at all. But as we go into the second map, how are you guys feeling about at Haven?
You gotta feel very confident for Gen G. You can see this is a map that they pick heavily. If you go back and look at the results all through Toronto, some of the other events we've got going on, they are on a streak on this map. They're beating everyone from every region on this map. And if you look more so at DRX, they've been copying the Gen G comp most recently on this map and trying to play like them when Flicker was, you know, floating around the roster a little bit, being a little bit less consistent from them. So I think Gen G are going to be feeling very confident that they're going to be taking this series 2-0. But look, we'll see what DRX do prep for us here.
I mean, Gen G just love this map. Since swapping from that Teo to the Sova, they've gone absolutely flawless in all of their officials on this map. So the mountain is big for DRX, you have to say. I mean, I think that there is a lot... I don't even know how to word this, to be honest. There's a lot they have to do to beat them today. I do think The one thing that they kind of have going for them is Gen.G play the same way. They're going to know what they're going to see from Gen.G, but that doesn't seem to matter because people don't seem to really be able to stop Gen.G, even with full knowledge and information.
I want to see what DRX is going to bring into this map, because if we remember the last time we saw them with Flashback, they were playing double duelist. Flashback was playing a Neon running absolutely everywhere. He had Hyunmin on the secondary duelist. That's definitely something they can flex back into. It's a look that we haven't seen from them in quite a while.
I think that would be way better. That's really what I want to see. I think just taking Gen.G's style, taking that Viper from Gen.G, you're not going to do it better than they are. Play to your own strengths. Play to what's unique for you. That's what I would like to see from DRX.
Well, we are going to need to see it from DRX, or we're going to get another 2-0 today from our Masters winners. And here are the comps. Yeah, your tone tells me you're not thrilled.
Well, we are going to get a mirror, the only difference being that Flashback will play Cypher and Foxy9 will be on the Killjoy. Gen.G doing what's tried and true for them, what they used to. DRX, once again, running the same comp that they were running with Flicker in the roster. He had a great debut on the Viper. It's going to be up to Estrella to play that Viper, which, look, he didn't look fantastic on Corrode. Hopefully he's feeling a little bit more confident, because if he's going to need to have a Munchkin-esque performance against Munchkin himself.
Yeah, really need a bounce back there, but I'm not sure anyone can do it better than Munchkin. It's an uphill battle here for DRX.
It is definitely an uphill battle, and you can see why all the talents have picked Gen.G today. We're going to send it back to our casters for Haven. It's up to you, Achilleos and Paper Thin, to take it away.
And that's exactly what we shall do. DRX going to be reeling after the loss there on Corrode, maybe thinking they were going to have the upper hand, saying, okay, we got back a little bit sooner, we have a little bit more rest, a little bit more prep time to try to get this map ready. Well, Gen.G, I don't know. I don't know how much practice they really got on the map, but they clearly look very well in tune with it. Now we go over to Haven, which has been a mainstay for Gen.G.
Yeah, it's a map they don't need much practice on. They are very, very efficient at this. Trying to bait out early contact here. Estrella gonna be backed off, looking for that Cypher util. Gonna get identified by the camp. That's gonna be Texture's go signal to just back off, try to figure out another angle of attack, or at least create a little bit of presence somewhere else, see if they can pull some attention. DRX, though, I think pretty aware this could have been a re-clear of Garage. I thought maybe that might be where Gen.G ends up leaning, but looks like B may be the actual answer, lining up for some shock darts to clear any trips that could be in there.
All going up, smoke blooming here at the front. Door shut in Gen.G's face here for now. Sights now shifted towards C. Tripwire going to be set up on the exit of the garage. Paranoia, well, Texture just slides right under that one, and Hyunmin is able to find the kill, but now the bite out from Munchkin finds freeing. Flashback once again, needing to do wonders here for the team, but cannot find that second shot. It's just going to be a tiny bit of damage as Ash goes down to 70. Suddenly Mako, the last one alive, all weapon upgrades. Effectively a world away from him. Unless he can find one there within the enemy poison orb. Trying to take it one step at a time. But now spotted out. Paranoia clears the one angle. Munchkin just spamming across. Goes down to 48. Mako pulls back away, avoiding the shock. Breaking this is nigh impossible, especially with 20 HP. The turret now a threat in its own right. Will swing out. Ash will claim it. Gen.G 2-1 in pistols.
Yeah, it's just so hard to deal with. You know, Texture's just driving on in there. Pedal to the metal. Karan's following right up, and even though he dies for the cause, Karan so willing and able to gain that extra space, get those extra couple kills behind the sacrifice of his duelist. Then the follow-up, very, very nice. Gen.G very, very fired up. Want to just close this series out.
It's full classics. Ping reveal onto Munchkin. Mako. He is just fully strafing forward here into A lobby. Tucked into the corner. How much of a read on this does Foxy have? Seems like a pretty decent one.
Yeah.
He's checking for the angle there, but Mako has since backed away. At the same time, Estrella dead. Right, pen weaponry. As Munchkin does manage to find one, freeing dead on the B site. Chances of a Thrifty very rapidly dwindling here.
And now you've seen nothing over at Long A. So you're going to feel comfortable to make that your final destination. Munchkin just going to try to hold a tight angle, but it's been pinged. They're aware. Doesn't matter.
Quickly. It's a shutdown. Being flanked, but hip fire Marshall. Accurate as ever. And Munchkin does read the potential push out of B quite well. Keeps himself protected. Hyunmin now. Spike in play. Does he try to get damage? Does he try to get a kill? Or does he just go down the spike / texture? It seems like it's going to be Ash. Not one of the options that I listed, but there you have it. 2-0 start, flawless fashion. Gen G looking to show T1 PRX how to attack on Haven.
Yeah, just that early spam there, catching a kill. Nice shot with the Marshall. So to readjust. And the no-scopes. Kind of funny to see Munchkin without a Guardian and an anti-eco, but still puts the Marshall to darn good use. And just so efficient. That's kind of their MO on this map.
And now the reinvestment, given the money that they had because of the weaker weaponry. So now they have plenty to try to contend with this and make this into a bonus conversion. Foxy going to be noted nice and early from the walkout mid. Forced away with a tiny little bit of damage taken. Karin at the same time, though. Oh, finds a little bit more damage onto Freeing, who's going to stay tucked into the corner, and Munchkin is going to look to try to go on the prowl. Slides forward, there's a spot out, and Freeing has not noted him at all. This would be one hell of a shot, but Munchkin now striking, finds it. Hyunmin quickly replies. Call to reinforce has been made. But given that it's Munchkin that they find and kill, this doesn't really give information over to DRX because so often he's playing on these lurks.
Exactly. There's some good stuff to talk about the way Karan plays this early part of the round too, but we'll wait a moment.
Relay pulled send, Paranoia connecting on the texture, but he's so damn close that he still finds the shot, and Foxy9 is counter swinging around the backup box. The call to save has already been made. This round is over.
And this is just kind of a neat little new wrinkle that I can't remember seeing from Gen G. They've probably done it before, but the way that Karan is actually the one pushing quickly into sewers opens up that extra angle there. And Freeing, I mean, I was going to give him credit. Way to be aware of the negative space there. He was peeking into sewers right away, but he saw Karan there. The back off and then the push up from Munchkin as the follow-up, just not anticipated. It's the way that Gen G toys with you. Little mind games they're going to play around those Viper toxic screens over in A is so frustrating to deal with.
Well, Gen G doing what the previous two teams could not. They get themselves 3 rounds on the attacker side here in regulation rounds. Converting the bonus, and I mean, it's just so very well played. Hyunmin, a nice shot to try to reply, but then the Paranoia at range doesn't mean much.
Yeah, and also to note, Munchkin using Estrella's toxic screen against him there to get into that corner at long so that he was not identified. So Freeing just kind of left out to dry.
He's just a master of it.
He is. He's the best.
And even without the trophy behind them from Toronto, Munchkin still making very solid argument for being, you know, highest fragging IGL that we have right now in the scene, as well as one of the best Vipers. Let's see if he gets another chance of it here. It's Hyunmin though. First on point to try to go ahead and flush out Karan is able to do so, but Munchkin on the counter spray finds that kill. Weapon on the floor. There's Foxy9 watching his rear flank. Smoke coming through. Mako able to slide past this. Seemingly not having the read. Munchkin now going to be taken down. Flashback finds that one. Quick little scope in. Mako strikes. Shots from Ash to try to dissuade. Ping reveal out here on the texture. Finds one. Diffuse held to half. Ash, his attention going to be split, and DRX narrowly get themselves the round win, getting them on the board here in 4.
Yeah, it's just one of those little moments there for Foxy9. Was stellar in recent events, but the ping reveal. And yeah, it just slipping past is Mako. Then he's got the Marshall. He's no slouch with it. Ooh! Love to see that last one there. Oh, no scope to the dome. Now you've got the operator for Hyunmin, so that's a massive turnaround there for DRX. We have a Hunter's Fury here for Ash. Pit from Munchkin. This looks to be a pacey hit towards C.
Fast lane sent Hunter's Fury, going to be sent out here. Ash trying to find some kills. Flashback fully caught up in the bursts, ends up getting taken down, so the trade up is there. Gen G in control as the pit now gets invested from Munchkin. Playing forward here towards that defender spawn side of the site. But then you have this operator in Mako's hands. I mean, you can see them drifting away. Seems like DRX already acknowledging that they just have no recourse, no way to try to get themselves back into this one, so we'll just be going on the save.
I love the play call here from Munchkin. Turn up the tempo again. It's going to be hard for them to defend against that Hunter's Fury as well. Just too much for Flashback to deal with, as good as he is. Get that pit down, get the round secured. Get yourself another one. And just instantly rip that momentum back away. But look at Freeing.
Tucked into their spawn, but I don't think he's particularly hoping that anyone comes his way, and they will not. So we'll be able to hold on to this weapon. Already has a Hunter's Fury online, so there's no real reason to try to play for any kills. You're not really going to be putting a dent in Gen G's economy. So Operator will be carried over, but Gen G continue to stretch the lead here. This, yeah, great reveal out. And maybe a little bit too aggressive going forward into back sight. Loses his life, but they have that second layer to make sure that it's traded.
Yep. Now you got a Hunter's Fury for Freeing.
He and Estrella at the moment, 0-4 each.
It's been rough.
Toxin screen down.
Ooh. Mako slotted forward. Munchkin, however, not peeking the angle at long, so Mako just gonna retuck Foxy. Trying to find an opener. Does end up getting taken down, but Munchkin does very much the same. Quick pick, Mako dead, Poison Orb lineup coming in. Snakebite gonna be lobbed in as well, but this is all a little bit of a ruse. Trying to keep them interested on this A site as the spike still continues to get ushered over. So even though they've identified the operator, it seems like Gen G still going to favor their odds at overwhelming Hyunmin. Texture going to go bounding forward, but the overdrive is available. Hyunmin immediately popping that here in response. Paranoia gets dodged, Freeing. Ooh, she goes out, Munchkin. Slotting forward here into backside. Shots flying from Estrella. Takes his timing and gets the transfer, Munchkin. Just looking to dominate them here. Finds a third. Neural depth invested. Ping reveal out. Trying to dance around this one, but Ash still holding his own. Flashback finding one. Texture slides forward. Gen G is not allowing for DRX to double up the round count.
This is such a frustrating round to play against because of what Munchkin is calling on the board. It's the Poison Cloud into the Snakebite over on A, the fast lane on C. It looks like it's going to be a hit. You get the overdrive baited out, but the whole time, Munchkin's just slipping into the back of B site, and they have no clue. And then he finds the perfect moment to get that 2K. He's just, when he's on point, I mean, not only is a great fragger, but
I mean, he just looks like the best IPL in the world.
He does. Rounds like that.
It's just unbelievably well read. And I look at Munchkin from last year, this year, like basically ever since he joined Gen G, and I'm like, what happened?
Yeah.
Because
I know.
I mean, look, a lot of it's going to have to do with, you know, the coaching staff, Solo, HSK.
Sure.
Absolute legends in their own right. But when you compare Munchkin to his previous teams when he was on T1.
Yep. Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he was doing some of the dumbest things that I'd ever seen over at Lock-In. And now it just looks like he just looks like a genius. He's been a genius.
Well, I think you got to give credit to both him and the coaching staff for being able to harness that energy, right? Being able to control the chaos that Munchkin wants to naturally bring, and he puts in so much work. I'll say there, Estrella is trying to hold an angle.
Lucky to get away.
But he just reads his opponent so well. I mean, you could see it in the prep, right? The time that he puts in. And then he's still a great fragger somehow. Just, you know, sitting on his iPad studying VODs all day. And then he comes through and can just pop the heck off with some of the nastiest transfers you're ever going to see. What a treat it is to watch the player he's become. Just an absolute joy. I don't know if that saw anything or not.
Oh.
No, it did not. Now Fring knows.
Yeah, it does get the spot out. How much more he saw behind Munchkin is kind of the question, though. Well, certainly should have seen more than one player.
You would think so. But it is a weaker buy here, so could be a little tough even with the read for DRX, but ooh.
Hell of a shot there from Fring. Desperately needed. His weapon's just going to be juggled back. Texture not wanting to give them anything for free. Yep. Chuck it off the side of the map.
30 seconds left.
Mako peeking, shooting. Munchkin take it down. Great shot here from Mako. Quickly repositions to the top of the box, and it's going to be Hyunmin coming up with another one. Hip fire coming through. Karan striking back, able to find flashback as the Hunter's Fury goes across, but things are getting scattered, and Mako is coming out on top. The Thrifty going to be found all the same. Weapon juggle away or not, they will have their upgrades, and DRX, off the back of the timeout call, get themselves a second round win.
Yeah, in this round, Gen G's pretty readable. They don't make anything super confusing, and on top of that, DRX hitting some nasty shots with the Sheriffs and the Marshals. That headshot on the Munchkin from Mako in particular. Really a difference maker here. So it's been weaker buys that DRX has been able to find. Their 2-round wins on this defender side. And I think part of that is just kind of the confidence of Gen G to just sort of play a little bit more basic, going up against those Thrifties, just thinking, well, our firepower could just get us over the line anyway. I think you're going to see a little bit more kind of change up in the methodology here for Munchkin and company. This time showing a little bit of presence at long A, but throwing a little bit of a different look into the equation, having Karan out front. Munchkin over there as well. Poxy trying to play with the front of beat, seeing if anybody was going to hold that tight angle again. See if they could double down on it, but not really going to be available. And now you're just going to go and try and explore the map a little bit. And Gen G holding it really tight to the vest in this round. Not giving any info away, waiting out this recon dart.
It's a very shallow one. Fring looking like he's well aware of that. Mako quick on the peek, quick on the kill. Texture going to be taken down. Paranoia at the ready. Sends it, and that's going to be Gen G staved off. Looking to reroute and rewrap. Seems like DRX starting to get
left.
decently strong understanding the tendencies here of Gen G. No util to be cleared, just going to be a straight up playing this hard 90-degree angle. Relay bolt to try to further delay. Paranoia sent the TP forward. Estrella now striking, gets himself on the board. The spike going to be stranded. Needing to try to flush him out of position. Munchkin able to find the one. Hyunmin now holding the door, and the call to back off has been made. Foxy 9 at the same time. He's trying to get in a position to go for the backstab, but ultimately has to just say tucked at hell. DRX. 2 consecutive round wins.
Enemies close.
Looking to still try to rescue this half.
Yeah, you're seeing some really nice adjustments here from DRX and some of the tendencies that we've seen earlier. You've seen Karan be the one to TP. You know, you might be questioning why Estrella held on the snake bite so he doesn't give away his position. He recognizes the time on the clock, knows that if he takes down the planter here, it's probably round over. He's got Hyunmin behind him for a little bit of support, and they're reading these rotations really nicely, and especially with Mako up on that box, just completely thwarts the A hit from Gen G. Doing a nice job finding some of these mid-half adjustments.
Trying to check forward. Munchkin sliding back into a main. Staying flush along the wall there by Sewer. Keeps himself safe for the time being. Bit of a big change up on the tripwire set up there from Flashback. As freeing ends up getting caught. Munchkin quickly exiting. kill found. The pivot starting to come through. Mako rather still going to be scaling forward, but Texture here able to find one. Jumps into the corner, slides across, flashback. Does manage to hound him down. Mako now, pressure on him, strikes for one, gets himself a second. Karan able to trade it back, but now it's going to be the 2v2 with Hyunmin quickly wrapping around, getting himself forward here in front of the smoke. At backside, Recon not getting the reveal, but Karan finds a headshot, and now it's all on flashback. Swinging forward, finds the first, the counter swing out, and Ash gets it done. Gen.G lock up 6.
I mean, again, DRX is making some good counter moves, but some of these early kills that Gen.G find are going to be too much to deal with. This one right here by Texture, the real backbreaker, taking Estrella down. Nice work by Flashback, but Mako making a nice play of his own and trying to out-lurk the lurker. Does well to do so. Ash gonna re-challenge Flashback quickly, and he profits. It is gonna be a judge there for Estrella. Operator for Hyunmin. So big round coming up for DRX to stabilize in this half. You almost feel like this is straight out of the Gen.G playbook in some ways. They like to run similar stuff. A little bit of flirtation here with B again, but it's been a little bit dangerous for a couple of these rounds.
It dropped in. Quick TP out. Avoiding the shock darts here is Karan. Estrella with a judge. Try to play this one forward. Just frantic spam as Util gets sent. Just regularly getting dumped in. Mako up and over the top here on site, spamming, trying desperately to find any kind of connection that he could get. Straight headshot is what he's after. It's not being rewarded with one at all. Foxy9 at the same time, however, is able to find one. Estrella pushing forward, finding two. The judge ringing out, but the covering fire comes in as Ash just mows them down. Short into the face, Mako gets dropped, and Gen.G secure a lead at the half with 2 more rounds to be played out.
Yeah, this is such a tough round for DRX to try to find a way into that pit. You didn't have the drone, you didn't have the recon dart available initially, so a lot of time is going to get burned for DRX to try to find ways in. A lot of your util that you have available to try to find info, so you just got to start throwing bodies into it. And Gen.G's, oh my god, just got a couple players on the back line who could spam in there, play off of some of those call-outs. And it's cool, calm, collected.
Oshkip is looking so nonplussed.
Yeah, he's just wants to take care of business.
Maybe still tired, still jet lagged, just trying to play this as zen-like as possible. Push coming through here onto the corner. Karan able to go ahead and redraw the weapon. But now, evacuation notice comes through. Gen.G saying, okay, you didn't get the spike down. Let a little bit too much time pass, so they've likely collected themselves around the B site. Show that they're a little bit risk averse, so now pivot, looking towards the A site. Mako, Marshall again in hand, going to be looking to try to create some miracles here for the DRX team. Be coming in, shot, it's going right past the shoulders.
You should run.
Lockdown in play, but it's a very shallow one.
Cover going out.
Backside, hell, all pretty much open for them to tuck back in. As Paranoia gets sent. Hunter's Fury now going across, looking for the tags. Both players able to avoid that. Hyunmin finding one. Texture going to be taken down. Flashback dead, but Karan now able to find Hyunmin. Finds freeing. It's Mako scooping up a Phantom frantically, trying to reposition. It's a peek on the one, and Munchkin. And he puts him down nice and easy. Thought maybe he'd go for the knife, but that's not quite his style. Gen.G up 8-3.
Yeah, this finally, we're able to get one of these rounds to go against an eco, even though, again, it's pretty simple, and you're giving some opportunities to DRX. Nice work by Munchkin, keeping track of Flashback on the flanks. Karan, absolutely disgusting. At 3K, instrumental. Once again.
A classic from Estrella, just looking like it's a potato gun.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Reminds me a bit of that judge earlier.
Yeah.
Just unlucko sometimes, I guess.
Munchkin with an operator. Not something we see very often.
That is true. Well, he's got the overdrive. That's going to be kind of a weird one for DRX to see. Thinking, why, oh why? What has he got up his sleeve now? But you've got so much to worry about here. I like this. I like this response. I think the overdrive is being thought about. Sees a great sight for the overdrive.
Oh, gunman. Couple shots there into the leg. Take on the TP from Karan, but they do manage to shove them back. Foxy trying to lurk forward, sends out quick little nano. Cam gets situated there in the garage, ensuring that they haven't scaled forward. Foxy now set up to try to go on this late lurk. Wall from Estrella keeping him covered here for now. To be a little bit of a late arrival, but it's well read so far. Is what? Texture! How's he done that? Mako finds the kill. That's all well and nice, but the B site. The spike's already been ushered over. Foxy swooping down. Immediately dispatches Estrella. Mako needs to do so much, but cannot do anything at all. The neural invested, but Flashback is just staring at 4 enemies. There is realistically no hope whatsoever. I mean, good God.
Yeah, it's GG here.
I'm still at a lack of words.
Yeah.
Okay, he makes a go of it. He'll pad the stats a little bit, and eventually Karan will take him down 9-3 at the half. Gen G once again well out in front. Show me the replay and slow it down. This one, okay. Huh. What the ever-loving hell?
He just one-tapped him.
Was it? Yeah, sliding one tapped him. Was it texture? I don't remember who it was, but I think that one of the only other kills that really comes to mind of being that crazy on a slide. It was B-site Pearl sliding sheriff shot. Don't remember who the hell did it, but it was a Pacific player. This year.
Yeah, I can't remember who did that.
Chat if you know.
Let us know.
Drop it. I'll open the chat. I'll see if I can be reminded.
Oh, came from Gwangju.
I'll say maybe like something else.
Could be.
Maybe it was texture. I don't rightly know. I just remember that it was a nutty play.
That right there was just... it's just unfair. I mean...
the corner of the box as well.
I know. And he's getting 2 kills. And it's all just a fake. It's all just a ruse to make matters worse. Yeah. Well, never give up, DRX. Yeah, it's certainly going to need to claw their way back into this one for sure.
Well, people are telling me that it was in fact texture who did that. So
it was.
There you go.
He's filthy.
And he's having a relatively quiet map.
Yes.
But he's still just sometimes pulling out kills like that. And now, DRX needing to follow in the footsteps of T1 to get the run back, though they would like to avoid overtime.
Yeah, it's a key pistol round. They're being really cautious. Just so afraid. Ooh, damage done there for Foxy. Gunman down to 50. A little bit of a scrape on the Mako. But that's, that's keeping him pinned. That's kind of allowing you to shift your weight over towards B&A still. So you're not getting any follow-up contact off of that. Gen G can just kind of wait this out a little bit longer. Still some time, though. DRX can make some moves. Being very diligent, waiting out that recon there. So it's going to force Ash to re-clear the space. Yeah, and he learned the hard way. You can see the quick pivot over from Munchkin.
Spotted there on the Jiggle Peak. Paranoia to hold him at bay here for now. Some fishing shots, and actually, 2 kills gonna be found. Estrella coming up the goods there, looking for the transfer as Ash cannot make it happen. Texture sliding forward as bounding forward out of the smoke. Marco just playing point. Estrella playing off the back of him very nicely.
10 seconds
DRX set to go ahead and get their second pistol round win here of this series. The right step forward is Foxy9. Not sure which way to look as he drops down out of heaven. And DRX close it out.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a good read, though, from Gen G. They just can't hold the line. Some of those shots through the smokes. I think there was a reveal. Yeah, with the util from Freeing. Sets himself up nicely, so a little bit of a kind of collapse in who's supposed to be clearing that dart. Just caught him in a weird spot. And there you go, DRX trying to find a way back into this. Certainly felt like maybe it was just going to be a quick day for Gen G, but
I'll go with an Ares.
That is weird.
Certainly not an everyday occurrence. Just spamming there onto C site, trying to see if he finds anything, and looks like he has found Foxy9 for a decent little bit.
Maybe just trying to find a way to deal with the turret and some of that other stuff. Texture says, okay, you can do that. Turret's still there. I've got a Sheriff. Keep it up. Wants his opportunity. Munchkin gets identified. Mako going to escape. Camera there. At least dealt with, but DRX still being very, very cautious in the early parts of this round, even with the gun advantage. There's Yunman. Finds a nice one on a Karan.
Great headshot. I suspect that was him jiggle peeking as well. It's a very snappy one. Wall covering Ash's position here.
30 seconds left.
Staying tucked for the time being. Now pushing forward for the final one, but Mako opens up there with the Ares, able to find a kill. Trip now going to be cleared here from behind. His flashback, quick little taps coming through. Leaves Texture now to his own devices. Something tells me that the thrifty win that we saw on Corrode is not going to be coming through now.
Doubtful.
There you go. Straight to find the final shot. So, very clean. Just Hyunmin left on the floor. Anti-Eco goes the way of DRX. 4 rounds now from tying it up.
Yeah, so if I'm Gen G, I'm starting to think that, at least so far from what we've seen, the early game plan for DRX is play safe, play slow, look for the lurks. Because you know that Gen G wants to find ways to create those. So maybe just the answer here is be a little bit quick on the rotates. You know, once you get past like that 50-second mark, you can be a little bit more aggressive towards leaning towards one side of the map or the other, but have to wait and see what their plan is. Stack up at C, cleared by Texture's Guardian. Karan on top. Guardian of his own.
Shock darts forward. Tucks back into the smoke. I mean, if they just blind check him, could be a spam angle, but Texture will peek the corner, keeps it cleared. Stops him from gaining more information. And for now, Mako is going to be left to his own devices. Tucked in here at this C-long cubby.
And this is kind of what we've been seeing from DRX. Making some moves, being a little bit cautious in the early part of the game, and now starting to think about maybe heading in. I think trying to bait out, yep, and bait out that nano with the fast lane. So you got your response. What's your follow-up? DRX still has a ton of firepower behind all this. Gen G has 2 Guardians.
Maybe thinking that there's going to be more behind this, does wisely hold on to that paranoia. Cycles the smoke instead.
There's an alarm bot right in front of Estrella. I think he knows it. And he's
30 seconds left.
Trying to find a way to punish Ash.
This late into the round, spot off the neon, spot them all out. Recon over the top, the swing coming through, and Ash not winning the fight. Estrella able to go ahead and break through out of sewers. As they go piling forward, tucked through the smoke is Foxy9, flushed out by flashback. Kill coming through, plant now. In play, 3 players remaining. As Texture tries to swing around from behind, the wall still raised. Estrella swooping forwards, looking for the shots. Eventually, Texture rewarded with the kill.
Toxins going up.
Still a 3v4. Paranoia sent. Karan dead. Munchkin. No real way to try to break through this one. Would need Texture's involvement and cannot find it. Freeing with that Ares will get himself a nice little upgrade as Munchkin slides away, holding on to the weapon. DRX getting themselves a massive bonus conversion. Set to go ahead and make this even closer.
Yeah, they're just starting to win battles now, starting to get some confidence. Not doing anything super crazy here. Just baiting out some reactions over at C and B, seeing what they, what is going on over there. And then it's just the pivot over towards A. This win right here, huge. Ash just walking right through that toxic screen into no man's land. Pays the price. Now they're starting to look really efficient. DRX. There's that Ares again, finding some value. And I was going to say, I think you need a timeout. It's going to be similar to what DRX did. Lost the bonus, take the timeout. See if you can figure something out here as Gen G. Usually this is a team that's pretty efficient on their defender side. And right now they're really struggling as DRX is just kind of being patient with their game plan, not showing their hand until there's not much that Gen G can really do about it. Even if Gen G is reading it, they're getting shut down. So time to figure something out here as Solo and HSK. Today it's looked pretty good. Are they going to be able to maintain control of this series?
Still an added little moment here for Termin to once again get in with the players. Give them some positive reinforcement as well as any insights that he's been gathering. Still relatively healthy lead, but that can spiral very quickly out of control here for Gen G. DRX should be favored. Trying to make this 7-9. Good shock dart. Lob forward, just in front of Estrella's feet. So not maximum damage, but still a decent little chunk going to be dealt. Looking there within the smoke, and okay. Karan just getting a sense of it. Had they had a ping reveal?
I think they just saw him and just assumed he was going to stick around.
Well, Gunman is getting torn apart by the Util. Foxy9 now pushing forward. Gets a little bit more damage there on the free. Cannot find the elimination, but Texture certainly does.
Oh, he went
Michael, he TP'd behind him!
Player standing.
Well, Munchkin recovers the Outlaw, takes down Flashback, and suddenly Mako now needs to do it all. But what a cheeky play.
Take flight.
That's shades of Mako from kickoff.
Yes.
He's just double TPing every which way.
And he's going to try to make Gen G think about what he's doing, but without the plant coming down, they can just wait this out a bit.
30 seconds left.
He's not going to go all the way to A. It's either going to be B or C.
Regardless, he's pushing in to an occupied site. Smoke over to C. B, still the approach. Munchkin pulls off the angle. Checks over towards that A connector. The plant now coming through, and he's right there, but Mako! Down to 10 health. Gets a spike in play. Trying to set up here for the smoke. Tucks back around the corner. Surely even Mako, a player of his caliber. Surely this is a bridge too far. The fuse being held. Gets it to half the retap. Smoke dissipating. Karan protecting. For a second, started to believe, but Gen G, the back of the timeout call, will be able to make that round win come through as they hit double digits. But my God, did Mako really make us think that he's about to be undone.
Just, he's one of those players where you do believe that he can get it done, especially after that. Poor Texture just had no clue. Oh, what a pull. Just like he's just done it a million times.
That's a thrifty.
That's an operator.
Cam set up, cleared, op now confirmed in play. Shock that forward, gets rid of the nano here. He's in clear of the utils. The fast lane comes through. Paranoia towards back plat, but no one there to receive this damage. Foxy on the peak, ends up getting spotted out. They flush him out through the smoke.
That was a mistake.
Pretty critical one at that. Seemed like maybe Foxy thinking that they were going to be able to get a ping reveal off of that recon, but it was fully blocked off. Spring now pushing forward, takes the fight, finds a kill on a Munchkin. Keeps DRX in with the player advantage. Ping out, Ash finding one, brings it back now into a 3v3. Some spam from Mako, not really finding the connections. The slide forward from Texture. Catches Estrella. Pressure now mounting. Mako holding the angle, finds one, gets a transfer and flashback. Swings around on the flank. DRX continue to fight back.
Yeah, this is, as Foxy9 has been really good at holding C site this year. But this one, he just peeks out. Gives the info over. That allows DRX to spam that smoke. Looks like maybe they could get this retake going. It's also going to be the operator gone, but Mako with a great transfer and flashback was quick to make the flank. And now you've got real hope for DRX because you've got Genji back on an eco. Do have the overdrive, do have the Hunter's Fury though.
Munchkin.
Yep. Whoop.
Did your keyboard break?
Please explain.
Well, it's going to be a pop of the nano. Foxy darted there by the drone. Yeah, clearly Munchkin a little bit asleep at the wheel. Weapon gets recovered into the hands of Foxy9. Still a little bit of a head scratcher.
Well, just have to wait and see. Still have a couple Guardians. Sheriff, Texture looking for that moment when he can try to get the overdrive into their faces, but silence for DRX. Haven't made any noise in a little bit, but they're waiting here.
Question is, Texture, do you just send the overdrive off the rip, or do you try to wait? Repositions. Does just go ahead and sends it. Tucks back around the corner, relay bolt and the Paranoia. Both going to be connecting. Texture immediately going to be collecting three. Foxy finding Mako there at backside. There's a Mr. 4K on the hunt, looking for flashback. Just sat here within the smoke. The spam coming through. Foxy9 will be able to close it out. It's going to be another thrifty. As Genji get up to 11, 2 rounds to go.
And that is obviously incredible from Texture. But watch the way that this Paranoia hits. Hits everybody. The smokes are so well timed here by Karan. Yep. Just beautiful from Karan. This, look at this. Karan gets an assist on all 4 of those kills. All of them. That is a crazy good round from your controller. All those smokes in the Paranoia is perfectly placed, perfectly timed. And it sets up your star duelist to do what he does best, win you rounds.
A huge push coming in here from Genji. Full control over A lobby as Foxy9 going to be left on a little bit of an island, but they're just swinging right into him, and he's still managing to find 2, nearly 3. As things just go from bad to worse. Neural Theft getting the reveal, the tripwire further telling the story. Pit now in play, but this is an all-in gamble here from DRX.
You have a Hunter's Fury here. Could use it to clear the pit.
Drone to try to check. Paranoia going to be sent flashback. Noting the garage door. Takes out Munchkin. Some frantic spray. Mako, a pixel spotted, but counter spams back. Texture gone, but Ash eventually able to flush him out. Push forward, flashback. Looking for that 4K. Cannot make it happen. The Snake Bite going to be lobbed in. Ash swings, looking for the fight, but Estrella manages barely to win it out. Everything in the kitchen sink sent just about. DRX too narrowly managed to come out on top.
Well, now you're going to be back onto an eco, which seems to be good for Genji, but not going to have that overdrive to lean into. This looked like it was going to be round done. A 2-for-1, but a great counter lurk from flashback. And the spam into the pit, not able to connect for Genji. And Mako and flashback holding strong. Estrella on the back end, able to get the job done. So hope stays alive here for DRX. Do have a lockdown for Foxy9. They have the Hunter's Fury to counter for freeing. Looking for the opportunity. Try to get these ults to go. Hyunmin has the overdrive as well.
Estrella looking for the same setup here. Relay bolt. There's the reveal and flashback, gonna be dead. Karan just finds him as Mako TPing up into heaven. Does this go red? Mako searching, but eyes turned. Now he's been spotted. Look at the try to just pincer maneuver here into heaven, and Munchkin does arrive, finds him with a Stinger, swaps the weapons over. The counter spam out. Estrella tagged up, forced away. Spike in hand, but sight access is denied.
Gonna have to try a different angle. Just great awareness from Gen G. Good U-tilt from Ash. Get the identifications there for his teammates, so he can just make a meal of the entry points. Freeing. Just trying to sell a bit of a fake here to open it up maybe for Estrella, but Foxy there just uses util to buy a little bit of time, but has shifted him out of the window.
Tucks back away, the turret, all these layers of util. Spike now being brought around here into B main. Land onto the corner with just 2 seconds to spare. Coming through while Freeing, trying to take point, trying to find anybody here on this linger forward. You can tell that Karan is reading this incredibly well. Texture already in at backside, some shots ringing out. Pit gonna be dropped in, Estrella tagged low, finished off the pit, now blooming, Freeing. Just backpedaling into Karan's line of sight. Gen G will have the defuse, and they will have match point.
Yeah, just so in control of themselves now, our Gen G. It's been a little bit back and forth here, but DRX can't afford to have it be a back and forth. It has to be better than that. The ecos again killing them, but this round here, boom, just stepping on out. So ready for that entry is Ash. That is nasty. Mako's TP red. Might as well invest the ults. Just get it to go. Gen G just needs one more to send DRX packing, and they know it, so they're going to take the timeout. 4 rounds in a row is what they need to send it to overtime. See if we can get a repeat on what we saw on this map in our first series. But I think it's hard to do. I mean, Gen G does give it up every once in a while, but...
Yeah. Much to our chagrin.
Yep.
This is looking a bit different. Team looking a bit more locked in. So 4 rounds in a row needed here for DRX. Just remember, I mean, yeah, made it over to Bangkok. Had some impact there. Decent performances in stage 1, but then suddenly, you know, the disappearance of Flashback vanished. Some quick pivots needing to be made. The failure to make it over to Masters Toronto. The championship points, not really there behind DRX as strongly as they would like.
Well,
they need every single win that they can get.
Yeah, I mean, because you've had Gen G, PRX, and T1 doing so well this year, it's made it so difficult at the top to catch up in championship points. It is neck and neck up there, so you need every win. Every game matters so much. And this has been a real struggle for them, and now you have tons of ults. I mean, you're still holding on to the counter for the lockdown. But Ash has a Hunter's Fury that he can use at will. Certainly, he'll let it rip in this round if he finds an opportunity.
Well, not from this position, he won't.
No.
Finds a headshot, though.
Spike down.
Down around the back, but no Textures, just holding down the side. Finds Hyunmin. Estrella does manage to go ahead and find that kill, but it is still DRX limping away from this A site, wounded. Still a lockdown available for Foxy.
Yeah. He's just playing B, and they say, okay, well, we can play retake. Sova's dead, so.
Flashback gonna try to reactivate this flank. Gun barrel gonna be spotted, and he has to hit this shot. Munchkin not able to slide away. Gets the spot out, but Texture just holds down M1. Counter spams him, only 8 bullets left in the mag, but he can just go ahead and take his IGLs off the floor.
30 seconds left.
Oh. Timing if Foxy had just gone a little bit further forward.
No util here to try to give them the early alert. Estrella and Mako will be able to make their way forward here onto the side, but It's going to be with very limited time. Paranoia sent because they just have no idea about these enemy positions. Foxy now, free access into garage. Could just try to set up here for the lockdown to try to guarantee the win. What?
Don't know.
Texture, you can't keep doing that.
It almost looked like he accidentally clicked.
You're right. Well, Mako needing them to peek out now, needing the backpedal. He knows it's over. He'll get one shot. He cannot escape, and Foxy will chop away at his former teammate, Gen G. 13-8, take down DRX here on Haven, getting 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, a really interesting series. Got to see Corrode for the first time. Gen G looks good on that map too. The map pool still deep for the black and gold. And they came out swinging in Toronto. They come out swinging here back in Pacific. Just got to see if they can keep up that momentum, keep that engine churning as they look to make their way into Paris, into Champions. It's a good start.
Yeah, it is. For DRX, clearly still some things to work on. Obviously, I think Flashback coming back to the stage after his absence, still looking like a very big bright spot, but there's still plenty to work through when it comes down to the team synergy here for DRX. They will give their fist bumps over here to the side of Gen G, who continue on their merry way. We're looking like at the beginning, the best team over at Masters Toronto. That clearly ended up being PRX, but Gen G want to continue to run this back. They want that spot over at Champions for a chance at another trophy here into the war chest of this squad. But there we go. In the end, a little bit of a faster evening than we might have anticipated. T1 PRX on this double OTs, making it a little bit longer, but that's going to do it here for us at Pacific. We'll send it down to the stage where Bella's going to be standing by for a winner's interview, and then the analyst test will break things down after that. But otherwise, there's going to be more Valorant coming up with a lesser region of EMEA later on, so make sure you tune into that.
Congratulations, Gen G. And if I may have Mr. Texture, you okay? 괜찮습니까? 네, 젠지 텍스처 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
Oh well, Gen G does it again, and what a surprise. We got to see Gen G pick up and leave open Corrode so early on. I wanted to ask him, how does playing Corrode here in Pacific for the first time and winning feel like? 오늘 젠지가 또 젠지를 했고요. 코로드를 이렇게 일찍부터 오픈해둘 거라는 게 되게 많은 분들이 예상치 못하셨을 것 같은데 좀 어떠셨나요? 퍼시픽에서 첫 코로드, 첫 승리 가져간 소감?
연습 많이 했습니다. 많이 했고, 네, 일단 했는데 뭐 좀 결과가 나쁘지 않아가지고 사실 뭐 상대 팀들도 아직 뭐 준비를 많이 했을 거라고 생각을 안 해가지고 도전했습니다.
We had a lot of voices chiming in from the back, but they practiced a lot and they thought it was the right time to leave it open because the other teams probably weren't as prepped on Corrode as well. And we had to see another surprise on Corrode with Foxy9's choice on Sage as well. I want to ask you, whose idea was it, and can you tell us a little bit of the backstory on that choice-making process? 그리고 또 다른 서프라이즈는 폭시9 선수의 세이지 팩에 대해서 좀 반응이 뜨거웠어요. 좀 누구 아이디어였는지 그 과정들에 대해서 이야기를 좀 들어볼 수 있을까요?
과정은 저는 사실 모르고요. 그냥 감코 형님들이 이제 잘 준비해 주신 것 같습니다.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know the specific step-by-step process on the decision-making, but I think it's definitely our coaching staff that put a lot of time and effort into making that comp work for us. And next up is going to be your Stage 1 Finals opponent, RRQ. This will be different this time. You wanna say something to RRQ? 다음 상대는 또 Stage 1 파이널 상대 RRQ거든요. 이번에는 다를 거다 한마디 좀 부탁드려도 될까요?
그냥 뭐 우리 요즘에 퍼포먼스 좋으니까 조심하거라.
하거라. 조심하거라. Well, we are good nowadays. Our form is good, so you better watch out, is what Texture said. All right, this was Genji's Texture taking that win for our day here, and that's all from us. 감사합니다, Texture 선수.
감사합니다.
What a day! 3 Masters winning teams playing, and Gen G still dominating on this stage against DRX, even with the roster change and being officially the first team to win on Corrode in Pacific. Now, Haven, like you gentlemen were saying, this is Gen G's map, so unsurprisingly, this has gone very much in their favor.
I mean, this is what happens. This is what happens if you let them play Haven, and it's especially what happens if you play Haven at them with like their own composition. I mean, you're not gonna beat them. It's theirs. They've defined it. They've really, really made a name for themselves using it here in Pacific. So I don't think this is a shock for me that this has ended 2-0. I mean, DRX just not looking good at all in this game. I have to say, I really hope that they're able to bounce back, because this is such a powerhouse org that we want to see more from.
Yeah, I think to some degree it's just down to how much they've been trying to change. They're trying to play the new map in the pool. They're swapping around their roster quite a bit. There might have been a little bit of overcooked there. Gen G is a team that keeps things a little simpler, and that's worked out a little bit better for them. I think the highlight for me for DRX today was definitely Flashback. He didn't look like he really missed a beat. He slotted back into the team, and he was probably one of the better players there for DRX, right up with Marco. But when you look at some of the other boys, even Hyunmin had a bit of a slower day today. Estrella definitely was not able to stand up to the task versus Munchkin's Viper. And I think Freeing, it's getting to the point now where Freeing was definitely one of the better players on DRX, but without the Teo, I'm getting a little bit worried looking at some of the statistics on the ENIT. I want to see Freeing start to put up some better numbers for DRX, or it's looking like they're going to start to lack a little bit of firepower, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of other options, right? We saw Freeing move that Sentinel, so there's worlds where you could do that. You could bring Bane back in. I mean, they have so many players now that there's so many options, but I overall not super impressed by how they looked today.
Yeah, one thing's for sure is that both Gen G and PRX are momentum-based teams. It looks like they didn't miss a beat at all, coming back from back-to-back events here. Munchkin doing really well on Haven. I know it made you sweat a little bit for our build diff game, Pilsky.
Oh yeah, I think the casters picked Munchkin in the flex spot. I picked Foxy9, as did a lot of us. And Munchkin at one point was, he was many kills in front of Foxy9. I thought I was going to lose the build diff there. So look, we'll see what the results are going to be at the end of the day. But Munchkin, I mean, 2 first kills, that's honestly low for him on the Viper. This dude, he loves to get aggressive. Everybody knows Munchkin's going to be in A lobby on attack. Who's surprised? This guy still just gets kills. He still gets away with it. Like, someone needs to do something about this. This is getting ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it's no shock. They don't make big sweeping changes. They've played this map the same way for a long time. They're just very good at it. But I felt like DRX walked into all of the traps that Gen G love to use. I don't think they should have been as taken aback as they were on this second map. But yeah, DRX have to bounce back next week. I honestly, I wouldn't be shocked to see maybe more roster changes, because they have such a big roster to use. But yeah, I think they have to be doing a little bit better than that.
I mean, at this point, maybe you should do something like Gen G and just continue refining, instead of switching out players completely. That just resets everything.
True.
But let's talk about our match MVP from the side of Gen G. Who did you guys personally pick?
We went with Texture. I mean, it just on the Neon looked so smooth, so many op kills. I mean, it's par for the course for him at this point. He's just absolutely dominating.
He's a farmer. He's performance of agriculture here in VCT Pacific, just getting all the kills. I mean, look, he's got quite a career in front of him. Even if he stops playing Valorant at some point, I could definitely see that man plow on the fields.
Well, he's definitely doing it on the server. I'm glad to see Texture back in action. Frankly speaking, we saw a little bit of a slow start at the beginning of the year, some like ups and downs from him, but he's looking back in full form. And now here are our standings so far for Group Alpha and Group Omega. I think as far as today goes, a lot went in the way as we predicted, with PRX and Gen G winning that out. Although going into an overtime in a 2-0 fashion is somewhat surprising, especially considering PRX started with a Haven on against T1.
Yeah, I think for T1, look, they've pushed PRX very close there. I think you go ahead and you look at a team like Boom, who do want to scrape through this group. They've already lost to Talent. They must beat T1, who are looking in fine form, or they unfortunately will be heading back to challenges, and they need to make sure they're going through the groups to be able to get to Ascension. So I think Boom have got their work cut out for them there. Nongshim's already secured a win over in the other group, and DRX, I mean, that's one of the harder opponents straight off their bat. So look, let's see if they are going to make some changes, or if they're going to keep refining, and if they can look a little bit more competitive against an easier team, because Genchi's in great form right now. So.
Absolutely. I'm kind of curious now when they face against Talent. Talent has done really well yesterday with the biggest round differential, and as we, get closer and closer to playoffs, these round differences are going to make a difference. With that, let's talk about the difference in our build diff. It was interesting today because 3 players, all of us picked the same 3 players, so our Initiator and Sentinel roles, like our eyes were really on these 2. And how do you guys feel about your picks today?
I think Meteor let me down, and I think Foxy9 might have done a little bit worse than Munchkin, so I could be in trouble here, but I think you might have smashed this today, Pilsky.
Yeah, Izu wasn't the best for me, but I'm pretty sure Defy has carried me enough to be able to get a dub today. I ran the numbers earlier, but I am famed for doing terrible mathematics, so I'm not... Yeah, Mika, actually.
Mika won.
Mika topping it. Okay, there you go. And me second. So, yeah.
Oh, the casters
wow.
did manage
to... There you go.
The casters
I thought I ran the numbers. I thought I ran the numbers there, but apparently not. Apparently Mika.
You were right that you're terrible at math.
I am terrible at
math. But
math.
Mika, congratulations. She's been getting the last place.
I didn't even check Mika's team because I just assumed she'd lost.
I love how she's not even here to gloat.
I know. Yeah. She'll be here tomorrow to do all that, rightfully so. But absolutely, I'm happy for her to get this win finally. It's like, you watch it's like DFM getting their first win.
Oh my
like the
God.
same thing. And you're happy for them. So I'm very happy for you, Mika. Pilsky's still in first place though, so I'm happy for you guys. Big time.
It's not looking good.
Do you want to win the laptop?
I'm trying my best.
He needs to win the laptop, but he doesn't want to win the laptop.
I'm trying.
He needs it, but he doesn't want it enough.
What on earth? Well, the stage 2 is looking really good for Pilsky here, and maybe we're going to get different results this time around.
There are so many days for me to choke, don't you worry.
Yeah.
One of my specialties.
That's right. We do have 4 more days to go. 1, 2, 3, 4 days to go this week alone. There is so much Pacific. For those of you who've missed Pacific, there's so much more coming up. RRQ and the new Global Esports, they've also changed their roster around. We got Zeta Division and DFM. They got a lot of time. These 3 teams especially had a lot of time to work on things between the break.
Yeah, Japanese Derby. So look, the finals are going to be in Tokyo. You want to be at minimum winning the Japanese Derby if you're going to go and complete some kind of Cinderella run to make it there. For RRQ, I mean, they have been a little lackluster at international events, but they're still our reigning Pacific champions. So Global have got their work cut out for them in that match.
Global making those big roster changes now, bringing in Ban and Yeoman. I think this is a team with a lot of potential. Looking to cause a big upset tomorrow.
And are you guys excited about Global Esports facing against RRQ?
Yeah, I really like this new roster from them. Honestly,
okay.
I think they were good changes that needed to happen. So I think, like I said, they're looking for an upset. They're looking to surprise and take down the reigning champions of Pacific.
Well, tomorrow will be exciting, so we're going to see the rest of the remaining teams tomorrow. Guys, it's been fantastic being back at the Pacific desk with you, and we got many more days to go. So guys, have a great night ahead, and we'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
Able to go ahead and jump back, turn the flash, push forward, turns back over towards Long. Defy going to be struck down. But ultimately they have no real idea. Strikes the tap on the defuse, and the one tap to send Meteor down. Red Bull clutch something. Buzz just, that's the gun that they would love to collect, but Buzz on the repeat, able to find another Forsaken now. He just managed to put it to use. The previous clutcher got to be cleaned up. I was looking for a little bit more. We'll see if he can find it, and he does. Welcome back to stage 2. It's going to be Buzz picking up the Predator Ace. Gonna peek in. Finds the second, something dead, but Ching and Defy 2 health, 3 players, and no real hope. A 3K from Divide, double OT maps, but PRX. Over here on the angle.
30 seconds left.
Caught by the paranoia. Re-wraps, re-peaks. It continues to find value as the quick scope. Does end up getting taken down, but Munchkin. Shots flying from Estrella. Takes his timing and gets the transfer. Munchkin trying to dance around this one, but Ash still holding his own. Flashback finding one. Texture slides forward. And his former teammate, Gen G. 13-8, take down DRX here on Haven, getting 2-0 in the series.